Jill shifts in her seat. What could I do? He was so vague about everything. I told him to come back if there was a specific threat. Did you look into who posted the video? No. Jill looks wide-eyed at Augie. I put the file on your desk, Captain. Should I have done more? No, you did fine, Jill. I can take it from here. Leave the laptop. Thanks. Jill looks at me as if I'm supposed to say something to absolve her. I don't blame her for the way she handled it, but I'm not in the mood to let her off the hook, either. I stay quiet as she leaves. When we are alone, Augie frowns at me. She's a rookie, for crying out loud. Someone on that video is accusing Hank of a pretty serious offense. Put it on me, then, Augie says. I make a face and wave him off. I'm the captain. My subordinate left the file on my desk. I should have gone through it better. You want to blame somebody, blame me. Right or wrong, this isn't where I want to go with this. I'm not blaming anybody. I hit the play button and watch the video again. Then I watch it a third time. His pants are loose, I say to him. You think maybe they slipped? I don't. Neither does he. Check out the comments underneath, Augie says. I move the cursor down. There are over 50,000 of them. Just click top comments and read a few. I do as he asks. And as always, when reading a comments section, my faith in humanity plummets. Someone should castrate this guy with a rusty nail. I want to chain that perv to the back of my truck and drag his ass. This is what's wrong with America. Why is this pedo-ophile roaming free? His name is Hank Stroud. I saw him peeing in the parking lot at the West Bridge Starbucks. Why waste my tax dollars by putting that deviant in a prison? Take this Hank out back like you would a rabid dog. Hope that freak walks through my yard. Got a new rifle I'm dying to try out. Someone should pull down his pants, bend him over, and... You get the idea. Too many posts begin with someone should, and then offer up a skew of torture possibilities so creatively sick that Torquemada would have been envious. Nice, huh? Augie says. We need to find him. I put out a bulletin statewide. Maybe we should try his dad. Tom? Augie looks surprised. Tom Stroud moved away a long time ago. Rumor has it he came back, I say. For real? Someone told me he's living in his ex's place in Cross Creek Point. Huh, Augie says. Huh, what? We were pretty tight in the day, Tom and I. After the divorce, he moved out to Wyoming, Cheyenne. A couple of us went out there, has to be 20 years ago, and took a fly fishing trip with him. When was the last time you saw him? That trip? You know how it is. The guy moves across the country, you lose touch. Still, I say, you just said you two were pretty tight. I look at him. Augie gets where I'm going with this. He looks down at the main floor of the station. It isn't busy. It rarely is. Fine, he says with a sigh, heading for the door. You drive. Chapter 13. We drive in silence for a few minutes. I want to say something to Augie. I want to apologize for unearthing what he'd worked so hard to bury. I want to tell him that I'm going to turn around, that I'm going to drop him back off at the station, that I can handle this entirely on my own. I want to tell him to call Yvonne, and maybe give it one more try, and forget I said anything about his dead daughter. But I don't. Instead, I say, my theory isn't adding up anymore. How's that? My theory, if you want to call it that, was that this all has to do with what happened to Leo and Diana. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Augie deflate. I push on. I figured that it has something to do with that conspiracy club, 6 possible members that we know of. Leo and Diana. We don't know Diana was a member. There's a snap in his voice, which I completely get. She wasn't wearing one of those silly pins in the yearbook. Right, I say slowly, carefully. That's why I said possible members. Fine, whatever. If you don't want me to talk about this, do me a favor, Nap. Just tell me what's now wrong with your theory, okay? I nod. As the two of us get older, we get more equal. But Augie is still the mentor, I the mentee. 6 possible members, I say again. Diana and Leo are dead, he says. So is Rex. That leaves Maura, who is at the scene of Rex's murder, that cardiologist out west. Beth Fletcher, née Lashley. And Hank, Augie says. And he's the problem, I say. How so? 3 weeks ago, before Rex was murdered, someone posted that viral video of Hank. Then Hank goes missing. Then Rex gets killed. I don't see how there can be a connection. Whoever posted the video, that was a random thing by a school parent. That can't be connected to the old base or the conspiracy club, right? Seems unlikely. He rubs his chin with his right hand. May I make an observation? Shoot. You want this too much, Nap. And you don't want it enough, I fire back, which is a dumb thing for me to say. I expect and deserve fireworks. Instead, Augie chuckles. Anyone else, I'd punch them in the mouth for that. That was out of line, I say. I'm sorry. I get it, Nat. Even if you don't. What are you talking about? You aren't just in this because of Leo and Diana, he says. You're in it for Mora. I just sit and let the words sting. If Mora hadn't run off, you'd been able to put Leo's death behind you. You'd have questions, of course, like I do. But that's the difference here. Whatever answer we come up with, even if it changes what we know about Leo and Diana, it doesn't really change anything for me. My daughter's dead body will still be rotting in that cemetery. But for you... There's a deep sadness in Augie's voice, and I think it may be pity for me. For you, there's Mora. We pull up to the gate in front of the condo development. I shake it off. Focus. Concentrate. It is easy to poke fun at these sorts of real estate developments, the placid sameness, the lack of any sense of individuality, the snap-together structuring, the overly orchestrated landscapes. But I've thought about moving into one ever since I reached adulthood. The idea of paying one monthly maintenance fee and doing no exterior work appeals to me. I hate to mow the lawn. I don't like to garden or barbecue or do any of the classic homeownership rites of passage. I wouldn't care in the slightest if the exterior of my home looked exactly the same as my neighbor's. I don't even feel any special connection to the physical structure where we were raised. You, Leo, would stay with me wherever I would go. So why don't I move? I'm sure a psychiatrist would have a field day with that one, but I don't think the answer is that deep. Maybe it's easier to stay. Moving is an effort. Classic science. A body at rest stays at rest. I don't buy that explanation, but it's the best I've got. The condo guard is armed with nary a nightstick. I flash my badge at him and say, "We're here to see Tom Stroud." He studies the badge, hands it back to me. "Is Mr. Stroud expecting you?" "No." "Do you mind if I call and let him know you're here? I mean, it's kind of policy." I look at Augie. Augie nods. I say, "No problem." The guard places the call. He hangs up, gives us directions to make the second left past the tennis courts, and sticks a parking pass on the windshield. I thank him and drive. Tom Stroud is standing by an open door as we pull up. It's odd when you see the echo of the son in the father. There's no doubt he's Hank's father, but in a bizarre world way. Yes, he's obviously older, but he's also better dressed, shaved, groomed. Hank's hair sticks up, as though it's a science experiment gone wrong. His father is perfectly coiffed, the gray slicked down and parted by a divine entity. As we open our car doors, Tom Stroud is wringing his hands. He rocks back and forth, his eyes are a little too open. I glance at Augie. He sees it too. This is a man expecting bad news, the worst sort of news. We've both delivered news of that sort, and of course, we've both been on the receiving end. Tom Stroud takes a shaky step forward. "Augie?" "We don't know where Hank is," Augie says. "That's why we're here." Relief floods his face. His son is not dead. Tom Stroud ignores me and heads toward Augie. He opens his arms and embraces his old friend. Augie hesitates for a second, almost recoiling in pain, before relaxing and hugging him back. "It's good to see you, Augie," Tom Stroud says. "Same, Tom." When they let go, Augie asks, "Do you know where Hank is?" Tom Stroud shakes his head and says, "Why don't you come inside?" Tom Stroud makes us coffee with a French press. Doris liked to use one of those K-cup machines, but I think the coffee ends up tasting like plastic. He hands me a cup, then Augie. I take a sip. It's excellent, by the way, or maybe it's my Francophile bias popping up again. Augie and I sit on stools in the small kitchen. Tom Stroud stays standing. He looks out a window that faces a building that looks exactly like this one. Doris and I got divorced when Hank was 10. The two of us, Doris and me, we started dating when we were 15. That's too young. We got married when we were still in college. I ended up working for my dad. He manufactured pallet nails and staples. I was third generation. The factory was in Newark when I was a kid, until the riots. Then we moved it overseas. My job. It was the most boring job in the world. At least, that's what I thought at the time. I look at Augie. I expect an eye roll, but Augie is either faking paying attention to keep the guy talking, or he's genuinely moved by his old friend's story. Anyway, I'm in my 30s. I hate my job. We're not doing well financially. I'm getting old before my time, and I'm miserable, and it's all my fault. The divorce, I mean. You reach an edge, and then you step off, and you just keep tumbling down. Doris and I fought. We started to hate each other. Hank, my ungrateful son, started to hate me too, so, the hell with them, right? I moved far away, started a fish and tackle business with a gun range in the back. I tried to come back a few times, visit Hank, but he was just sullen when I came around. A pain in the ass, so why bother, I got married again, but it didn't last. She left me. No kids this time, no big deal. Neither of us ever really thought it was forever. His voice drifts off. Tom? Yeah, Augie? Why did you come back? I'm out there in Cheyenne. I'm living my life, doing my thing. Then Doris calls and tells me she has cancer. There are tears in his eyes now. I look at Augie. He's close to welling up, too. I catch the next flight back here. Doris and me, we don't fight when I get back. We don't talk about the past. We don't rehash what happened or even ask why I'm back. I just move back in. I know that makes no sense. It makes sense, Augie says. Tom shakes his head. So much waste. A lifetime of it. No one says anything for a moment. I want to move on, but this is Augie's play now. We had 6 healthy months, and then 6 not-so-healthy months. I don't call them good or bad months. They're all good if you're doing the right thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Augie says. I know what you mean. I made sure Hank was here when Doris died. We were both with her. Augie adjusts himself on the stool. I stay very still. Tom Stroud finally turns away from the window. I should have called you, Augie. Augie shrugs it off. I wanted to. I really did. I was going to call, but... No need to explain, Tom. Augie clears his throat. Does Hank ever come by? Yeah, sometimes. I've been thinking about selling this place, putting the money in a trust for him. But I think the condo gives Hank some semblance of stability. I try to get him help. Sometimes he's fine, which makes it almost worse, like he gets a glimpse of what his life could be and then it's snatched away. Tom Stroud looks toward me for the first time. You went to school with Hank? I did, yes. Then, maybe you know this already, Hank is ill. I give him a small nod. People don't get it's an illness. They expect Hank to behave a certain way, to get over it or snap out of it or something, but it's like asking a man with 2 broken legs to sprint across a field. He can't. When was the last time you saw Hank? I ask. It's been a few weeks, but it's not like his visits are consistent. So you weren't worried? Tom Stroud hems on that one. I was and I wasn't. Meaning? Meaning if I was, I didn't really know what I could do about it. Hank's an adult. He's not committed. If I'd called you guys, what would you have done? There is no need to answer. It's obvious. Did Hank show you the video someone took of him in the park, I ask. What video? I take out my mobile phone and play it for him. When it is over, Tom puts his hand to his face. My God. Who posted that? We don't know. Can I don't know. Can I issue a missing persons report for Hank or something? You can, I say. Then let's do that. Augie? Augie looks up at him. Find my boy, okay? Augie gives a slow nod. We'll do our best. Before we leave, Tom Stroud leads us to a room his ex-wife set aside for Hank. He never stays here. I don't think Hank's been inside this room since I've been back. When he opens the door, you can smell the stale. We step in and see the far wall, and I just turn to look for Augie's reaction. The wall is blanketed with black and white photos, newspaper clippings, and aerial shots of the Nike missile base in its prime. The material is mostly old, the photos rolling in on the corners, the clippings yellowing, like tobacco-stained teeth. I scan for something recent or maybe something that I couldn't just find routinely online, but I don't see anything special. Tom notices us staring. Yeah, I guess Hank was pretty obsessed with that old base. Again I glance at Augie. Again, Augie is having none of it. Did Hank ever say anything about it to you? I ask. Like what? I shrug. Like anything. Nothing that made sense. How about stuff that didn't make sense? Tom Stroud looks over at Augie. You think this base has something? No, Augie says. Tom turns back to me. Hank just ranted about it. You know, the kind of crazy stuff. They were keeping secrets, there were evil men, they were doing mind experiments. A sad smile comes to his face. Funny. What? I say. Well, not funny, but ironic. Like I said, Hank was really obsessed with the place, even as a kid. He hesitates here. Augie and I say nothing. Anyway, Doris used to joke that maybe Hank was right. Maybe some secret lab did do weird experiments at the base. Maybe one night when Hank was a little kid, he walked up that path and the bad guys grabbed him and did something to his brain, and that's why he's like he is now. The room is silent. Tom tries to laugh it off. Doris was only joking, Tom says. Gallows humor. Something like this happens to your kid, you grasp at any straw. You know? Chapter 14. Principal Deborah Kieran is pregnant. I know it may not be good form to notice a pregnancy, but she is a tiny woman everywhere, except the belly, and she's dressed in orange, which is a curious choice unless she is intentionally embracing the pumpkin look. She steadies herself on the sides of the chair. It takes a bit of effort for her to rise. I tell her there is no need, but she's already past the halfway point, and it looks like it might take a crane and crew to stop her momentum and safely lower her back into the chair. I'm in the 8th month, Karen says. I tell you that because everybody's suddenly afraid if you ask, are you pregnant? They'll be wrong and get in trouble or something. Wait, I say. You're pregnant? Kieran gives a side smile. No, I swallowed a bowling ball. I was gonna say a beach ball. You're an amusing guy, Nap. This your first kid? It is. That's wonderful. Congrats. Thanks. She moves toward me. You done charming me with small talk? How did I do? So charming that if I wasn't already pregnant, I would be now. So what can I do for you, Nap? We don't know each other super well, but we both live in Westbridge, and when you're a local principal and a local cop, you bump into each other at the too many town gatherings. She starts waddling down the corridor. I walk with her, trying not to subconsciously copy her. The corridors are an empty, only a school corridor during classes can be. The place hasn't changed much since we were here, Leo. Hard tile floors, lockers lining both sides. The wall above them painted a Ticonderoga pencil yellow. The biggest change, which isn't a change, is perspective. They say that schools seem smaller as you age. That's true. I think maybe it's that perspective that keeps the old ghosts at bay. It's about Hank Stroud, I say to her. Interesting. Why do you say that? As I'm sure you're aware, the parents complain about him all the time. I nod. But I haven't seen him in weeks. I think that viral video scared him off. You know about the video? I try to know what's going on in my school. She peeks through a small rectangular window into a classroom, moves to the next door, peeks in again. But I mean, come on, half the country knows about that. Have you ever seen Hank expose himself? If I had, don't you think I would have called you guys? So that's a no. That's a no. Do you think he did it? I ask. Exposed himself? Yes. We keep walking. She checks out another classroom. Someone in the room must catch her eye because she waves. I'm of two minds on Hank. A student turns the corner, sees us, stops in her tracks. Principal Kieran says, "Where are you going, Kathy?" Kathy looks everywhere but at us. "To see you." "Okay, wait in my office. I'll be there in a few minutes." Kathy does that scared servant shuffle past us. I look at Kieran, but it's not my business. She's already back on the move. "You are of two minds on Hank," I say, to prompt us back on subject. "Those are public grounds out there," she says. "Open to the public, that's the law. Hank's got as much right to be on them as anyone. We have joggers run past there every day, too. Kimmy Konisberg jogs by. You've noticed her, right?" Kimmy Konisberg is, for lack of more adequate terminology, the town MILF. She has it, and boy does she flaunt it. Who? Right. So every morning, Kimmy jogs by in the tightest and yet least supportive lycra imaginable. If I was a certain type of person, I would say she wants these adolescent boys to stare. Would that type of person be truthful? Touché. And this town is such a hypocritical protective bubble as it is, and I get that. I get that's why people move out here to raise their families, to keep them safe. Heck! She rests her hand on her belly. I want my kids safe, too. But it can become too sheltered. That's not healthy. I grew up in Brooklyn. I'm not going to tell you how rough I had it. We walked past 6 Hanks every day, so maybe our kids can learn compassion. Hank is a human being, not something to be scorned. A few months back, the kids found out Hank went to school here, so one of the kids— do you know Corey Mistison? I know the family, good people. Right. Been in town a long time. Anyway, Corey dug up an old middle school yearbook from Hank's last year. She stops and turns to me. You and Hank were here at the same time, right? Right. So you know. The kids were shocked. Hank used to be just like them, in chorus, won the science fair, was even treasurer of the class. It got the kids thinking. There but for the grace of God. Exactly. She takes 2 more steps. Oh, God, I'm hungry all the time. And then when I eat, I feel sick. This 8th month just sucks. I'm hating all men right now, by the way. I'll keep that in mind. And then I say, you said 2 minds. Pardon? With Hank, you said you have 2 minds. So what's mind 2? Oh. She starts up again, her belly leading the way. Look, I hate the stigma attached to mental illness. That goes without saying. But I don't like Hank hanging around here either. I don't think he's a danger, but I don't know that he's not either. I worry I'll be so politically correct about it that I'm not protecting my students. Do you know what I mean? I let her know that I do. So, I don't like Hank standing out there. But so what? I don't like that Mike Inga's mom always illegally drops him off in the no-drop-off zone. I don't like that Lisa Vance's dad clearly helps her with her art projects. I don't like that Andrew McDade's parents storm in whenever the report cards arrive to grade grub for their kid. I don't like a lot of things. She stops and puts a hand on my arm. But do you know what I don't like most? I look at her. Online shaming. It's the worst sort of vigilante justice. Hank is just the most recent example. Last year, someone tweets a picture of a kid with a caption saying, "This punk stole my iPhone but forgot all the pics he takes are on my cloud. Please retweet to find him." The purported punk was Evan Ober, a student here. You know him? Name doesn't ring a bell. No reason it should. Evan's a good kid. Did he steal the iPhone? No, of course not. That's my point. He started dating Carrie Mills. Carrie's ex, Danny Turner, was furious about it. So Turner posted that pic. Yep, but I can't prove it. That's the shitbird anonymity of online shaming. Did you see that girl who just walked past us? The one you sent to your office? Yeah. That's Kathy Garrett. She's a 6th grade girl. 6th grade, Nap. So a few weeks ago, Kathy accidentally left her phone in the bathroom. Another girl found it. So this other girl takes the phone, snaps a close-up of her, privates, and then sends the pic to Kathy's entire contact list, including her parents, her grandparents, everyone. I make a face. That's sick. I know, right? She grimaces and puts both hands on her lower back. You okay? I'm 8 months pregnant, remember? Right. I feel like I got a school bus parked on my bladder. Did you ever catch the girl who took the pics? Nope. We have 5 or 6 suspects, all 12-year-old girls. But the only way to know for certain— I hold up my hand. Say no more. Kathy's been so traumatized by the whole thing, she pretty much visits my office every day. We talk, she calms down. She heads back to class. Kieran stops and looks back over her shoulder. I should get to Kathy now. We start walking back. Your talk about the anonymity of online shaming, I say. Is this your way of telling me you don't believe Hank exposed himself? No, but you're making my point for me. What's that? I don't know because I can't know. That's always the problem with this sort of innuendo. You want to just dismiss it, but sometimes you can't. Maybe Hank did, maybe he didn't. I can't unring that bell, and sorry, that's wrong. You've watched the video of Hank, right? Right. Any idea who filmed it? Again, I have no proof. I don't need proof. I wouldn't want to cast aspersions without evidence, Knapp. That's what the online shaming does. We reach her office. She looks at me. I look at her. Then she lets loose a long sigh. But I can tell you that there is an 8th grade girl named Maria Hansen. My secretary can give you her address. Her mother, Suzanne, has come to see me frequently to complain about Hank. When I tell her that there is nothing that legally can be done, she becomes particularly agitated. Principal Kieran looks through the glass at Kathy. Her eyes start to water. I better get to her, she says. Okay. Damn. She wipes the tears from her eyes with her fingers and looks at me. All dry? Yeah. 8th month, she says. My hormones are on crack. I nod. You having a girl? She smiles at me. How did you guess? She waddles away. I watch her through the glass as she takes Kathy in her arms and lets the young girl sob on her shoulder. Then I leave to find Suzanne Hansen. Chapter 15. Westbridge doesn't have a poor side of town. It has a poor acre, maybe. There's a grouping of aging 3-family houses located between a Ford dealership and a Dick's Sporting Goods near the town center. Maura and her mom moved in here the summer before our junior year. They sublet 2 rooms from a Vietnamese family after Maura's father cleaned them out and ran off. Maura's mom worked a few part-time jobs and drank too much. The Hansen family lives on the 1st floor of a rust-brick edifice. The wood stoop groans as I step up. When I ring the bell, a big man in mechanic's overalls comes to the door. The name Joe is stenciled on the right chest pocket. Joe does not look happy to see me. Who are you? Joe asks. I show him my badge. A woman I assume is Suzanne Hansen comes into view from behind him. When she sees my badge, too, her eyes widen, probably in parental worry. I reassure them right away. Everything is fine, I say. Joe remains suspicious. He steps in front of his wife and gives me narrow eyes. What do you want? I pocket my badge. Several concerned citizens have filed complaints against a man named Hank Stroud. I'm looking into them. See, Joe? The woman I assume is Suzanne says. She slides in front of her husband and pushes open the door. Come in, officer. We move through the front room into the kitchen. She offers me a seat at the table. I take it. The floor is formica. The table is round and faux wood. The chair is chipped white Windsor. There's a clock above the door that uses red dice for numbers. The inscription on top reads, Fabulous Las Vegas. Toast crumbs litter the table. Suzanne sweeps them with one hand over the table's side into her free palm. Then she dumps the crumbs into the sink and runs the water. I take out a pad and pen for show. Do you know who Hank Stroud is? Suzanne sits across from me. Joe stands over her, his hand on her shoulder, still eyeing me like I'm here to either shoplift or bed his wife. He's that horrible pervert who hangs around the school, she says. I assume you've seen him more than once, I say. Almost every day. He ogles all the girls, including my daughter Maria. She's only 14. I nod, trying on a friendly smile. You've seen this personally? Oh, sure. It's terrible. And, by the way, it's about time the police got on this. You work hard, you scrape together enough money to move to a beautiful town like Westbridge. I mean, you expect your kids to be safe, right? Definitely, I say. Then, what do you have, some hobo? Do people still say hobo? I smile and spread my hands. Why not? Right, a hobo. He hangs around our children. You move to a town like this, and every day you have to see this bum. That's what he is. I know you shouldn't use the word. This bum every day lurking around your children. It's like this giant, awful weed in a beautiful flower garden, you know? I nod. We need to pull the weed out. Exactly. I take some pretend notes. Have you ever seen Mr. Stroud do more than ogle? She's about to blurt something out, but now I notice the hand on her shoulder gently squeezed to silence her. I look up at Joe. He looks back at me. He gets why I'm here. I get that he gets it, and he gets that I get that. Shorter, the game is over. Or is just beginning. You posted a video of Hank Stroud, didn't you, Mrs. Hanson? Her eyes are aflame. She shakes Joe's hand off her shoulder. You don't know that. Oh, I know it, I say. We already ran a voice analysis. We also traced down the internet IP address from which the video originated. I give what I said a second to land. They both confirm that you, Mrs. Hanson, filmed and posted that video. This is a lie, of course. I ran no voice analysis or internet trace. And what if she did? Joe asks. Not saying she did or she didn't, but if she did, there's no law against it, is there? I don't care, I say. I'm here to find out what happened, that's all. I look her straight in the eyes. She looks down a second, then back up at me. You filmed Hank. If you keep denying it, you're just going to piss me off. So tell me what you saw. He pulled down his pants, she says. When? You mean like the date? For starters, sure. It was maybe a month ago. Before school, after school, when? Before school, that's when I see him. I drop my daughter off at 7:45 a.m., then I stay and watch her walk all the way in every day because, well, wouldn't you? You drop your 14-year-old daughter off at this beautiful school and there is a creepy pervert right across the way. I don't understand why the police don't do something. Tell me exactly what happened. I told you. He pulled down his pants. Your daughter was walking, and he pulled down his pants. Yes. On your video, his pants are up. He pulled them back up, I see. So he pulled his pants down, and then he pulled them back up. Yes. She's looking up to the left. I forget if that means a lie is coming or a memory. Doesn't matter. I don't believe much in that stuff. He saw me fiddling with my phone, and he panicked, and so he pulled them back up. How long would you say his pants were down? I don't know. How could I know? Joe adds, You think she was carrying a stopwatch or something? It was long enough, that I can tell you. I bite back the obvious joke and say, Go on. Suzanne looks confused. What do you mean, go on? He pulled his pants down, he pulled his pants up. I look very unimpressed. That's it? Joe doesn't like that. What, that's not enough for you? How do you know his pants didn't just fall down, I ask. Once again, Suzanne's eyes drop to the table before lifting toward me. I know a lie is coming. I am not disappointed. He pulls his pants down, she says again. Then he yells at my daughter to look at his... he starts stroking it and everything. Ah, human nature. So predictable sometimes. I see this a lot, Leo. You hear a witness tell you something that they hope will shock your senses. Then I, as an investigator, act blasé. The truthful person lets it go, but the liar starts embellishing, trying to up the story, so I share their outrage. I use the word embellishing here, but really it's straight-up lying. They can't help themselves. I know now, and don't want to waste much more time here. Time to cut it. Watch and learn, Leo. You're lying, I say. Suzanne's mouth turns into a shocked, perfect O. Joe's face reddens. Are you calling my wife a liar? What part of your lying left that in doubt, Joe? If Suzanne had been wearing pearls, she'd have clutched them. How dare you? I smile now. I know it's a lie, I say, because I just talked to Maria. The anger rises. You did what? Suzanne shouts. It took a while for your daughter to cave, I say, but eventually Maria admitted to me it never happened. They are both apoplectic. I try not to enjoy this. You aren't allowed to do that. Do what? You can't talk to our daughter without our permission, she says. I'll have your badge. I frown. Why does everyone say that? What? That threat, I'll have your badge. You saw it on TV, right? Joe takes a step toward me. I don't like the way you're talking to my wife. And I don't care. Sit down, Joe. He sneers at me. Tough guy. Because you have a badge. Again with the badge. I sigh, take out the badge, slide it across the table. Here, you want it? Take it. I stand and get right in Joe's face. You ready to go now? Joe takes a step back. I step closer to him. He tries to look me in the eyes, but he can't hold it. Not worth it, he mutters. What did you say? Joe doesn't reply. He circles the table and sits in the chair next to his wife. I glare down at Suzanne Hanson. If you don't tell me the truth, I'm going to launch a full investigation and charge you with 2 counts of violating Federal Internet Act Section 418, which upon conviction could lead to a penalty of $100,000 and up to 4 years in prison. I'm making this up. I don't think there is any Federal Internet Act. The specific section number is a nice touch, don't you think? That bum shouldn't be there, she insists. You people wouldn't do anything about it. So you did, I say. He shouldn't be allowed to be that close to a school. He has a name. It's Hank Stroud, and he's missing. What? Since you posted your video, no one has seen him. Good, she says. How's that? Maybe the video scared him. And you feel good about that, do you? Suzanne opens her mouth and closes it again. I was just trying to protect my child. To protect all the children at the school, really. You better tell me everything. She did. Suzanne admitted that she exaggerated to the point of making it all up. Hank never exposed himself. Tired and frustrated by what she perceived as the lack of action by school administrators and law enforcement, Suzanne Hansen did what she thought best. It's only a question of time before he did something awful. I was just trying to prevent that. Noble, I reply with as much disdain as I can muster. Suzanne was cleaning up the filth by trying to twist the reality of her town into the idyllic haven she believed it should be. Hank was mere refuse. Best to dump him curbside, where he could be trucked out of sight and smell. I would lecture Suzanne Hansen on her lack of empathy, but what's the point? I remember once when we were maybe 10, driving through a rough neighborhood in Newark. Parents always tell their kids to look out the windows and be grateful for what they've got. But our dad handled it differently. He just said one line that has always stuck with me. Every person has hopes and dreams. It is something I try to remember every time I cross a fellow human being. Does that include low-life turds like Trey? Of course. He has hopes and dreams too. That's fine. But when your hopes and dreams crush the hopes and dreams of others... I'm rationalizing again. I don't care about the Treys of the world, simple as that. Maybe I should. But I don't. Or maybe I doth protest too much. What do you think, Leo? When I finally leave their stuffy house, when Joe slams the door behind me to make some kind of stand, to himself at least, I take a deep breath. I glance over to where Maura used to live. She never brought me here, and I was inside only once. This was about 2 weeks after you and Diana were killed. I turn now and look at the tree across the street. That was where I waited, hidden. First I saw the Vietnamese family exit. 15 minutes later, Maura's mom stumbled out in an ill-fitted summer dress. She managed to weave her way down the street toward the bus stop. When she was out of sight, I broke into the house. The answer to why is probably obvious. I was looking for clues to where Maura might have gone. When I had cornered her mother earlier, she said something about her transferring to a private school. I asked where. She wouldn't tell me. It's over, Nap, Mrs. Wells told me, her breath stinking of booze. Maura has moved on. So should you. But I didn't believe her. So I broke in. I rummaged through all the drawers and cabinets. I went into Maura's room. Her clothes and backpack were still there. Did she pack anything? It didn't look like it. I also searched for my varsity jacket. For all Maura's eye-rolling about my being a jock and the stupid intensity of sports in this town and the anti-hip, quasi-sexist idea of it all, Maura got a kick out of wearing my varsity jacket. Retro, maybe. Ironic, I don't know. Or maybe it wasn't a contradiction at all. Maura was an old soul. So I searched for my varsity jacket, the green one with the white sleeves and the crossed hockey sticks on the back, and my name and Captain stenciled on the front. But I couldn't find it. Did Maura take the jacket with her? I always wondered. Why wasn't the jacket in her room? I turn away from the house now and look out into the distance. I have a few minutes. I know where I want to go. I cross the road and find the railroad tracks. I know you are not supposed to walk beside them, but I'm living on the edge today. I follow the tracks out of the town center up past Downing Road and Coddington Terrace, past the storage facility and the old industrial plant that's been converted into a party space and circuit training studio. I'm away from civilization now, high up on that hill between the station for Westbridge and the one for Castleton. I skirt past broken beer bottles and reach the edge. I look down and see the steeple from Westbridge Presbyterian. It lights up at 7 p.m., so I assume you saw it that night. Or were you too stoned or high to take notice? I knew that you were starting to get a little too fond of recreational drugs and drinking. In hindsight, I guess I should have stopped it, but at the time it didn't hit me as a big deal. Everyone was doing it. You, Maura, most of our friends. The only reason I didn't partake was because of my training. I take another deep breath. So how did it all go down, Leo? Why were you here, on the other side of Westbridge, and not hanging out in the woods near the old Nike base? Did you and Diana want to be alone? Were you trying to avoid your conspiracy club friends? Were you intentionally staying away from the old base? Why were you here? Why were you on these train tracks? I wait for you to say something. You don't. I wait a little more because I know it won't be long now. The main line runs every hour this time of day. I wait until I hear the whistle as it pulls out of the Westbridge station. Not far away now. Part of me wants to stand on the tracks. No, I don't want to end it. I'm not suicidal. But I want to know what it was like for you. I want to reconstruct that night so I know exactly what you experienced. I watch now as the train hurtles over the horizon. The tracks vibrate to the point where I can't believe they don't come apart. Did you feel that vibration under your feet? Did Diana? Were you standing off to the side, just as I am? Did you both look down at the steeple, turn, and then decide to jump across at the last possible second? I can see the train now. I watch it come closer. Did you see it that night? Hear it? Feel it? You must have. It bears down on these tracks with unfathomable power. I take another step back. When it rushes by, I'm a full 10 yards away from the train, and yet I'm forced to close my eyes and raise my hand to protect my face. The swoosh of air nearly knocks me off my feet. The pure might of the locomotive, the sheer mass times velocity, is awesome, devastating, unstoppable. A mind, like a heart, goes where it wants. So I imagine that hard steel front grille crushing human flesh. I imagine those churning wheels grinding bone into dust. I pry my eyes open and squint at the train speeding by. It seems to take forever, but the train is endless, crushing and churning and grinding. I stare straight at it, letting it blur without trying to focus. My eyes water. I've seen the horrific, splatter-filled crime scene photos from that night, but they oddly don't move me. The destruction was so great, the disfigurement so immense that either I can't link the misshapen, waxy chunks to you and Diana, or, more likely, my mind won't let me. When the train finally passes, when the quiet slowly returns, my eyes start to take in the scene. Even now, all these years later, I'm searching for clues, evidence, something that may have been missed. Being up here is strange. The horror is obvious, but it also feels somehow holy, somehow right to be in the place where you drew your final breath. As I start back down the hill, I check my phone for messages. Nothing from our old classmate Beth Fletcher, née Lashley, M.D. I call her office in Ann Arbor again. The receptionist gives me a bit of the runaround, so I get more pointed. Soon a woman who introduces herself as Cassie and calls herself the office manager gets on the line. Dr. Fletcher is unavailable at this time. Cassie? I'm tired of being jerked around. I'm a cop. I need to speak to her. I can only pass that message on to her. Where is she? I wouldn't know. Wait. You don't know where she is? It's not my concern. I have your name and number. Is there any other message you'd like me to give her? In for a penny, in for a pound. Do you have a pen, Cassie? I do. Tell Dr. Fletcher that our friend Rex Canton has been murdered. Tell her Hank Stroud is missing. Tell her Maura Wells briefly resurfaced and then went missing again. Tell the good doctor that it all goes back to the conspiracy club. Tell her to call me. Silence. Then, is that Laura with an L or Maura with an M? Completely unflustered. Maura with an M. I'll give Dr. Fletcher the message. She hangs up. I don't like this. Maybe I'll call the Ann Arbor Police Department, ask them to send one of their people over to Beth's home and office. I keep walking. I think again about all the strands, your and Diana's accident, Rex's murder and Maura being at the scene, Hank and that viral video, the conspiracy club. I try to find connections, draw lines, work Venn diagrams of these events in my head, but I see no overlap or link. Perhaps there is none. That's what Augie would tell me. He's probably right, but of course, accepting that possible reality gets me nowhere. I see the Westbridge Memorial Library up ahead now, and that sparks an idea. The front facade is that kind of red school brick that dates back 100 years. The rest of the building is modern and sleek. I still love libraries. I love the hybrid quality, the new computer sections, and the books yellowing with age. Libraries for me have always had a cathedral-like ambiance, a hushed sanctuary where learning is revered, where we, the people, elevate books and education to the level of the religious. When we were kids, Dad would take us here on Saturday mornings. He would leave us in the children, young adult section with strict instructions not to misbehave. I would browse through dozens of books. You would grab one, usually one meant for an older reader, sit in a beanbag chair in the corner, and read the entire book. I head down 2 levels to the dingy basement area. It is old school down here, rows and rows of books upon books, most no longer of interest to the casual library visitor, sit on aluminum shelves. There are a few cubby desks for true homework grinders. In the corner, I find the old room. The plaque next to it reads, Town History. I lean my head in and rap on the wood. As Dr. Jeff Kaufman looks up at me, his reading glasses drop off his nose. The glasses are on a chain, so they bounce against his chest. He's wearing a thick-knit cardigan sweater buttoned up to the sternum. He's bald on top with shocks of gray hair on the sides that look as if they're trying to flee from his scalp. Hey, Nap! Hey, Dr. Kaufman. He frowns. Dr. Kaufman was a librarian and town historian long before we moved to Westbridge. And when you call someone of authority doctor or even mister as a kid, it is hard to convert to a casual use of their first name as an adult. I move into the cluttered room and ask Dr. Kaufman what he can tell me about the old Nike missile base located by the middle school. Kaufman's eyes light up. He takes a moment or two to gather his thoughts, then he invites me to have a seat across the table from him. The table is a mess of black and white photographs from days of yore. I scan them, hoping to see one of the old base. I don't. He clears his throat and dives in. The Nike missile bases were constructed in the mid-50s throughout northern New Jersey. This was during the height of the Cold War. Back then, we would run school drills where kids would duck under their desks in case of nuclear attack, if you can believe it. Like that would help. The base here in Westbridge was constructed in 1954. The Army just stuck these bases right in the middle of suburban towns? Sure, why not? Farmland, too. New Jersey used to have a lot of farms back then. And what were the Nike missiles used for exactly, I ask. They were surface-to-air. Put simply, the missiles were an air defense designed to shoot down attacking Soviet aircrafts, most notably their Tu-95, which could fly 6,000 miles without needing to refuel. The missile batteries were in approximately a dozen sites in northern New Jersey. Sandy Hook still has remnants if you want to visit. The one in Livingston is now an art colony of all things. There were missile batteries in Franklin Lakes, East Hanover, Morristown. It is hard to believe. Nike missiles in all these towns? Sure. They started with the smaller Nike Ajax missiles, but those were still 30 feet long. They kept them in underground launch sites and would bring them to the surface the same way a body shop would lift a car up in a garage. I don't get it, I say. How could the government keep something like this a secret? They didn't, Kaufman says. At least not at first. He stops now, leans back, and folds his hands over his belly. In fact, the bases were celebrated. When I was 7, that would have been in 1960, my Cub Scout pack got a tour of the facility, if you can believe it. The idea that your friendly local missile site was keeping you safe from the long-range aircraft of the Soviet Union was supposed to make you sleep better. But that changed, I ask. Yes. When? Early 60s. Jeff Kaufman sighs and rises to his feet. He opens a tall file cabinet behind him. See, they replaced the Nike Ajax missiles with the larger Nike Hercules. He plucked out 2 photographs of a scary-ass-looking white missile marked U.S. Army on the side. 41 feet tall, traveled at Mach 3. It's about 2,300 miles per hour. Range of 75 miles. He moved back to the seat, sat, and put his hands on the table in front of him. But the big change with the Nike Hercules, the reason they clammed up about the program, had to do with the payload. Meaning, the missiles were armed with W-31 nuclear warheads. It is hard to fathom. There were nuclear weapons right here, yes, armed warheads. There were even reports of a few near misses. One slid off a dolly when they were moving it higher up a hill, landed on the concrete, and the warhead cracked. Smoke started pouring out. No one knew about it at the time, of course. Everything was kept hush-hush. Anyway, the Nike program ran until the early 1970s. The control center in Westbridge was one of the last to close. That would have been 1974. And then what, I ask? I mean, what happened to the land after they closed? There wasn't much interest in anything military in the 70s. Vietnam was ending, so they just sat there. Most fell into disrepair. Eventually, most were sold off. A condo development was built over a missile battery in East Hanover, for example. One of the roads is called Nike Drive. What about the base in Westbridge? Jeff Kaufman smiles at me. What happened to our base, he says, is a tad murkier. I wait. He leans toward me and asks what I'm surprised he hadn't asked earlier. Do you mind me asking why you're suddenly interested in all of this? I was gonna make something up, or tell him that I'd rather not, but then I figure, what's the harm? It involves a case I'm working on. What kind of case, if you don't mind me asking? A long shot, I say. Something from years ago. Jeff Kaufman meets my eyes. Are you talking about your brother's death? Kapow. I don't say anything. In part because I've learned to stay silent and let others jump in to break it. In part because I don't think I can. Your father and I were friends, he says. You knew that, right? I managed to nod. And Leo... Kaufman shakes his head and sits back. His face has lost a bit of color. He wanted to know about the history of the base, too. Leo came to you, I ask. Yes. When? I can't say exactly. A few times, probably, within a year of his death. Leo was fascinated by the base. Some of his friends came with him, too. Do you remember their names? No, sorry. What did you tell them? He shrugs. The same things I'm telling you now. My mind is whirring. I feel lost yet again. At Leo's memorial service, I shook your hand. I doubt you'd remember. So many people were there, and you looked so shell-shocked. I told your dad. That startles me back. Told my dad what? That Leo used to come here and ask about the base. You told my dad? Sure. What did he say? He seemed grateful. Leo was so bright and inquisitive. I thought that your father would want to hear that, that's all. I never thought his death could be connected. I mean, I still don't. Except now you're here too, Knapp. And you're no fool either. He looks up. So tell me, is there a connection? Rather than answer him, I say, I need to know the rest of the story. Okay. What happened to the Westbridge base after the Nike program closed down? Officially, it was taken over by the Department of Agriculture. And unofficially? When you were a kid, did you ever go up there? Yes. We did in my day, too. We used to sneak in through a hole in the fence. I remember one time we got so trashed, one of the soldiers took us home in an army jeep. My dad grounded me for 3 weeks. The memory brings a small smile to his face. How close did you get to the base? Not very. Exactly. I'm not following. Security was tighter for the Department of Agriculture than a nuclear missile control center. Kaufman tilted his head. Why do you think that was? I don't answer. Think about it. You have these empty military bases. The security apparatus is already in place. If you were a government agency that wanted to fly under the radar, do something clandestine. Look, think of some 3-letter government agencies that might like to hide in plain sight like that. It wouldn't be the first time. The old Montauk Air Force Station had dozens of rumors swirling around it. What kind of rumors? Nazi scientists, mind control, LSD experiments, UFOs, all kinds of crazy nonsense. And you believe those? You believe the United States government hid Nazis and aliens in Westbridge? Oh, for crying out loud, Knapp. They hid nuclear weapons here. There was a glint in Dr. Kaufman's eyes now. Is it really such a stretch to think they hid something else? I say nothing. It doesn't have to be Nazis and aliens. They could have been testing some advanced technology, DARPA, lasers, drones, weather modification, internet hacking. Does that really seem so far-fetched with all the security around the place? No, it doesn't. Jeff Kaufman stands now, starts pacing. I'm a damn good researcher, he says. Back in the day, I dug into this pretty deeply. I even took a trip down to Washington, D.C. to check records and archives. All I found going on there were innocuous corn and livestock studies. You told all this to my brother? Him and his friends, yeah. How many of them? What? How many kids came with Leo? 5, maybe 6, I don't remember. Boys, girls? He thought about it. I think there were 2 girls, but I can't swear to it. Might have been just one. You know that Leo didn't die alone. He nods. Of course. Diana Stiles was with him, the captain's daughter. Was Diana one of those girls who visited you with my brother? No. I am not sure what to make of that, if anything. Is there anything else you can think of that could help me? Help you what, Knapp? Let's say you're right. Let's say the base was doing something top secret, and let's say somehow these kids found out about it. What would happen to them? Now it was his turn to not reply. His mouth just drops open. What else did you learn, Dr. Kaufman? Just 2 more things. He clears his throat and sits back down. I found the name of one of the commanders, Andy Reeves. He was supposedly an agriculture expert out of Michigan State, but when I looked into his background, let's just say it was muddled. CIA. He fits the pattern, and he still lives in the area. Did you ever talk to him about it? I tried, and he just said the base did boring agriculture stuff, counting cows and crops. That's how he put it. What's the second thing? The closing of the base. Right. When was that? 15 years ago, Kaufman says. 3 months after your brother and Augie's daughter were found dead. As I head back toward my car, I call Augie. I just talked to Jeff Kaufman. I think I hear a sigh. Oh, great. He had some interesting stuff to say about the old base. I bet he did. Do you know Andy Reeves? I did. I'm cutting across town now. How? I've been head of this police department for almost 30 years, remember? He was running the base when it was doing agriculture studies. I pass a new place that only sells various chicken wings. The smell is enough to harden my arteries. Did you buy that, I ask? Buy what? That they were doing agricultural studies. I buy that, Augie says, a lot more than I buy those mind control rumors. As police chief, I knew all the commanders at the base. My predecessor knew all the ones from before that. Kaufman says back in the day the base used to control nuclear missiles. That's what I heard, too. And then he said when it changed hands, the base became even more guarded and more secretive. No offense to Kaufman, but he's being overly dramatic. How so? The Nike bases were out in the open at first. Kaufman told you that, right? Right. So when they went nuclear, it would have been suspicious to all of a sudden be hunkering down and acting too secretive. There was a ton of added security when they went nuclear, but it was more subtle. And when the Nike bases closed down, there may have been tighter security, but that was just normal updating and technology. A new team comes in, they put up a better fence. I cross Oak Street, Westbridge's own restaurant row. I walk past, in order, Japanese, Thai, French, Italian, dim sum, and something called California Fusion restaurants. After that, you hit a slew of bank branches. I don't see the point. I never see any customers in bank branches other than to use the ATMs. I'd like to talk to this Andy Reeves, I say to Augie. Can you arrange it? I expect pushback. I don't get it. Okay, I'll set it up for you. You're not going to try to stop me? No, Augie says. You seem to need this. He hangs up then. As I reach my car, my phone rings. The caller ID tells me it's Ellie. Hey, I say. We need you at the shelter. I don't like the tone. What's wrong? Nothing. Just get here as soon as you can, okay? Okay. She hangs up. I slip into the car and grab the portable police siren light. I almost never use it, but this seems like a good time. I slap it on the roof and drive fast. I arrive at the shelter in 12 minutes. I hurry walk inside, turn left, and half rush down the hall. Ellie is waiting outside her office door. The expression on her face tells me that this is something big. What? I ask. Ellie doesn't speak, instead choosing to gesture toward the inside of her office. I turn the knob, push the door open, and look inside. There are 2 women in the room. The one on the left I don't recognize. The other, It takes me a second to process. She has aged well, better than I would have expected. The 15 years have been a friend to her. I wonder now if those years had been about sobriety and yoga, or at least something along those lines. Anyway, it looks like it. Our eyes meet. I say nothing for a moment, I just stand there. I knew it would come back to you, she says. I flash back to standing across the street from the row houses, the ill-fitted summer dress, the walk-weave as she headed down the street. It's Lynn Wells, Maura's mother. Chapter 16. I don't waste time. Where's Maura? Close the door, the other woman says. Her hair's the color of carrots, with lipstick to match. She's wearing a tailored gray suit with a frilly shirt. I'm not a fashionista, but it looks expensive. And you are? I turn back and reach for the door. Ellie gives me a quick nod as I close it. My name is Bernadette Hamilton. I'm Lynn's friend. I get a sense that they are more than friends, though I don't care in the slightest. My heart is thumping so hard I'm sure they can see it through my shirt. I turn back to Mrs. Wells, all ready to repeat my question more forcefully, when something makes me pull up. Slow down, I tell myself. I have a million questions to ask her, of course, but I also understand that the best interrogations require almost supernatural patience. Mrs. Wells has come to me, not vice versa. She has sought me out. She has even used Ellie as a go-between, so that she didn't have to show up at my home or office or leave a phone trail. That all took effort. The obvious conclusion? She wants something from me. So I should let her talk. I should let her give up something without being asked, stay quiet. That is my normal modus operandi. No reason to change that because it's personal, so I stay calm. Don't ask her questions, don't prompt her or make demands. Not yet. Take your time. Plan. But one thing, Leo. There is no way Mrs. Wells is leaving this room without telling me where Maura is. I stay standing and wait for her to make the first move. Finally, Mrs. Wells speaks. The police came to see me. I say nothing. They said Maura might be involved in a murder of a police officer. When I still don't reply, she says, Is that true? I nod. I see her friend Bernadette reach over and put her hand on Mrs. Wells. Do you really think Maura could be involved in a murder? Lynn Wells asks. Probably, yeah, I say. Her eyes widen a bit. I see the hand tighten over hers. Maura wouldn't kill anyone, you know that. I bite back a sarcastic rejoinder and stay silent. The police officer who visited me, her name was Reynolds, from somewhere in Pennsylvania. She said you were helping in the investigation? Mrs. Wells says it like a question. Again, I don't take the bait. I don't understand, Knapp. Why would you be investigating a murder in another state? Did Lieutenant Reynolds tell you the name of the victim? I don't think so. She just said it was a police officer. His name is Rex Canton. I keep an eye on her face. Nothing. Does the name ring a bell? She considers it. No, I don't think so. Rex was in our high school class. At Westridge High? Yes. The color starts to ebb from her face. The heck with patients. Sometimes you startle them with the surprise question, Where's Maura? I don't know, Lynn Wells says. I lift my right eyebrow, offering up my most incredulous expression. I don't. That's why I came to you. She looks up at me. I hoped you could help me. Help you find Maura? Yes. My voice is thick. I haven't seen Maura since I was 18 years old. The phone on the desk starts to ring. We all ignore it. I look toward Bernadette, but she only has eyes for Lynn Wells. If you want me to help find Maura, I say, trying to keep my tone calm, professional, matter-of-fact, all while my heart rate is spiking, you need to tell me what you know. Silence. Lynn Wells looks at Bernadette, who shakes her head. He can't help us, Bernadette says. Lynn Wells nods. This was a mistake. Both women rise. We shouldn't have come. They both start for the office door. Where are you going, I ask. Lynn Wells' voice is firm. We're leaving now. No, I say. Bernadette ignores me and circles toward the door. I shift my body to block her. Move, she says. I look at Lynn Wells. Maura is in over her head. You don't know anything. When Bernadette goes for the knob, I'm still in the way. Are you going to hold us here by force? Yes. I'm not bluffing. I've spent my entire adult life waiting for answers, and now that those answers are standing in front of me, I will not let them walk out the door. No way, no how. I will keep Lynn Wells here until I know what she knows. I don't care what that takes. I don't care about the ethics or legalities. Lynn Wells will not leave this room without telling me all she knows. I don't move. I try the crazy eyes, but they won't come. There's a quake inside of me, an internal shake, and I think they can see it. You can't trust him, Bernadette says. I ignore her and focus on Mrs. Wells. 15 years ago, I begin. I came home from a hockey game. I was 18 years old, a senior in high school. I had a great best friend in my twin brother. And I had a girlfriend I thought was my soulmate. I sat at my kitchen table and waited for my brother to come home. Lynn Wells studies my face. I see something I can't quite comprehend. Her eyes start to water. I know. Both our lives changed forever that night. Lynn. She waves Bernadette to silence. What happened, I ask. Why did Maura run away? Bernadette snaps. Why don't you tell us? That reply puzzles me. But Lynn puts a hand on Bernadette's shoulder. Wait outside. I'm not leaving you. I need to talk to Knapp alone. Bernadette protests, but she isn't going to win this one. I move away from the door just a bit. I'm still not taking chances. I open the door just enough so that Bernadette can slip through. I'm actually crazy enough to keep an eye on Maura's mom, as though she might try to bolt through it too. She doesn't. Bernadette eventually slides through the opening, throwing a baleful glare in my direction as she does. Maura's mom and I are alone now. Let's sit down, she says. You know how it was between Maura and me back then. Lynn Wells and I have turned the two chairs in front of Ellie's desk so that they are facing each other. I notice now that there is a wedding band on her left hand. She keeps turning and twisting it as she speaks. She waits for me to reply, so I say, I do. It was rough. That was my fault, at least most of it. I drank too much. I resented how being a single mother held me back from, I don't even know what. More drinking, I guess. And the timing didn't help, what with Maura being a teenager and all that goes along with that. Plus, she was naturally rebellious. Of course, you knew that. It was part of what drew you to her, don't you think? So you mix all that together and... She makes two fists and then spreads her fingers, indicating an explosion. We were struggling. I was working 2 jobs, one at a Kohl's, another waitressing at a Bennigan's. Maura worked part-time at Jensen Pet Store for a while. You remember that, right? Yes. Do you know why she quit? She said something about allergies to the dogs. There was a smile on her face, but there was no joy there. Mike Jensen kept putting his hand on her ass. Even now, after all these years, I feel that heat rush through me. Are you serious? But of course she is. Maura said you were hot-headed. She was afraid if she told you. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We lived in Irvington at the time, but when she worked at the pet store, we got a little taste of Westbridge. This woman I worked with at Kohl's gave me an idea. She said I should move into the cheapest housing in a town with good schools. Your daughter will get the best education that way, she said. That made sense to me. Whatever else you can say about Maura, she was whip-smart. Anyway, that's what we did. You two met a short time later. Lynn Wells fades away. I'm stalling, she says. So, skip ahead to that night, I tell her. She nods. Maura didn't come home. I keep still. I didn't realize this right away. I was working a late shift, and then I went out with some friends, drinking, of course. I didn't get home until 4 in the morning. Maybe 4. I don't even know. I don't remember. I don't think I checked her bedroom. Great mom, right? I also don't know if that would have made a difference. If I saw Maura wasn't there, what would I have done differently? Probably nothing. I would have figured that she stayed at your place or went to the city. She visited friends in Manhattan a lot, though not as much once you two started dating. And when I finally woke up and Maura wasn't there, well, it was close to noon. I figured she'd gone out already. That made the most sense, right? So I didn't think much of it. Then I went to work. I had a double shift at Bennigan's. It was near closing time when the bartender said there was a call for me. That was odd. I got scolded by the manager for that. Anyway, it was Maura. In my pocket, I feel my phone vibrate. I ignore it. What did she say? I was worried, because like I said, she'd never called me at work, so I hurried over and said, "You okay, hon?" And she just said, "Mom, I'm going away for a little while. If anyone asks, I'm too upset by what happened and I'm changing schools." Then she tells me, "Don't talk to the police." She takes a deep breath. You know what I say back? What? The sad smile is back. I ask her if she's high. That's the first thing I ask my daughter who is calling me for help. I say, "Are you high or something?" What did she say? Nothing. She hung up. I'm not even sure she heard me. And I didn't even know what Maura meant by being upset by what happened. See, I was that out of it, Nap. I didn't even know about your brother and that Styles girl yet. So I just went back to work, waitressing. I got 2 tables complaining by now. And I was taking an order at a table across from the bar. They got all those TVs on? I nod. Well, usually it's on sports, but someone flipped it over to the news station. That's when I saw. She shakes her head. God, how awful. They didn't say any names, so I didn't even know it was your brother or anything. Just 2 Westbridge students got run over by a train. So maybe now Maura's call made a little bit of sense to me. I figured she was upset by this, wanted a few days away to deal with it. I didn't know what to do, but I've learned a few things in my life. One was not to react too quickly. I'm not the smartest woman. Sometimes if you have a choice of taking Road A or Road B, you should just stay where you are until you know the lay of the land, so I calmly finished my shift. Like I said, it all made sense, except, well, what about the part about not talking to cops? That part bothered me. But I was too busy working to think about it much. So, anyway, when my shift was over, I went out to my car. I was supposed to meet up with a guy I'd started seeing, but I didn't want to anymore. I just wanted to get home and hunker down. So I walked out to the lot. It was pretty empty by then. And there were these men there waiting for me. She turns away and blinks. Men, I repeat. 4 of them. You mean like cops? That's what they said. They flashed badges at me. What do they want? They wanted to know where Maura was. I'm picturing this. Bennigan's had closed down years ago, replaced by another chain restaurant called the Macaroni Grill, but I know the parking lot. What did you tell them? I said I didn't know. Okay. They were very polite. The lead guy, the one who did all the talking, he had this pale skin and whispery voice. Gave me the chills. His fingernails were too long. I don't like that on a man. He said that Maura wasn't in trouble. He said that if she just came forward now, it would all be okay. He was very persistent. But you didn't know. Right. So then what? So then? I see her eyes filled with tears. She reaches her hand up and puts it on her own throat. I don't even know how to tell this part. I reach out now and put my hand on hers. It's okay. Something has changed in the room. You can feel it like an electric surge. What happened next, Mrs. Wells? What happened next? She stops, shrugs. It's a week later. I pause. Then I say, I don't understand. Neither do I. Next thing I remember, I hear pounding on my back door. I open my eyes, and I'm in my own bed. I peek through the shade to see who was there. She looks at me. It was you, Nat. I remember this, of course. I remember going to their house and pounding on that back door, searching for Maura, who had not contacted me since my brother's death, other than to say that the news about my brother was too awful, that she was going away, that we were over. I didn't answer the door, she says. I know. I'm sorry about that. I wave it off. You said something about it being a week later. That's just it, see. I thought it was the next morning, but a full week had passed. I didn't know what to do. I tried to recreate what had happened. The most likely thing was that I drank myself into an extended blackout, right? I figured the pale man with the whispery voice thanked me for my time, told me to get in touch if I heard from Maura, and left me. And I got in my car and went on a bender. She tilted her head. Doesn't that sound like the most likely explanation, Nap? The room feels 10 degrees cooler. But I don't think that's what happened. What do you think happened, I ask. I think the pale man with the whispery voice did something to me. I can hear my breathing like seashells pressed against my ears. Like what? I think they took me someplace and asked me about Maura again. I had these memories when I first woke up, bad memories. But they disappeared like after a dream. You ever have that? You wake up and you remember the nightmare and you think you'll never forget it, and then the images just slip away. I hear myself say yes. That's what it was like. I know it was bad. Like the worst dream possible. I reach out and try to remember, but it's like grabbing smoke. I nod more just to have something to do, some way to handle the blows. So, what did you do? Lynn Wells shrugs. I went to work at Kohl's. I thought I'd get in huge trouble for missing shifts, but they said I called in sick. And you don't remember doing that? No. The same thing when I went to Bennigan's. They said I called in sick too. I lean back now, try to take it in. I got paranoid too. I kept thinking I was being followed. I would see a man reading a newspaper and I'd be sure he was watching me. You started coming around the house too, Nap. I remember snapping at you to go away, but I couldn't keep that up. I knew I had to do something until Maura told me what was going on, so I did what she said. I told you that lie about her transferring schools. I contacted Westbridge High, too. I told them we were moving and would let them know where to forward Maura's records. The school didn't really ask too many questions. I think a lot of your classmates were devastated and taking time off. Lynn Wells puts her hand to her throat again. I need some water. I get up and circle behind the desk. Ellie keeps a small fridge under the windowsill. I wonder why Mrs. Wells came to me via Ellie, but there are more pressing matters. I open the fridge, see the anally laid-out water bottles, and grab one for her. Thank you, she says. She twists open the top and takes a deep pull like, well, an alcoholic. You quit drinking, I say. You're always an alcoholic, she says, but yes, it's been 13 years since my last drink. I nod my approval. Not that she needs it. I owe Bernadette for that. She's my rock. Just when I was at my lowest, I found her. We got legally married 2 years ago. I don't know what to say to that. I want to get back on topic, so I just say, okay. And then I add, when did you next hear from Maura? She takes another swig and twists the top back on the bottle. Days passed, then weeks. I jumped every time the phone rang. I thought about telling someone, but who? Maura had said not to go to the police, and after what I experienced with that pale guy, well, like I said, if you aren't sure about Road A or B, just stay where you are. But I was scared. I had terrible dreams. I could hear that whispery voice asking me over and over about where Maura was. I didn't know what to do. The whole town was grieving over your brother and Diana. Diana's father, the police chief, he came by one day. He wanted to know about Maura, too. What did you tell him? The same thing I told everyone else. Maura was freaked out by what happened. I said she was staying with my cousin in Milwaukee for a while and then transferring schools. Was there a cousin in Milwaukee? She nods. He said he would cover for me. So when did you hear from Maura again? She stares at the water bottle, one hand on the white top, the other cupping the bottom. 3 months later. I stand there, trying not to look stunned. So, for 3 months, I had no idea where she was. I had no contact, nothing. I don't know what to say. My phone vibrates again. I worried 1,000,000 times over. Maura was a smart girl, resourceful, but you know what I figured? I shaked my head. I figured she was dead. I figured the pale man with the whispery voice found her and killed her. I was trying to stay calm, but really, what could I do? If I went to the police, what would I say? Who would believe me about that missing week, or any of it, really? Whoever those guys were, they either killed her, or if I made too much noise, I was going to help them kill her. Do you see my choices? Going to the police wasn't going to help her. Maura either was making it on her own or she was dead, I say. Lynn Wells nods. So where did you finally see her? At a Starbucks in Ramsey. I went to the bathroom in the back and suddenly she came in behind me. Wait. She didn't call you first? No. She just showed up. Yes. I try to comprehend this. So what happened? She said she was in danger, but that she'd be okay. What else? Nothing. That was all she said? Yes. And you didn't ask? Of course I asked. For the first time, Lynn Wells has raised her voice. I grabbed her arm and desperately hung on. I begged her to tell me more. I apologized for everything I did wrong. She hugged me and then she pushed me away. She got out the door and headed out the back. I followed her, but you don't get it. So explain it to me. When I came out of the bathroom, there were men there again. I gave it a second to make sure I'm hearing right. The same men? Not literally the same, but one headed out the back door too. I got to my car and then what? When Lynn Wells looks up, when I see the tears come to her eyes and her hand go to her throat again, I feel my heart plummet down a mine shaft. Some might say that the pressure of seeing my daughter again sent me on another bender. I reach out again and take her hand. How many days this time? 3. But you see it now, don't you? I nod. Maura knew, yes. She knew that they would interrogate you, maybe with drugs, maybe harshly. And if you didn't know anything, I couldn't help them. More than that, I say. What do you mean? Maura was keeping you safe, I tell her. Whatever made her run, if you knew about it, you'd be in danger too. Oh my God. I try to focus. So what then, I ask. I don't know. Are you saying you haven't seen Maura since that day in Starbucks? No. I've seen her 6 times. In the past 15 years? Lynn Wells nods. Always by surprise, always a quick visit to let me know she's okay. For a while, she set up an email account for us. We never sent anything. We would both just leave it in our draft files. We both had the password. She used a VPN to keep it anonymous, but then she started to think that was too risky. And in a way, oddly, she had nothing to say to me. I told her about my life, about my quitting drinking and Bernadette. But she never said anything about her own life. It was torture for me. She holds the water bottle a little too tightly. I have no idea where she's been or what she's been doing. My mobile phone vibrates again. This time I glance at it. It's Augie. I put the phone to my ear. Hello? We found Hank. Chapter 17. Do you remember Hank's 10th birthday party, Leo? It was a big year for laser tag and Nerf wars and sports-themed parties. Eric Cuby had that soccer party in an indoor bubble. Alex Cohen had her birthday at that mall with mini-golf and a rainforest cafe. Michael Stodders had video games and virtual reality rides. They strapped us in and shook the seats and we stared at the screen. It really felt like we were on a roller coaster. You got sick on that one. Hank's party, like Hank, was different. His was held in a science laboratory at Reston University. Some guy with thick glasses and a white lab coat led us through a series of experiments. We made slime using borax powder and Elmer's glue. We made high-bouncing polymer balls and giant ice marbles. We did lab stuff involving chemical reactions and fire and static electricity. The party was better than I thought it would be. A geek heaven, even the jocks would love. But the part I remember best is the expression on Hank's face sitting right up front, his eyes wide and dreamy. That dorky smile plastered to his face. Even then, even as a 10-year-old, I got how happy Hank was, how much in his element, ha-ha, how rare it was for any of us to reach this particular high. Even then, and I doubt I could have articulated this, part of me wanted to stop time for him. Just let him stay in this moment, this room, his friends and his passions locked together for longer than the 45 minutes of entertainment followed by 15 minutes of cake. I think back now about that party, about the purity of that moment for Hank, about the directions our lives take, and what the timeline was between that moment and now. The link between that happy boy with the dorky smile and the naked and mutilated dead man hanged by his neck from a tree. I can still look on the face, bloated, grotesque, decaying even, and see that little boy at the party. It's weird how you can do that with people you grew up with. The stench knocks everyone else back a step, but for some reason it doesn't bother me. I've seen my share of dead bodies. Hank's naked corpse looks like someone ripped out his bones, a marionette held up by one string. Cut marks, probably made by a sharp blade, cover his torso. But the thing that keeps drawing your attention is the most obvious one. Hank was castrated. I'm surrounded by my two superiors. On one side of me is Essex County Prosecutor Lauren Muse. On the other side is Augie. We are all staring up in silence. Muse turns to me. I thought you asked for a few personal days. Not anymore, I want this case. You knew the victim, right? Years ago. Still. No way. Muse is one of those tiny women who seem to emanate great strength. She gestures to a man heading down the hill. Manning will take it. Augie still hasn't spoken. He too has seen his share of dead bodies, but his face is ashen. County has jurisdiction in homicides. The town of Westbridge, Augie's department, offers only support. My job will be to liaise between the two. Muse looks back over the hill. Did you see all those media trucks? Yes. You know why so many showed up? I do. That viral video. Muse nods. A man is outed as a sexual predator via online vigilantism. The video has, 3 or 4 million hits. Now that man is found in the woods, hung from a tree. When it gets out that he was castrated. She doesn't have to finish. We all get it. A total shit show. I'm almost glad now I'm not the lead on this one. Alan Manning walks past us like we aren't there. He stands by Hank's slightly swaying remains and makes a show of inspecting him. I know Manning. He's not a bad detective. But he's not a good one either. Muse takes a step back. Augie and I follow her. Augie tells me you spoke to the mom who posted the video, she says to me. Suzanne Hansen. What did she say? That she lied? That Hank didn't really expose himself? Muse slowly turns toward me. Come again? Mrs. Hansen just didn't like an undesirable hanging around the school. And now he's dead, Muse says with a shake of her head. I don't reply. Ignorant, stupid. She shakes her head again. I'm going to see if we could charge her with something. I have no issue with that. Do you think maybe Mrs. Hansen is involved in this? Muse asks. No, I think to myself. And I want to be honest, I don't want to lead Manning off the scent, but I also want what's best for the case, which may involve slight misdirection, so I say, I think the Hansens might be a good place for Manning to start. We stare up at the body again. Manning is circling underneath it, his face scrunched up. His manner is too showy, like something he saw on TV, and I half expect him to whip out a giant magnifying glass a la Sherlock Holmes. Augie still has his eyes on the corpse. I know Hank's father. Then maybe you should be the one to notify him, Muse says. And with the press already buzzing around, the sooner the better. Do you mind if I go with him, I ask? She shrugs a suit yourself. Augie and I start walking away. Franco Cadedu, the county medical examiner and a good guy, has just arrived. He passes us with a stern nod. Franco is always all business on the scene. I return the stern nod. Augie does not. We keep walking. The crime scene guys, dressed in full bodysuits and surgical masks and gloves, hurry past us. Augie doesn't so much as glance at them. His face is set, trudging toward a dreaded task. Doesn't make sense, I say. It takes a moment or two for Augie to reply. How's that? Hank's face. What about it? It isn't purple, or even a different hue than the rest of his body. Augie says nothing. So he didn't die from strangulation or a broken neck, I say. Franco will figure that out. Another thing. The smell, it's beyond rancid. You can see the start of decay. Augie keeps walking. Hank disappeared 3 weeks ago, I say. My guess is he's been dead that long. Again, let's wait for Franco. Who found the body? David Elephant, Augie says. He was walking his dog off leash. The dog ran this way and started howling. How often does Elephant do that?
Do what?
Walk his dog here. This ravine is somewhat out of the way, but it isn't that remote.
I don't know why.
Let's say I'm right. Let's say Hank has been dead for 3 weeks. Okay. If Hank's body had been hung up on that tree all that time, don't you think someone would have spotted it by now? Or noticed that smell? We aren't that far away from civilization, right? Augie doesn't reply. Augie,
I hear you.
something isn't right. He finally stops and turns back toward the crime scene in the distance.
A man was castrated and hung from a tree, he says. Of course something isn't right.
I don't think this is about that viral video, I say. Augie doesn't reply. I think it's about the conspiracy club and that old military base. I think it's about Rex and Leo and Diana. I see him flinch when I say his daughter's name. Augie. He turns and starts walking again.
Later, he says.
What?
We'll talk about it later, Augie says. Right now I just need to tell Tom that his boy is dead.
Tom Stroud stares down at his hands. His lower lip trembles. He has not spoken not one word since he opened the door. He knew. Right away. He looked at our faces and knew. They often do. Some claim that the first step in the grieving process is denial. Having delivered my share of life-shattering news, I have found the opposite to be true. The first step is complete and immediate comprehension. You hear the news, and immediately you realize how absolutely devastating it is, how there will be no reprieve, how death is final, how your world is shattered, and that you will never, ever be the same. You realize all that in seconds, no more. The realization floods into your veins and overwhelms you. Your heart breaks, your knees buckle. Every part of you wants to give way and collapse and surrender. You want to curl up into a ball, you want to plummet down that mine shaft, and never stop. That's when the denial kicks in. Denial saves you. Denial throws up a protective fence. Denial grabs hold of you before you leap off that ledge. Your hand rests on a hot stove. Denial pulls your hand back. The memories of that night rush in as we enter Tom Stroud's home, and part of me longs for that protective fence. I had thought that it was a good idea to come, but seeing Augie deliver bad news, the worst news, just as he did that night you died, is hitting me harder than I had anticipated. I blink, and somehow, Tom Stroud becomes Dad. Like Dad, he stares down at the table. He, too, winces as though absorbing punches. Augie's voice, a blend of tough, tender, compassionate, detached, brings me back more than any sight or smell, the nightmarish déjà vu, as he tells yet another father about the death of his child. The two older men sit in the kitchen. I stand behind Augie, maybe 10 feet back, ready to come off the bench, but hoping the coach doesn't call my number. My legs feel wobbly. I am trying to put it together, but it is making less and less sense. The official investigation, the one undertaken by Manning and the county office, will, I'm certain, concentrate on the viral video. It will seem simple to them. The viral video goes public, the public is outraged, someone takes matters into their own hands. It is neat. It makes sense. It may even be correct. The other theory, of course, is the one I will follow. Someone is killing off the old conspiracy club members. Of the 6 possible members, 4 have been killed before their 35th birthday. What are the odds that there is no connection? First Leo and Diana, then Rex, now Hank. I don't know where Beth is, and of course, there's Maura, who saw something that night that caused her to run away forever. Except, why now? Let's say somehow they all saw something they shouldn't have that night. Again, this may sound like paranoid thinking, even if the group was called the Conspiracy Club, but I need to play it out. Suppose they all saw something that night. Maybe they ran. And the bad guys only, caught Leo and Diana? Okay, stay with that. So then, again what? They dragged Leo and Diana to the railroad tracks on the other side of town and made it look like they were killed by a train. Okay, fine. Let's assume the others ran. Maura they couldn't find. That all works. But what about Rex and Hank? And Beth? Those 3 never hid. They stayed in high school and graduated with us. Why didn't the bad guys from the base kill them? Why would they wait 15 years? And talk about coincidental timing. Why would the bad guys finally kill Hank around the same time that viral video came out? Did that make sense? No. So how is the viral video tied into this? I'm missing something. Tom Stroud finally starts to cry. His chin goes down to his chest, his shoulders start to spasm. Augie reaches across and puts a hand on Tom's upper arm. It's not enough. Augie moves closer. Tom leans forward and starts sobbing onto Augie's shoulder. I see Augie in profile now. He closes his eyes, and I see the pain on his face. Tom's sobs grow louder. Time passes. No one moves. The sobs start to subside eventually. They fade away. Tom Stroud pulls back and looks at Augie. "Thank you for telling me yourself," Tom Stroud says. Augie manages a nod. Tom Stroud wipes his face with his sleeve and forces up a smile of some sort. "We have something in common now." Augie looks a question at him. "Well, something horrible," Tom continues. "We've both lost children. I know your pain now. It's like being members of the worst club imaginable." Now it is Augie who winces, as though absorbing blows. "Do you think that awful video had something to do with it?" Tom asks. I wait for Augie to answer, but he seems lost now. I take the question for him. "They'll certainly be looking into that," I say. "Hank didn't deserve that. Even if he did expose himself, he didn't." Tom Stroud looks at me. "It was a lie. My mother didn't like Hank hanging around the school." Tom Stroud's eyes grow big. I think about those grieving steps again. Denial may be quickly giving way to anger. "She made it up?" "Yes." Nothing in his expression changes, but you can feel his temperature rising. "What's her name?" "We can't tell you that." "Do you think she did it?" "Do I think she killed Hank?" "Yes." I answer honestly. "No." "Then who?" I explain how the investigation has just started and offer the expected doing all we can platitudes. I ask him if he has someone he can call to be with him. He does, a brother. Augie barely says a word, hanging by the door, rocking back and forth on his heels. I settle Tom in as best I can, but I'm not a babysitter. Augie and I have been here long enough. "Thanks again," Tom Stroud says to us at the door. Just in case I haven't uttered enough banalities, I say, "Sorry for your loss." Augie heads out first, starting up the walk. I have to hurry to catch up with him. "What's up?" "Nothing." "You got awfully quiet in there. I thought maybe you got an update on your phone or something." "Nope." Augie reaches the car and opens the door. We both get in. "So what gives?" I ask. Augie glares through the front windshield at Tom Stroud's house. "Did you hear what he said to me?" "You mean Tom Stroud?" He keeps glaring at that door. "He and I have something in common now." I see a tremor hit his face. "He knows my pain." His voice is thick with disdain. I can hear his breathing thicken and grow labored. I don't know what to do here, how to play it, so I just wait. "I lost a beautiful, vibrant, 17-year-old daughter, a girl with all the promise in the world. She was my everything, Nap. You get that? She was my life." He looks at me now, the same glare. I meet his eye and don't move. "I woke Diana up for school in the morning. I made her chocolate chip pancakes every Wednesday. When she was a little girl, I took her every Saturday morning to the Armstrong Diner, just the two of us. And then we'd go to Silverman's and buy ponytail holders or neon scrunchies or those tortoiseshell clips for her hair. She collected hair stuff. I was just the clueless dad, what do I know? All of that stuff was still there when I cleaned out her room. Threw them all away. When she had rheumatic fever in 7th grade, I slept in a chair at St. Barnabas for 8 straight nights. I sat in that hospital and watched her and begged God to never hurt her. I went to every field hockey game, every holiday concert, every dance recital, every graduation, every parents' day. When she went on her first date, I secretly followed them to the movies because I was so nervous. I stayed up every night she went out because I couldn't fall asleep until I knew she was home safe. I helped her work on college essays no one ended up having to read because she died before she could apply.
I loved that girl with all my might every single day of her life, and he—"
Augie practically spits the word out toward Tom Stroud's house.
"He thinks now we have something in common? He thinks, what? That he, a man who abandoned his son when things got tough, knows my pain?"
He hits his own chest when he says the word my. Then he stops, grows quiet. His eyes close. A small part of me wants to say something comforting, something along the line that Tom Stroud just lost his son, and so we need to cut him a little slack, but most of me gets exactly what Augie means and doesn't feel the need to be that generous. When Augie opens his eyes, he stares at the house again.
"Maybe we need to look at this in a new way," he says.
"How's that?"
"Where was Tom Stroud all those years?"
I stay quiet.
"He claims he was out west," Augie continues, "opening a fish and tackle business."
"With a gun range in the back," I add. Now we both stare at the house.
"He also claims he came back every once in a while, tried to bond with his kid who rejected him."
"So?" Augie doesn't answer for a moment. Then he lets loose a long breath and says,
"So maybe he came back 15 years ago."
"Seems a stretch," I say.
"It does,"
Augie agrees.
"But it might be a good idea to check on his whereabouts."
Chapter 18. When I arrive back home, the Walshes are outside. I give them the big Mr. Friendly smile. Look how harmless the single guy is. They wave back. They all know your tragic story, of course. It's legend in these parts, as they say. I'm surprised none of Westbridge's wannabe Springsteens has written the Ode to Leo and Diana. Still, they all think that it can't happen to them. That's how people are. They all hunger for the details not solely because they are ghoulish, that's part of it, no question, but more because they need to know that it can't possibly happen to them. Those teens drank too much. They took drugs. They took foolish chances. Their parents didn't raise them right. They didn't watch closely enough, whatever. Can't happen to us. Denial isn't just for the grieving. I still haven't heard back from Beth Lashley. That troubles me. I call the Ann Arbor Police Department and locate a detective named Carl Legg. I explained to him that I'm looking for a cardiologist named Beth Fletcher née Lashley, and I'm getting the runaround from her office staff. Is she wanted in connection to a crime? Legg asks me. No, I just need to talk to her. I'll head over to her office myself. Thanks, no worries. I'll call you when I know more. The house is quiet. The ghosts all sleeping. I head up to the second floor and pull the handle. The ladder to the attic comes down. I climb up and try to remember the last time I was up here. I guess I helped bring your stuff to the attic, but if I did, that memory is gone. Maybe Dad spared me and did it himself. Your death was sudden. Dad's was not. He and I had time. He accepted his fate, even as I denied it. By the time his body gave out, Dad had already unburdened himself, and thus me, of most of his worldly possessions. He gave away his own clothes. Packed up his room. He tidied up before the Reaper arrived, so I wouldn't have to. The attic, no surprise, is musty and hot. It's hard to breathe. I expect there to be a ton of boxes and old trunks, all the stuff you see in movies, but there's very little. Dad put down a few planks of wood, that's it, so that most of the floor is pink insulation. That's what I remember most. You and I would come up here as kids, and we'd play a game of having to stay on the boards, because if we stepped on the pink, we would fall straight through the ceiling and land on the floor below. I don't know if that's true, but that's what Dad always told us. I remember as a kid being scared of that, like the insulation was quicksand, and I would step on it and sink in and be gone forever. You never run into quicksand in real life, do you? For something so huge in movies and TV, you never actually hear about anyone getting trapped or dying in quicksand. This is how my mind is roaming as I spot the box in the corner. That's it. One box, Leo. You know Dad wasn't big on material goods. Your clothes are gone, your toys are gone. Purging was part of his grieving process. Not sure what stage that would be. Acceptance, maybe. Though acceptance is supposed to be the last step. And Dad had a bunch more to go through after the purge. We know Dad was an emotional man, but his full-body sobs, the way his chest heaved and his shoulders trembled, his wails of thunderous agony, frightened me. There were times I thought he would physically break in half, that his ceaseless anguish would cleave his torso or something. And no, we never heard from Mom. Did Dad reach out and tell her? I don't know. I never asked. He never told me. I opened the box to see what Dad saved. Here is a thought I haven't had until right this second. Dad obviously knew that you would never be able to open this box. He also knew that he himself would never open it either. That means whatever is in here, whatever he chose to save, would hold value only to me. Whatever Dad saved, he saved thinking that I might one day want it. The box is sealed with tape. It's hard to peel off. I take a key out of my pocket and use it to slice down the seam. Then I pull back the cardboard and peer inside. I don't know what I expect to see. I know you. I know your life. We shared a room for your entire life. It isn't like anything huge is unaccounted for. But as I see the photograph on the top, I feel newly lost. It's a snapshot of the four of us, you and Diana, Maura and me. I remember it, of course. The photo was taken in Diana's backyard, her 17th and last birthday. It was a warm October night. We'd spent the day down at Six Flags Great Adventure. Augie had a friend, a retired cop who now worked for a major park sponsor, and he was able to get us wristbands that gave us limitless access to the Fast Pass lane. No lines for the coasters, Leo. Do you remember? I don't have a lot of memories of you or Diana on that day. We broke off, you and Diana staying mostly in the Arquette area. I remember you won her a stuffed Pikachu, and Maura and I went on the hardcore coasters. Maura wore a crop top that made my mouth dry. You and Diana took a goofy picture with one of the Looney Tunes characters. Which one? I bet it's... Yes, the second photo. I pull it into view. You and Diana standing on either side of Tweety Bird, the Six Flags fountain spouting water behind you. 2 weeks later, you'd both be dead. I study the photograph of the four of us some more. In the picture, night has fallen. Other partygoers are mingling behind us. We are all tired, I guess, a long day. Maura sits on my lap, our bodies entwined in a way only dating teenagers can achieve. You sit next to Diana. She isn't smiling. You look stoned. Your eyes are glassy and hazy. You also look... troubled, maybe. I didn't notice then. I was into my own stuff, wasn't I? Maura and hockey and making a first-tier college. Fate, I was certain, would secure my future happiness. Though I had no real plan, no clue what I wanted to be, I only knew that I would be a huge success. The doorbell rings. I put the photo back and start to stand, but the ceiling is too low. With my back bent, I head toward the opening. As I climb down the ladder, the doorbell sounds again. Then again. Impatient. "Coming!" I shout. I trot down the stairs and see out the window that it's my old classmate, David Rainiv. His high-end business suit seems tailored by a higher entity. I open the door. His face is ashen and crumpled, even as his Hermes tie stays perfectly windsored. I heard about Hank. I don't bother to ask him how. The old saw about bad news traveling fast has never been truer than in the age of the internet. Is it true? I can't really talk about it. They say he was found hung from a tree. The sadness is etched all over his face. I remember him wanting to help when I asked about Hank at the basketball courts. There's no point in being a hard-ass here. I'm sorry for your loss. Did Hank hang himself? David asked. Or was he murdered? I'm about to tell him again that I can't talk about it, but there is an odd desperation on his face. I wonder now whether he came to me for confirmation or something more. Murdered, I say. His eyes close. Do you know something about this, I ask? His eyes stay closed. David? I'm not sure, he says at last. But I think I might. Chapter 19. The Rainivs live at the far end of a Tony new cul-de-sac in one of those McMansions with an indoor pool, a formal ballroom, 800 bathrooms, and 1 million square feet of mostly useless space. Everything about the house screams nouveau riche. The driveway gate is an overly ornate metal sculpture of children flying a kite. It is all wanting to look too old by looking too new. It's labored, trying too hard. Tacky. But that's my take. I've known David a long time. He's always been a good guy. He's generous to charities. He gives his time and energy to the town. I've seen him with his kids. He's not one of those poseur fathers. You know, the ones who make a big production out of watching their kids at the mall or park. So you think, wow, what a caring father. But you can see it's just an act for public consumption. That's not David. Most of all, I see his devastated face now. And I remember how he went through the timeline of his friendship with Hank. That kind of loyalty is the mark of a man. So I don't like his or maybe his wife's taste in houses. Who the hell cares? Get over ourselves. Stop judging. We pull into a garage the approximate dimensions of a college gymnasium. Is that judging? And park. He leads me through a side door and down into what some homes call a basement, but this one has a theater room and wine cellar, so we need to find a new term. Lower level, maybe? He heads into a small room and flicks on a switch. In the back right corner, there is a 4-foot-high old-fashioned safe with a big dial. You're not the cop on the case, right? This is the third time David has asked me that. No. Why, is that a big deal? He bends down and starts fiddling with the dial. Hank asked me to hold something for him. Recently? No. 8, 9 years ago. He said if he was ever murdered, I should find a way to give it to someone I trust. He warned me not to give it to anyone in law enforcement or anyone involved in the investigation. David looks back at me. You see my dilemma. I nod. I'm in law enforcement. Right. But like I said, this was 8, 9 years ago. Hank was already pretty out of it by then. I figured it was nothing, just the ramblings of a diseased mind, but he was pretty adamant about it. So I made a promise to him that if he was ever murdered, I would do the right thing by him. I never really thought of what that meant because, it was just incoherent rambling, right? Except now. He makes one last turn of the dial. I hear a click. He reaches for the handle, and as he does, he turns back and looks up at me. I trust you, Knapp. You're in law enforcement, but I somehow think Hank would be okay with my giving this to you. He opens up the safe, reaches into the back, digs through whatever else is there. I don't pry by looking. And pulls out a videocassette tape that smacks me in the face with déjà vu and sends me, pardon the pun, reeling. I remember Dad buying you a Canon PV-1 digital video camcorder sophomore year. You freaked out with joy. For a while, you filmed everything. You wanted to be a director, Leo. You talked about making a documentary. The pain hits me anew at the thought. The cassette David hands me is in a red plastic case that reads Maxell 60 Minutes, the exact same kind you used. Of course, you weren't the only one who used Maxell tapes back in the day. They were pretty common, but seeing one again after all these years. Did you watch it? I ask. He told me not to. Any idea what's on it? None. Hank asked me to keep it safe for him. I just stare at the cassette another moment. This probably has nothing to do with it, David says. I heard about that viral video of him exposing himself. That was a lie. A lie? Why the hell would someone do that? He's Hank's friend. I owe him something. I give him the quick rundown on Suzanne Hansen's moronic motives. David nods, closes the safe, spins the dial. I assume you don't have anything that plays this kind of tape, I say. I don't think so, no. Then let's find someplace that does. On the phone, Ellie says, Bob found an old Canon in the basement. He thinks it still works, but it may need a charge. I'm not surprised. Ellie and Bob throw out nothing. Even more disturbing, they keep everything organized, so even something like an old video camera that hasn't seen the light of day in a decade will be neatly labeled and kept complete with its charging cord. I can be over in 10 minutes. You'll stay for dinner? Depends on what's on the tape, I say. Right, yeah, that makes sense. Ellie hears something in my voice and knows me too well. Everything else okay? We'll talk. I hang up first. David Rainiv is driving, both hands on the wheel at 10 and 2. I don't want to make a big thing of it, he says, but if there is no next of kin, could you send the body to Feeney's funeral home when you're done and tell them to send me the bill? His father is back in town, I remind him. Oh, right, David says with a frown. Forgot about that. You don't think he'll step up? He shrugs. The guy let Hank down his whole life. I don't know why we'd assume he'll come through now. Good point. I'll check and see. I'd take care of it anonymously if that's okay. Get the guys from basketball there, pay their respects. Hank deserves that. I don't know what people deserve or don't deserve, but I'm okay with whatever. It would mean something to him, David continues. Hank was big on honoring the dead. His mom... His voice grows soft now. Your brother, Diana. I don't say anything. We drive a bit more. I have the tape in my hand, and I think hard about what he just said and ask, what did you mean? About? About Hank honoring the dead, about my brother and Diana. You serious? I look at him. Hank was crushed by what happened to Leo and Diana. That's not the same thing as honoring. You really don't know? I assume the question is rhetorical. Hank took the same walk pretty much every day. You know that, right? Right, I say. He started the path by the middle school. And do you know where he ended up? It suddenly feels like a cold finger is traveling down the back of my neck. The railroad tracks, David says. Hank ended his walk on the exact spot where, well, you know. There's a buzzing in my ears. My words seem to be coming from very far away now. So every day, Hank started his walk by the old military base. I'm trying not to sputter. And ended it where Leo and Diana died? I thought you knew. I shake my head. Some days he would time the walk, David continues, a couple of times. Well, this was strange. What? He'd ask me to drive him, so he could time how long a car ride would take. A car ride between the military base and the tracks on the other side of town? Yes. Why? He never said. He was jotting down calculations and muttering to himself. Calculating what? I don't know. But he was focused on how long it would take to get from one place to another? Focused? David is quiet for a moment. Then he says, I'd say he was more like obsessed. I only saw him at the tracks, I don't know, 3 or 4 times. It would be when I took the train into the city and we'd drive by him. He was always crying. He cared, Nap. He wanted to honor the dead. I try to absorb all this. I ask David for more details, but there's nothing. I ask him about anything else he might know connecting Hank to Leo, connecting Hank to the conspiracy club, connecting Hank to Rex, Maura, and Beth, connecting Hank to anything else about the past, but again, I come up empty. David Rainiv pulls up to the front of Ellie and Bob's house. I thank him. We shake hands. He reminds me again that if anything is needed to give Hank a proper funeral, he's ready to step up. I nod. I see he wants to ask something more, but he shakes it off. I don't have to know what's on the tape, he says. I get out and watch him drive off. Ellie and Bob's lawn is manicured as though they are preparing for a PGA Tour event. Their flower boxes are coordinated and symmetrical to the point that the right half of the house looks like a precise mirror image of the left. Bob opens the door and greets me with the big smile and the firm handshake. Bob works in commercial real estate, though I don't quite get exactly what he does with it. He's a terrific guy, and I would take a bullet for him. We tried going out a few times on our own to Yag's Sports Bar to watch some NCAA March Madness or the NHL playoffs, bro time, but the truth is, our relationship fizzles without Ellie. We are both okay with this. I've heard that men and women can't be friends without there being some kind of sexual component, but at the risk of sounding horribly PC, that's horseshit. Ellie comes over more warily than usual and kisses me on the cheek. I think we both know after the whole meeting with Lynn Wells that there's unfinished business between us, but right now I have bigger concerns. I have the video camera out in the workshop, Bob says. It doesn't have a charge yet, but as long as you keep it plugged in, it works. Thanks. Uncle Nap! Their 2 girls, Leah, age 9, and Kelsey, age 7, come ripping around the corner as only 2 young girls can. They both wrap their arms around me as only 2 young girls can, nearly tackling me with their loving onslaught. I would do a lot more than take a bullet for Leah and Kelsey. I would shoot plenty in return. As godfather to both, and a man with virtually no other family, I dote on Leah and Kelsey and spoil them right up to the line where Ellie and Bob have to admonish me. I quickly ask them now about school, and they enthusiastically tell me. I'm no fool. They are getting older, and soon they won't tear around the corner so fast, but I'm okay with that. Some might wonder whether I feel a pang not having a family of my own yet, or missing being an uncle for your kids. We would have made great uncles for each other's kids, Leo. Ellie starts to shoo them off me. Okay, girls, that's enough. Uncle Nap has to do something in the workshop with Daddy.
What does he have to do?
Kelsey asks. Some work stuff, Bob says to her.
Leah, what kind of work stuff? Kelsey, is it police work stuff, Uncle Nap? Leah, are you catching bad guys?
Nothing that dramatic, I say, and then I wonder whether they know the word dramatic. And then I don't like saying that, since nothing dramatic may be a lie, so I add, I just need to watch this tape.
Ooh, can we watch?
Leah asks. Ellie rescues me from that. You certainly cannot. Go set the table. They do very little moaning before heading off to do their chore. Bob and I head toward the workshop in the garage. The sign above the door reads, Bob's Workshop. The sign is carved in wood, and every letter is a different color. As you might expect, you could film handyman how-to videos in Bob's Workshop. The tools are hung in size order, equidistant from one another. Lumber and piping are stored in perfect pyramids against the back wall. Fluorescent fixtures hang from the ceiling. Plastic bins, all properly labeled, hold nails, screws, fasteners, connectors. The floor is snapped-together rubber modules. All the colors in the room are neutral and soothing. There's no dirt, no sawdust, nothing to dispel the relative calm of the place. I can't hammer a nail, but I see why Bob loves being in here. The camera sitting on the workbench is an exact match, a Canon PV-1, and I wonder whether it is indeed your old one. Like I said, Dad gave away most of your stuff. Maybe somehow that camera ended up with Ellie and Bob, who knows? The Canon PV-1 stands upright with the viewing lens on the top. Bob turns it over and presses the eject button. He reaches back for me to hand him the cassette. I do. He sticks it in and pushes it into the designated slot. It's ready, Bob tells me. Just hit the play button here, he points to it, and you can watch it here. Bob pulls on something, and a little screen hinges out from the side. Everything about this is reminding me of you. Not in a pleasant way. I'll be in the kitchen if you need any help, Bob says. Thanks. Bob heads back into the house, closing the door behind him. No reason for me to drag this out. I hit the play button. It starts with static, which then gives way to darkness. The only thing I can see is the date stamp. 1 week before you and Diana were killed. The picture is shaky, like whoever is holding the camera is walking. It gets shakier, so that maybe whoever was walking is now running. I can't make out anything yet, just black. I think I hear something, but it's faint. I find the volume knob and turn it all the way up. The shaking stops, but the picture is still too dark to make anything out. Playing with the brightness knob doesn't help, so I turn out the lights for better contrast. The garage turns spooky now, the tools more menacing in the shadows. I stare hard at the small screen. Then I hear a voice from the past say, "Is it on, Hank?" My heart stops. The voice on the tape is yours. Hank says, "Yeah, it's on." Then another voice, "Point it up at the sky, Hank." It's Maura. My stopped heart explodes in my chest. I put my hands on the workbench to steady myself. Maura sounds animated. I remember that tone so well. I watch now as the camera pans up. Hank had been pointing the lens at the ground. As he raises it, I can see the lights from the military base. You again, Leo. Do you guys still hear it? I do. It's faint, though. That sounds like Rex. You. Okay, let's stay quiet. Then I hear Maura say, "Holy shit, look, just like last week." My God, you again. You were right, Maura. There are lots of overlapping gasps and excited voices now. I try to make them out. You for sure, Maura, Rex, Hank. Another female voice. Diana? Beth? I'll have to back it up later and listen closer. I'm squinting at the screen, hoping to see what is taking them all by surprise. Then I see it too. Coming out of the sky, seemingly floating into view. I gasp along with them. It's a helicopter. I try to up the volume so I can hear the rotors, but it's already turned up all the way. As though reading my thoughts, Hank fills me in. "Sikorsky Blackhawk," Hank says. "Stealth copter. Barely makes a sound." I can't believe it. That sounds like Beth. The screen is tiny, and even with the lights off in Bob's workshop, it is hard to see exactly what is going on. But there is no question about it now. A helicopter is hovering above the old military base. As the copter starts to descend, Maura whispers,
Let's get closer. Rex, they'll spot us. Mora, so? Beth, I don't know. Mora, come on, Hank. The camera grows shaky again. As Hank moves, it seems closer to the base. At one point he stumbles. The camera points to the ground. I see a hand reach out to help him up, and now I can see the white sleeve of my varsity jacket. As the camera comes back up, Hank lands the focus right on Mora's face. My whole body jolts. Her dark hair is a perfectly tangled mess. Her eyes lit with excitement, her killer smile just south of sane. Mora. I actually say this out loud. From the tinny speaker I hear you say, "Shh, stop." The copter lands. It is hard to see much, but the rotors are still spinning. I can't believe how quiet they are. I'm still not sure what I'm seeing. It may be a door sliding open. There's a flash of bright orange. Could be a person, not sure. Probably has to be. The bright orange reminds me of prisoner garb. There's a noise like someone stepping on a branch. Hank jerks the camera to the right. Rex shouts, "Let's get the hell out of here!" And the picture goes black.
I hit the fast-forward button, but that's it. There's nothing else on the tape. I rewind and watch the scene with the helicopter again, then a third time. It never gets easier to hear your voice or see Maura's face. During the fourth viewing, something new occurs to me. I start putting myself into this timeline. Where was I that night? I wasn't part of the conspiracy club. I didn't really think much of it at the time. This clandestine group was somewhere between cute and childish, in my view, between harmless and, when I was unkind, pathetic. You had your games and secrets, I get that. But how could you guys keep something like this secret from me? You used to tell me everything. I try to travel back in time. Where was I that night? It was like the night you died, a Friday. Friday was hockey night. Who did we play that night? I don't remember. Did we win? Did I see you when I got home? I don't remember. I know I got together with Maura. We headed into the clearing in those woods. I can still see the tangled hair, the killer smile, the eyes lit with excitement, but something was different that night. Something even more electrifying when we made love. I don't think I wondered why back then Maura liked the edge, but I probably selfishly chalked it up to my own wonderfulness. That's how wrapped up I, the big jock senior, was in my own stuff. And my twin brother? I think back to that photograph in the attic, the four of us, the stoned, lost look on your face. Something was going on with you, Leo, something big and probably obvious. And because I was a self-involved prick, I missed it, and you died. I unplugged the camera. I'm sure that Bob won't mind if I take it with me. But I need to think on it. I don't want to act in haste. Hank hid this video because whatever issues he had, he knew this was big. He was paranoid and probably mentally unwell, and, come hell or high water, I still want to honor his wishes. So where do I go with this? Do I take it to the authorities? Do I tell Muse or Manning? Do I tell Augie? First things first, make copies. Put the original in a safe place. I run it through my head, try to see how this all fits together. The old Nike base stayed under government control. It pretended to be some kind of harmless agriculture center so as to hide its real purpose. Okay, I get all that. I even get that you guys saw something that night that could open the place up to public scrutiny. I might even be able to take it a step further. I might even get why they, and by they I just mean the bad guys, working at the base, would want to silence you and Diana. Even though I didn't hear Diana on the tape, was she there? I don't know. But either way, the two of you ended up dead. Question. Why would the others still be alive? Possible answer. They didn't know about Rex, Hank, and Beth. They only knew about you and Diana. Okay. That makes a modicum of sense. Not much, but I'll take a modicum. And I can add Maura into this equation. Somehow they knew about Maura, too. That's why she ran and hid. On the tape, you and Maura are clearly the leaders, so maybe you two went back and did something careless. You got caught. She ran. That all makes some sense. But again, what about the others? Rex and Hank and Beth continued their lives. None of them hid. Maybe after 15 years they started looking again. Maybe something happened after 15 years, so that suddenly they did know. Like what? No idea. But maybe Augie was onto something when he wondered about Tom Stroud. Maybe I need to figure out when exactly Tom Stroud came back to Westbridge. Enough speculating. I'm still missing something. And there is something else I need to do right now. Confront Ellie. It can't be a coincidence that Maura's mother came to me via Ellie. Ellie knows something. This realization is one I half want to ignore. I've taken enough blows today, thank you very much. But if I can't trust Ellie, if Ellie lied to me and doesn't have my back, then where am I? I take a deep breath and open the workshop door. The first sounds I hear are Leah's and Kelsey's laughter. I realize I'm making this family seem somewhat unreal, a little too perfect, but this is what I see. I once asked Ellie how she and Bob did it, and she said, "We've both been through some wars, so now we fight to preserve this." Maybe I understand, but I'm not sure. Ellie's parents' late-in-life divorce was hard on her, Maybe that's part of it, I don't know. Or maybe we don't know anybody that well. I look for the seams in Ellie and Bob's life. Just because I can't see them doesn't mean they aren't there. And just because Ellie and Bob may hide them doesn't make them any less wonderful or human. Dad's quote, "Every person has hopes and dreams." I head into the kitchen, but Ellie isn't there. There's an open seat. Bob turns to me and says, "Ellie had to run out. She left you a plate." Out the window, I see Ellie heading to her car. I make a quick excuse and sprint after her. She's opening her car door and readying to slide in when I shout, "Do you know where Maura is?" That stops her. Ellie turns toward me. "No." I meet her eyes. "To reach me, her mother came through you." "Yes." "Why you, Ellie?" "I promised her I wouldn't say anything." "Who?" "Maura." I know that name is coming, and it still punches me in the teeth. "You," it takes me a second, "you promised Maura?" My mobile rings. It's Augie. I don't answer. Whatever happens now, whatever Ellie tells me, I know nothing will be the same between us anymore. There's very little in my world that keeps me grounded. I have no family. I let very few people into my world. The person who is dearest to me just pulled the life rug, if you will, out from under me. "I have to go," Ellie says. "There's an emergency at the center." "All these years," I say. "You lied to me." "No." "But you never told me." "I made a promise." I try to keep the hurt out of my voice. "I thought you were my best friend." "I am. But being your friend doesn't mean I betray everyone else." My mobile keeps buzzing. "How could you keep something like this from me?" "We don't tell each other everything," she says. "What are you talking about? I trust you with my life. But you don't tell me everything, do you, Nap?" "Of course I do." "Bullshit!" Ellie's voice comes out as a surprise whisper scream. One of those things adults do when they're angry but don't want to wake the kids. "You keep plenty from me." "What are you talking about?" Something flashes in her eyes. "You want to tell me about Trey?" I'm about to say, "Who?" That's how focused I am on this investigation into the possibility of discovering the truth about that night and feeling betrayed by, of all people, the woman who is closest to me. But then, of course, I remember the baseball bat and the beating. Ellie stares hard at me. "I didn't lie to you," I say. "You just didn't tell me." I say nothing. "You don't think I know it was you who put Trey in the hospital?" "It has nothing to do with you," I say. "I'm complicit." "No, you're not. It's on me." "Are you really that dense? There's a line between wrong and right, Nap. You drag me across it. You break the law." "To punish slime," I say. "To help a victim. Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing?" Ellie shakes her head, her anger flushing her cheeks. "You don't get it, do you? When the police come around because they figure there might be a connection between an injured man and a battered woman, I have to lie to them. You know that, right? So like it or not, I'm complicit. You involve me, and you don't have the decency to face me with the truth. I don't say anything to keep you safe." Ellie shakes her head. "Are you sure that's it, Nap?" "What are you talking about?" "Maybe you don't tell me because I'd stop you. Maybe you don't tell me because what you do is wrong. I set up that shelter to help the abused, not to go vigilante on the abusers." "It's not on you," I say again. "I'm the one who makes that call. We all make calls." Her voice is quieter now. "You made the call that Trey deserved a beating. I made the call to keep my word to Maura." I shake my head as my phone starts up. It's Augie again. "You can't keep this from me, Ellie." "Let it go," she says. "What?" "You didn't tell me about Trey to protect me." "So? So maybe I'm doing the same for you." The phone still rings. I have to take it. As I put it to my ear, Ellie jumps into the car. I'm about to stop her, but then I notice that Bob is standing by the door, watching with a funny look on his face. It'll have to wait. "What?" I shout into the phone. "I finally got hold of Andy Reeves," Augie tells me. "The agriculture commander at the military base. And?" "You know the Rusty Nail Tavern? That's a dive bar in Hackensack, right? Used to be. Meet him there in an hour." Chapter 20. I copy the old videotape in the least tech but fastest way possible. I simply play it on the little camera screen while recording it with my smartphone. The quality is not as terrible as I thought it would be, but I won't be winning any cinematography awards either. I upload a copy of the video to my cloud, and then, to be on the safe side, I email it out to another one of my email addresses. Should I send a copy to someone else for safekeeping? Yes. The question is who? I considered David Rainiv, but if it ever got traced back, and yes, I'm being paranoid, I don't want to put him in danger. I think about sending it to Ellie, but same issue. Plus, I need to think it through. I need to really consider my next move with her. The obvious answer is Augie, but again, do I want to just send this out to his computer without any kind of warning? I call Augie on the phone.
You at the Rusty Nail yet?
Augie asks. On my way. I'm emailing you a video. I fill him in on David Rainiv's visit and the rest of it. He stays quiet. When I finish, I ask if he's still on the line.
Don't send it to my work, he says.
Okay.
You got my personal email address?
Yes.
Okay, send it there.
There's a longer pause. Then Augie clears his throat and says,
Diana. You said she wasn't on the tape.
I can always hear it when he says Diana's name. I lost you. A brother, a twin, devastating, sure. But Augie lost his only child. Whenever he says Diana's name, it comes out hoarse, pained, like someone is pummeling him as he speaks. Each syllable rains down new hurt. I didn't see or hear Diana, I tell him, but the tape isn't great quality. You might pick up something I don't.
I still think you're heading up the wrong path.
I think about that. I do too.
So?
So it's the only path I have right now. Might as well stay on it and see where it leads.
Sounds like a plan.
Though not a good one.
No, not a good one,
Augie agrees. What did you tell Andy Reeves, I ask?
About you?
About my reason for visiting, yeah.
Not a damn thing. What could I tell him? I don't even know.
Part of my plan, I say. The not good one.
Better than none at all, I guess. Now I'm gonna watch the tape. I'll call you if I see anything.
The Rusty Nail is a converted house with cedar shake vinyl siding and a red door. I park between a yellow Ford Mustang with the license plate Ebony Ivory and a bus van hybrid with the words Bergen County Senior Center painted on the side. I don't know what Augie meant by saying it used to be a dive bar. From the outside, it still looks like one to me. The only change I notice is the extensive wheelchair ramp. That didn't used to be there. I head up the steps and open the heavy red door. Initial observation, the crowd is old. Very old. I'm guessing the median age is close to 80. Probably came in from the senior center. Interesting. Seniors take field trips to supermarkets and racetracks and casinos. Why not taverns? The second thing I notice, there is an ostentatious white piano with silver trim like something Liberace would have considered too garish, in the middle of the room, complete with a tip jar, straight out of Billy Joel. I almost expect a real estate novelist and Davy from the Navy to be nursing drinks. But I don't see anyone fitting that description. I see a variety of walkers and canes and wheelchairs. The piano player is pounding out Sweet Caroline. Sweet Caroline has become one of those songs played at every wedding and sporting event, beloved by children and seniors alike. The old patrons sing along enthusiastically. They are off-key and have no pitch and don't care. It's a nice scene. I'm not sure which one is Andy Reeves. In my head, I'm expecting someone in his mid-60s with a crew cut and military bearing. A few of the older men fit the bill, I guess. I step into the room. I spot several strong young guys now, their eyes moving around like wary security guards, and I'm tagging them as bartenders or maybe orderlies for the seniors. The piano player looks up and nods at me. He does not have a crew cut or military bearing. He has feathered blonde hair and that kind of waxy complexion I associate with chemical peels. He beckons with a head gesture for me to take a seat at the piano as the older crowd builds to a giant ba ba ba. Good times never seemed so good. So good, so good, so good. I sit. One of the old guys throws his arm around me, nudging me to sing along. I join in for a very unenthusiastic "I've been inclined," and wait for someone else, preferably Andy Reeves, to approach me. No one does. I glance around the room. There's a poster featuring 4 of the happiest, healthiest seniors this side of a Viagra ad with the words, "Tuesday afternoon bingo, $3 drinks," emblazoned across their chests. At the bar, a few of the guys I figure are orderlies, bartenders, pour a red beverage into laid-out plastic cups. When Sweet Caroline finishes up, the old folks hoot and holler their approval. I'm almost looking forward to the next song, enjoying this quasi-normalcy, but the feathered-haired piano man stands up and announces a quick break. The old-timers register their disappointment with gusto. 5 minutes, the piano man says. Your drinks are at the bar. Think up a few requests, okay? That placates them a bit. The piano man scoops the money out of what looks like an oversized brandy snifter, heads toward me, and says, "Officer Dumas." I nod. "I'm Andy Reeves." First thing I notice, his speaking voice is a little breathy. Or whispery. He takes the seat next to me. I try to guess the age. Even with whatever weird cosmetic work has made his face shiny, he can't be more than mid-50s. But then again, the military base only closed down 15 years ago. Why does he have to be older than that? I glance around. This place, I say. What about it? It seems a far distance from the Department of Agriculture. I know, right? He spreads his hands. What can I say? I needed a change. So you no longer work for the government? I retired, 7 years ago? Worked for the USDA for 25 years. Got a nice pension, and now I'm pursuing my passion. Piano. Yes. I mean, not here. This is, you have to start somewhere, right? I study his face. The tan is from a bottle or bed, not the sun. I can see some very pale skin near the hairline. Right, I say. We had a piano at that old Westbridge office. I used to play there all the time. Helped us relax when the job got too stressful. Reeves shifts in his seat and flashes teeth so big and dazzlingly white that they could double as piano keys. So what can I do for you, detective? I jump right in. What kind of work were you guys doing at the military base? Military base? That's what it used to be, I say. A control center for Nike missiles. Oh, I know. He shakes his head in awe. What a history that place has, am I right? I say nothing. But all of that, it was years before we moved in. We were just an office complex, not a military base. An office complex for the USDA, I say. That's right. Our mission was to provide leadership on food, agriculture, natural resources, rural development, nutrition, and related issues based on sound public policy, the best available science, and efficient management. It sounds rehearsed, probably because it is. Why there, I ask. Pardon? The USDA has an office on Independence Avenue in Washington, D.C. Headquarters, sure. We were a satellite. But why there, in the woods like that? Why not? He says, lifting his palms to the ceiling. It was a great space. Some of the work we did, I don't want to boast or make it sound more glamorous than it was, but many of our studies were absolutely top secret. He leans forward. Did you ever see the movie Trading Places? Eddie Murphy, Dan Aykroyd, Jamie Lee Curtis, I say. He's very pleased that I know it. That's the one. If you remember, the Duke brothers were trying to corner the orange juice market, right? Right. Do you remember how? Reeves smiles as he sees on my face that I do. The Dukes were bribing a government official to obtain an advance copy of the USDA's monthly crop report. The USDA, Detective Dumas. That was us. Many of our studies were that important. We needed privacy and tight security. I nod. So that's why you had the fence and all the no trespassing signs? Exactly. Reeves spreads his hands again. Where better for us to conduct our testing than a former military base? Anybody ever defy those signs? For the first time, I think I see the smile flicker. What do you mean? Did you ever have trespassers? Sometimes, Reeves says, as casually as he can muster. Kids would sneak into the woods to drink or smoke pot. And then what? What do you mean? Would the kids ignore the warning signs? Something like that. What would they do then? Nothing. They'd just walk past the signs. And what would you do about that? Nothing. Nothing? We might tell them that this was private property. Might, I ask. Or did? Sometimes we did, I guess. How would you do that exactly? Pardon? Walk me through it. A kid goes past your sign. What would you do? Why are you asking? I put a little snap in my voice. Just answer the question, please.
We'd tell him to go back. We'd remind him that he was trespassing.
Who would remind him, I ask?
I don't understand.
Would you be the one to remind him?
No, of course not.
Then who?
One of our security guards.
Were they guarding the woods?
What?
The signs started probably 50 yards away from your fence. Andy Reeves considers this.
No, the guards wouldn't be that far out. They would be more interested in controlling the perimeter.
So you probably wouldn't see a trespasser until he reached your fence, is that correct?
I don't see the relevance.
How would you spot this trespassing kid? I ask, changing gears. Would you rely on the guard's vision, or did you have cameras?
I think we may have had a few.
Think you had cameras? You don't remember? I'm testing his patience. That's not unintentional. Reeves starts tapping the top of the table with a fingernail. A long fingernail, I notice. Then he gives me the toothy grin and whispers again.
I'm really not going to take much more badgering, Detective.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I say. I tilt my head. So let me ask you this. Why would stealth Blackhawks be landing at a USDA, I do finger quotes, office complex at night? Drop the mic, as one of my goddaughters might say. Andy Reeves hadn't been expecting that one. His mouth drops open, though not for long. His eyes harden. The big wide smile has been replaced with something close-mouthed and far more reptilian.
I have no idea what you're talking about,
he whispers. I try to stare him down, but he has no problem with too much eye contact. I don't like that. We all think eye contact is great or a sign of honesty, but like most things, too much indicates an issue. It's been 15 years, Reeves. He doesn't stop staring. I don't care what you guys were doing. I try to keep the pleading out of my voice. I just need to know what happened to my brother. Exact same volume, exact same cadence, exact same words.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
My brother's name was Leo Dumas. He pretends to be thinking about it, trying to dredge up the name from his memory bank. He was hit by a train with a girl named Diana Stiles.
Oh, Augie's daughter.
Andy Reeves shakes his head the way people do when they speak of someone else's tragedy.
Your brother was the young man killed with her?
He knows this. I know this. He knows I know.
I'm sorry for your loss.
The condescension drips off his voice like maple syrup off a stack of pancakes. Intentionally, of course, striking back at me. I already told you I don't care what you were doing at the base, I try. So if you want me to stop digging into this, all you have to do is tell me the truth. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless you killed my brother, I say. Reeves doesn't take the bait. Instead, he makes a scene out of checking his watch. He looks over at the old folks, starting to meander back toward the piano.
My break is over.
He stands. Before you go, I say. I take out my phone. The video is already up. It's cued to the first time the helicopter appears. I click the play button and hold it up for him. Even the fake tan is leaving his face now.
I don't know what that's supposed to be,
he says, but his voice just isn't making it. Sure you do. It's a Sikorsky Blackhawk stealth helicopter, flying over what you claim is a Department of Agriculture office complex. If you watch a few more moments, that helicopter will land, and after that, you'll be able to see a man in a prisoner-issue orange jumpsuit get out of that copter. That's a touch of an exaggeration. You really just see an orange dot, but a touch is all you need.
You can't verify.
Sure I can. There is a date stamp. The buildings and landscape are unique enough. I have the volume turned down, but the whole thing is narrated. Another exaggeration. The teenagers who made the tape spell out exactly where they are and what they are witnessing. His glare is back. One more thing, I say.
What?
You can hear 3 teenage boys on the tape. All 3 have died under mysterious circumstances. One of the old men shouts out, "Hey, Andy, can I request Living on a Prayer?"
"I hate Madonna," another says.
"That's like a prayer, you moron! Living on a Prayer is Bon Jovi! Who you calling a moron?" Andy Reeves ignores them. He turns to me. The facade is gone now. The whisper is harsher.
"Is that the only copy of the tape?"
"Yes," I say, giving him flat eyes. I was dumb enough to come here without making copies. He speaks through gritted teeth.
If that tape is what you claim, and I stress the word if, revealing it would be a federal offense punishable by a prison sentence.
Andy.
What?
Do I look scared?
It would be treason to reveal that.
I point to my calm face, indicating again that I do not in any way, shape, or form appear frightened by this threat.
If you dare show it to anyone.
Let me stop you there, Andy. I don't want you to worry your pretty head about it. If you don't tell me what I want to know, I'll definitely show it. I'll post it all over Twitter and Facebook with your name on it. I pretend to have a pen and paper and prepare to mime writing. Is Reeves spelled with 2 E's or EA?
I had nothing to do with your brother.
How about my girlfriend, then? Her name is Maura Wells. You want to tell me you had nothing to do with her, either?
My God.
Andy Reeves slowly shakes his head.
You have no clue, do you?
I don't like the way he says it, with sudden confidence. I don't know how to reply, so I go with a simple, "So tell me." Another patron shouts,
"Play Don't Stop Believin', Andy! We love that one! Sinatra! Journey!"
Murmurs of agreement. One guy starts singing,
"Just a small town girl!"
The other answers,
"Living in a lonely world!"
1 second, fellas. Reeves waves and smiles. Just a good old guy enjoying the attention.
Save your energy.
Andy Reeves turns back to me, lowers his mouth until it's close to my ear and whispers,
"If you release that tape, Detective Dumas, I'll kill you and everyone you love. Do I make myself clear?"
"Crystal." I nod. Then I reach out, grab him by the balls, and squeeze. His scream shatters the night air. A few of the old folks jump up, startled. When I let go, Reeves flops to the floor like a fish hitting a dock. The younger guys, the orderlies, react. They rush toward me. I back up, take out my shield. "Stay where you are," I warn. "Police business." The old folks don't like this, and neither do 3 of the orderlies. They come closer, circling me. I take out my phone and snap a quick pic. The old-timers yell at me.
"What do you think you're doing? If I was 10 years younger, you can't just do that! Leave it out of prayer!"
One drops to his knee to tend to the wounded Reeves as the orderlies move closer. I need to close this down now. I show the approaching orderlies the gun in my hip holster. I don't pull it out, but the sight is enough to slow them down. An old man shakes his fist at me.
"We're going to report you!"
"Do what you must," I say.
"You better get out of here now!"
I agree. 5 seconds later, I'm out the door. Chapter 21. I'm not worried about my behavior being called into law enforcement. Andy Reeves will recover, and when he does, he won't want anyone reporting the incident. I am more worried, however, about Reeves' threat. 4 people, you, Diana, Rex, and Hank, have been murdered. Yes, I'm going to use that term now. Forget the claims of accident and suicide. You were murdered, Leo, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let that go. I call Ellie. She doesn't answer, which pisses me off. I look on my phone and check the photo I took of Reeves. He's on the floor, his face scrunched up in pain, but it's clear enough. I attach it to a text and send it to Ellie. The text reads, "See if Maura's mom recognizes him." I start to drive home, but I realize that I haven't eaten anything. I veer to the right and make my way to the Armstrong Diner. It's open 24 hours. Through the window, I see that Bunny is on duty. As I get out of the car, my phone rings. It's Ellie. "Hey," she says. "Hey." That's our way of realizing we went too far, I guess. "Where are you?" she asks. "The Armstrong." "I'll be there in half an hour." The phone goes dead. I get out and start toward the diner. 2 girls, probably late teens, maybe early 20s, stand outside smoking and jabbering away. One is blonde, one brunette, both resembling internet models or wannabe reality stars. That's the look, I guess. I walk past them as they take deep drags. Then I stop and turn back toward them. I stare at them until they feel my eyes. They keep talking for a second or two, glancing toward me. I don't move. Eventually their voices fade away. The blonde makes a face at me. "What's your problem?" I should just go inside, I say. I should just mind my own business, but I want to say one thing first. They both look at me the way you do at a crazy person. Please don't smoke, I say. The brunette puts her hands on her hips. Do we know you? No, I say. You a cop or something? I am, but that has nothing to do with it. My father died of lung cancer because he smoked. So I can just walk right past you. Or I can try to save your life. Chances are you won't listen to me, but maybe if I do this enough, maybe just one time, someone will stop and think, and maybe even quit. So I'm asking you. I'm sort of begging you. Please don't smoke. That's it. I head inside. Stavros is behind the cash register. He gives me a high five and nods toward a table in the corner. I'm a single guy who doesn't like to cook, so I'm here a lot for dinner. Like the menus at most New Jersey diners, the Armstrongs' menu is Bible length. Bunny just gives me the specials menu. She points to the salmon with couscous and gives me a wink. I look out the window. The two smoking girls are still outside. The brunette has her back to me, the cigarette between her fingers. The blonde gives me a baleful look, but there is no cigarette in her hand. I give her a thumbs up. She turns away. She probably finished it already, but I take the victories where I can. I'm just about finished with my meal when Ellie comes through the door. Stavros' face lights up when he sees her. It's a cliché to say that someone lights up a room when she enters it, but at the very least, Ellie raises the average level of goodness, of decency, of virtue in it. This is the first time I just don't take all that for granted. She slides in across the booth, tucking one foot under her. Did you get that photograph to Maura's mom? I ask. Ellie nods. She hasn't replied yet. I see her blink away tears. Ellie, something else I never told you. What? 2 years ago, when I spent that month in Washington. I nod, for that conference on the homeless. She makes a, yeah, right noise. A conference. She picks up the napkin and starts dabbing at her eyes. That lasts a month? I don't know what to make of that, so I stay silent. This has nothing to do with Maura, by the way. I reach out and put my hand on her arm. What is it? You're the best person I know, Nap. I trust you with my life. But I didn't tell you. Didn't tell me what?
Bob.
I stay perfectly still.
There was this woman at work. Bob started staying late, so one night I surprised him. The two of them.
I feel my heart bottom out. I don't know what to say, and I don't think she wants me to say anything, so I tighten the grip on her arm a little. I want to offer some kind of comfort, but I blew that chance. A month-long conference. Man. My best friend was in horrible pain, and I never saw it. Some great detective, right? Ellie wipes her eyes and forces up a smile. It's better now. Bob and I cleared the air. You want to talk about it? Not right now, no. I came to talk to you about Maura, about my promise to her. Bunny comes over, drops a menu in front of Ellie, gives her a wink. When she leaves, I don't know how to continue. Neither does Ellie. So finally I say, you made a promise to Maura. Yes. When? The night Leo and Diana died. Another punch in the teeth. Bunny comes back over and asks Ellie if she wants to order anything. Ellie says a decaf. I manage to order a mint tea. Bunny asks whether either of us wants to try the banana pudding it's to die for. We both decline. That night, I say. Did you see Maura before or after Leo and Diana died? Her answer sends me into another tailspin. Both. I don't know what to say. Or maybe I'm afraid of what I might say. She looks out the window into the parking lot. Ellie? I'll break my promise to Maura, she says. But Nap? What? You're not going to like it. Let me start with the after, Ellie says. The diner is emptying out, but we don't care. Bunny and Stavros have been steering newcomers to the opposite end of the diner, giving us privacy. Maura came to my house, she says. I wait for Ellie to say more. She doesn't. That night? Yes. What time? About 3 a.m. My parents had broken up, and Dad, he wanted me happy, so he converted the garage into a bedroom for me, which was pretty awesome for a teenager. My friends could come at all hours because you could reach my room without waking anybody. I'd heard rumors about Ellie's back door always being open, but this was before Ellie and I became tight, before my brother and Ellie's best friend Diana were found on those railroad tracks. I wonder about that now. The two sturdiest relationships in my adult life are with Ellie and Augie, both born from that tragic night. So anyway, when I first heard the knock, I didn't think much of it. People knew that if they couldn't go home yet, if they were too drunk or whatever, they could crash at my place. Had Maura ever come by before, I asked. No, never. I know I've told you this, but I was always a little in awe of Maura. She just seemed, I don't know, cooler than the rest of us. More mature and worldly. You know what I mean? I nod. So why did she come to you? I asked her that, but at first, Maura was just a wreck, crying and hysterical, which, like I said, was weird to me because she always seemed above it all. It took me like 5 minutes to calm her down. She was covered in dirt. I thought she'd been attacked or something. I actually started checking her clothes to see if anything had been ripped. I read about that in some rape trauma class. Anyway, when she started to calm down, it almost happened too quickly. I don't know how else to put it, like someone had slapped her in the face and shouted, "Snap out of it." What did you do? I broke out a bottle of Fireball whiskey I had hidden under my bed. You? She shakes her head. You really think you know everything about me, don't you? Evidently not, I think. Anyway, Maura shook me off, said she needed to keep a clear head. She asked if she could stay with me for a while. I said, of course. Truthfully, I was kind of flattered that she chose me. This is 3 a.m, around 3, yeah. So, you didn't know about Leo and Diana yet, I say. Right. Did Maura tell you? No. She just said she needed a place to hide. Ellie leaned forward. Then she looked me dead in the eyes and made me promise. You know how intense she could be, right? She made me promise not to tell anyone she was here. Not ever. Not even you. She specifically said me? Ellie nods. I actually thought at first maybe you two had a big fight, but she was too scared. She came to me, I think, because, well, I'm reliable Ellie, right? There were people closer to her. That's what I kept wondering about. Why me? Now I know. Know what? Why she came to me. You heard her, Mom. People were looking for her. I didn't know that back then, but Maura must have figured anyone close to her would be watched or questioned. I nod. So she couldn't go home. Right. She probably thought that they'd spy on you or question your dad. If they wanted to find her, they'd search the people close to her. I see it now. And you really weren't a friend. Exactly. She figured that they wouldn't go to me. So what were they after? Why were these people looking for her? I don't know. You didn't ask? I asked. She didn't tell me. And you let that go. Ellie almost smiles. You don't remember how persuasive Maura could be? Oh, I do. I get it. I learned later that Maura told me nothing for the same reason she told her mother nothing. To protect you. Yes. If you didn't know anything, I continue, you couldn't tell them anything. She also made me promise Snap. She made me swear that until she came back on her own, I couldn't tell anyone. I tried to keep that promise, Nap. I know you're angry about it, but something about the way Maura said it, I wanted to keep my word, and I was really afraid that breaking my word would lead to disaster. To tell you the truth, even now, even as we sit here, I think it's the wrong thing. I didn't want to tell you. So what changed your mind? Too many people are dying, Nap, and I wonder whether Maura is one of them. You think she's dead? Her mom and I, we naturally bonded after this. That first call at the Bennigans, I helped set that up. Lynn left that part out when she talked to you, to protect me. I don't know what to say to all this. You lied to me all these years. You were obsessed. Again that word. Ellie says, I am obsessed. David Rainiv says Hank was obsessed. If I told you about this promise, Ellie says, well, I had no idea how you'd react. Wasn't your place to worry about my reaction. Maybe not. But it wasn't my place to break a promise either. I still don't get it. How long did Maura stay with you? 2 nights. And then, Ellie shrugs, I came home and she was gone. No note, no nothing? Nothing. And since then? More nothing. I haven't seen her or heard from her since. Something isn't adding up. Wait. When did you learn about Leo's and Diana's deaths? I heard about it the day after they were found. I called Diana's house and asked for her, and I see her eyes water up again. Her mom. God, her voice. Audrey Stiles told you over the phone? No. She asked me to come over. But I could hear it. I ran the whole way. She sat me down in the kitchen when she finished. I went home to ask Maura, but she was gone. Still not adding up. But, I mean, you had to figure it was connected, right? She didn't reply. Maura comes to you the night Leo and Diana die, I say. You had to think there was some link. Ellie nods slowly. I figured it couldn't be a coincidence, that's right. And yet you didn't tell anyone. I made a promise, Nap. Your best friend had just been killed, I say. How could you not tell anyone? Ellie lowers her head. I stop for a second. You were the most responsible girl in the school, I say. I could see you keeping a promise, that makes sense, but once you found out Diana was dead. We all thought it was an accident, remember? Or maybe a weird double suicide, though I never believed that. But I didn't think Maura had anything to do with it. Come on, Ellie, you can't be that naive. How could you not tell someone? She lowers her head again. I know it now. She's hiding something. Ellie. I did tell someone. Who? But that was part of Maura's genius when I look back at it. What could I tell anyone? I had no idea where she was. Who did you tell? Diana's parents. I freeze. You told Augie and Audrey? Yes. Augie. I think I can't be stunned anew, yet here I am. He knew that Maura had stayed at your house? She nods, and I'm reeling again. Can you trust anyone in this world, Leo? Ellie lied to me, Augie lied to me, who else? Mom, of course. When she said she was coming right back. Did Dad lie too? Did you? What did Augie say to you, I ask? He thanked me. Then he told me to keep my promise. I need to see Augie. I need to go over to his house and figure out what the hell is going on here. But then I remember something else Ellie told me. You said before and after. What? I asked you if you saw Maura before or after Leo and Diana died. You said both. Ellie nods. You told me about the after. What about the before? She looks off. What is it, I ask. This is the part, Ellie says, you're not going to like. Chapter 22. She stands across the street from the Armstrong Diner and watches them through the window. 15 years ago, after the gunfire shattered the still night, she ran and hid for 2 hours. When she ventured out and saw the parked cars with the men in them, she knew for sure. She made her way toward the bus stop. It didn't matter which bus she got on, she just wanted distance. All the buses leaving Westbridge ended up in either Newark or New York City. From there, she could find friends and support. But it was late. Very few buses were still operating at that hour. Even worse, when she started up near the station by Karim Square, she again noticed men nearby in parked cars. For the next 2 nights, she stayed with Ellie. The 3 days after that, she hid in the Livingston basement art studio of Hugh Warner, her art teacher. Mr. Warner was single, wore a ponytail, and always smelled like a bong. Then she started moving. Mr. Warner had a friend in Alphabet City. She stayed there for 2 days. She cut her hair and dyed it blonde. For a few weeks, she followed groups of foreign tourists in Central Park and stole cash, but when she nearly got caught by an off-duty cop from Connecticut, she knew that had to end. A panhandler told her about a guy in Brooklyn who did fake IDs. She bought 4 new names. The IDs weren't perfect, but they were good enough to get her temporary employment. For the next 3 years, she moved around, a lot. In Cincinnati, she waitressed at a luncheonette. In Birmingham, she worked the cash register at Piggly Wiggly. In Daytona Beach, she donned a bikini and sold timeshares, which felt grimier than robbing the tourists. She slept on streets, in public parks, in chain motels. They were always clean. In the homes of strange men. She knew that if she just kept moving, she would be safe. They couldn't put out an APB on her. There were no wanted posters. They were looking, but they were limited. The public couldn't help them. She joined various religious groups, feigning a reverence for whatever egomaniac served as minister, and used that to find housing, nourishment, protection. She danced at remote gentlemen's clubs, the strangest of euphemisms because they are neither, where the money was good, but the attention too great. She was robbed twice, beaten, and one night she got in way over her head. She blocked on that and moved on. She started carrying a knife. In a parking lot outside of Denver, 2 men attacked her. She stabbed one deep in the gut. Blood poured from his mouth. She ran. He may have died. She never knew. She sometimes hung around community colleges, where the security wasn't too tight, and even attended classes. Near Milwaukee, she tried to settle down for a bit, even getting her real estate license, but an attorney noticed something wrong with her ID during a closing. In Dallas, she prepared taxes at a storefront accounting chain. They pretend to hire real accountants, but her training was a 3-week seminar at the Courtyard Marriott, and for the first time, perhaps because the loneliness was getting overwhelming, she made a real friend in a coworker named Ann Hannon. Ann was great fun and warm, and they became roommates. They double-dated and went to movies, and even took a vacation together to San Antonio. Ann Hannon was the first person she trusted enough to tell the truth, but of course, for both their protection, she never did. One day, as she approached the storefront, she noticed 2 men in suits sitting in the waiting area reading newspapers. There were often people in the waiting area, but these guys looked wrong. She could see Ann through the window. Her always smiling friend was not smiling. So she ran again, just like that. Never called Ann to say goodbye. That summer she worked in a cannery in Alaska. She then did a 3-month stint selling excursions on a cruise ship running from Skagway to Seattle. There were a few kind men along the way, but most were not kind. Most were anything but kind. As the years passed, she twice ran into people who recognized her as Maura Wells, one in Los Angeles, one in Indianapolis. That was bound to happen when she looked back on it now. You spend your life on streets or in public places, someone is going to see you. It was no big deal. She didn't pretend that they were mistaken or claim that she was someone else. She had stories ready, usually involving doing a graduate program. As soon as the person was out of sight, she would be gone. She always had a backup plan, always knew where the nearest truck stop was, because that was the easiest way to get a ride when you looked like she did. A guy was bound to give her a lift. Sometimes, if she got to the stop early enough, she would watch them eat and converse and interact, trying to decide which driver looked the least predatory. You could tell, or you could be wrong. She didn't ask the women drivers for lifts, even the seemingly friendly ones, because women on the road had learned to be suspicious, and she was afraid that they might call her in. She had a series of wigs now, and various glasses with no prescription. That was enough of a disguise in the event that anyone said anything. There are various theories about why the years seem to pass faster as you get older. The most popular is also the most obvious. As you get older, each year is a smaller percentage of your life. If you are 10 years old, a year is 10%. If you're 50 years old, a year is 2%. But she had read a theory that spurned that explanation. The theory states that time passes faster when we are in a set routine, when we aren't learning anything new, when we stay stuck in a life pattern. The key to making time slow down is to have new experiences. You may joke that the week you went on vacation flew by far too quickly, but if you stop and think about it, that week actually seemed to last much longer than one involving the drudgery of your day job. You are complaining about it going away so fast because you loved it, not because it felt as though time was passing faster. If you want to slow down time, this theory holds. If you want to make the days last, do something different. Travel to exotic locales. Take a class. In a sense, this was her life. Until Rex. Until more gunfire. Until Hank. Through the window, she can see the devastation on Knapp's face. It is the first time she has seen him in 15 years. Her life's greatest what-if. The road not taken. She lets the emotions ricochet through her. She doesn't fight them. At one point, she even steps out from the shadows. She stands under a light in the parking lot, in plain view now, not moving, letting fate take the chance that Knapp might turn and look out the diner window and see her, and then... She gives him 10 seconds to look. Nothing. She gives him another 10. But Knapp never looks out the window. Maura turns and disappears back into the night. Chapter 23. Diana and I had plans, Ellie begins. There are only 2 other tables of patrons left, and they are way on the other side of the counter. I'm trying hard to not get ahead of myself, to listen before jumping to conclusions, to absorb first and process later. It probably seemed like silly cliches looking back on it. I was president of the student council, Diana was vice president. We were co-captains of the soccer team. Our parents were close friends. They'd go out to dinner as a foursome. She looks up at me. Does Augie date much? Not really. You said he went down south with a girlfriend recently. Yvonne, Hilton Head. Is that in Georgia? It's an island off South Carolina. How did it go? Ellie asks. How did Augie put it? I don't think it's going to work out. I'm sorry to hear that. I say nothing. He should be with someone. Diana wouldn't want her father alone like that. I catch Bunny's eyes, but she looks away, giving us privacy. Someone has hit one of the old jukeboxes. Tears for Fears remind us in song that everybody wants to rule the world. You said you saw Maura before Leo and Diana died, I say, trying to get us back on course. I'm getting to that. I wait. So Diana and I are in the school library. You probably don't remember this, no reason you would. But we had our big fall dance coming up the week after. Diana was head of the planning committee. I was her second. She's right, I don't remember. The annual fall dance. Maura wouldn't have wanted to go. I wouldn't have cared. I'm not telling this right, Ellie says. It's okay. Anyway, the dance was a big deal to Diana. She'd been working on it over a month. She couldn't decide between 2 themes. One was Vintage Boardwalk. The other was called Once Upon a Storybook. And so Diana suggested that we do both. Ellie looks off now, a small smile toying with her lips. I was adamantly against this idea. I told Diana we have to pick only one, because otherwise it would be anarchy. And because I was a stupid, pathetic little perfectionist. What theme to choose, is what my best friend and I argued about the last time we ever spoke. Ellie stops. I give her the time to put herself back together. So, we're arguing about this, and it's getting kind of heated. And then Maura walks in and starts talking to Diana. I was in a snit about the idea of 2 themes, and so I didn't listen to the first part too closely, but Maura wanted Diana to come with her somewhere that night. Diana said no, that she kinda had it. Had it with what, I asked. She didn't say. But then Diana told us both something. Ellie stops again and looks at me. What? I say. She said that she'd had it with the whole group of them. And by group she meant, look, I didn't really care. I was focused on how someone could possibly think you could have 2 themes for one dance, and how would you possibly mesh Vintage Boardwalk, which I liked, with carnival games and peanuts and popcorn, with Once Upon a Storybook, which I didn't even get. I mean, what the hell does that even mean? But now, after what we saw in the yearbook, I guess maybe Diana was talking about the conspiracy club. I don't know. That's not the part you won't like. What is the part I won't like? What Diana said next. Which was? Diana wanted to wait another couple of weeks, until after the fall dance because, well, she was the planning chair, but Diana said she was tired of your brother and his friends. She swore us both to secrecy. But she said she was going to break up with Leo. I just react. That's crap. Now it's Ellie's turn to stay quiet. Diana and Leo were solid, I say. I mean, yeah, it was high school, but he changed, Nap. I shake my head. Leo was moodier, that's what Diana said. He would snap at her. Look, a lot of kids were experimenting senior year, partying or whatever. That's all he was doing, too. Leo was fine. No, Nap, he wasn't fine. We lived in the same room. I knew everything about him. And yet you didn't know what was going on with the conspiracy club. You didn't know he and Diana were having a rough time of it. That's not your fault. You had Maura and your hockey. You were just a kid. Her voice trails off when she sees my face. Whatever happened that night, Ellie begins. I interrupt her. What do you mean, whatever happened. That military base was guarding a secret. Leo and Mora and, I don't know, the rest of them found out what it is. I don't care if Leo was stoned, or that maybe Diana considered breaking up with him a week later. They all saw something. I have the proof now. I know, Ellie says gently. I'm on your side. You don't sound like it. Nap? I look at her. Maybe you should let this go, she finally says. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Maybe Mora doesn't want to be found. I'm not doing this for Mora, I say. I'm doing this for Leo. But once we are out in the parking lot, once I kiss Ellie's cheek and make sure she's in her car, a thought rises from the ashes and won't so easily be put down. Maybe Ellie is right. Maybe I should let this go. I watch Ellie pull out. She doesn't turn around and wave goodbye. She's always waved goodbye in the past. Dumb thing to notice, but there you go. I wonder about this. It may have been a promise, but she's been keeping a secret from me for 15 years. You would think unburdening herself might lead us to a higher level of trust. That doesn't seem to be the case. I glance around the parking lot for the smoking girls, but they're long gone. Still, I feel eyes on me. I don't know whose. I don't really care. Ellie's words rip through my head like talons. Maybe you should let this go. Maybe Mora doesn't want to be found. What exactly am I trying to do here? Proclaiming that I'll do anything in my quest for justice sounds honorable and brave, but that doesn't make it right. How many more have to die before I step back? By flushing out Mora, am I putting her and others in danger? I'm stubborn, I'm determined, but I'm not reckless or suicidal. Should I let this go? I still feel like I'm being watched, so I turn. Someone is standing behind a tree at the Jersey Mike's subs shop down the street. Doesn't seem like a big deal, but I'm full of paranoia right now. I put my hand to the gun in my hip holster. I don't pull it. I just want to know it's there. As I step toward the tree, my phone buzzes. The number is blocked. I step toward my car. Hello? Detective Dumas? Yep. This is Carl Legg with the Ann Arbor Police Department. You asked me to look into finding a cardiologist named Dr. Fletcher. Any luck? No, Legg says. But there are a few things you should know. Hello, you there? I slide into my car. I'm listening. Sorry, sounded like you cut out for a second. So I visited Dr. Fletcher's office and spoke to the office manager. Cassie, yep, Legg says. You know her? She wasn't cooperative on the phone. She wasn't Miss Congeniality in person either, but we pushed a bit. I appreciate that, Carl. Brothers of the badge and all that. Anyway, Dr. Fletcher called out of the blue last week and said she was taking a sabbatical. She canceled all her appointments and transferred as many as she could to a Dr. Paul Simpson, that's her partner. I look over at the tree. No movement. Has she done this kind of thing before? No, according to Cassie. Dr. Fletcher is a very private person, but completely dedicated to her patients. Canceling suddenly like this was out of character. I then spoke to her husband. What did he say? He said they're separated and he has no idea where she is. He said she called him and said the same thing about a sabbatical. He agreed it was out of character, but he also said that since the separation she's been, and I quote, discovering herself. I start my car and pull out of the lot. Okay, Carl, thanks. You could take it to the next level, of course, get her phone records, her credit card statements, that kind of thing. Yeah, I might do that. Except that means legalities, like getting warrants, and I'm not sure I want to go that route. I thank Carl Legg again and hang up. I start driving toward Augie's apartment on Oak Street. I go slow because I need to clear my head and think this through. Augie was told Mora had gone to Ellie's that night to hide. What did that mean exactly? I'm really not sure. Did Augie follow up? Did he do anything with that information? Most of all, why didn't Augie tell me? My mobile phone rings again, and this time it's my boss, Lauren Muse. Tomorrow morning, Muse says. 9 a.m., my office. What's this about? 9 a.m. She hangs up. Great. I wonder now if maybe one of the old-timers at the Rusty Nail did report the testicular assault on Andy Reeves. Nothing to be gained by worrying about that now. I hit Augie's number on my speed dial. No answer. I'm surprised that he hasn't called me back since I sent him a copy of Hank's videotape. The turn for Oak Street is already upon me. So much for head clearing. I pull into the lot behind the brick apartments and turn off my car. I sit and stare out the window at nothing. That doesn't help. I get out and circle toward the front of the building. The streetlights are a dull amber. 100 yards ahead of me, I see an older woman walking an enormous dog. A Great Dane, maybe, something like that. I can only really see her in silhouette. When I make out what looks like a cigarette in her hand, I sigh and debate calling her out. Nah. I'm a nosy pain in the ass, but I'm not a crusader. Still, as I watch her stoop down with a plastic bag in her hand to clean up, something catches my eye. A yellow car. Or at least it looks yellow. I've seen those amber streetlights play havoc with the colors of white and cream, and even certain light metallic colors. I get to the sidewalk and hurry toward it. As I rush past the older woman, I figure it won't cost me anything not to be a total hypocrite. Please don't smoke, I say. The woman just watches me rush by, which is fine by me. I've had every kind of response. One smoker was a vegan who lectured me on how my eating habits were far worse than anything tobacco and nicotine could do to me. Maybe he had a point. The car is yellow. It's also a Ford Mustang. Just like the car parked in front of the Rusty Nail. I get right up next to it and see the license plate. Ebony. Ivory. I didn't think about it before, but I get it now. Ebony and ivory. Piano terminology. This yellow Ford Mustang belongs to Andy Reeves. Again, I reach and touch my gun, not sure why. I do that sometimes. I wonder where Andy Reeves is right now. I think the answer is obvious. Augie's. I start back toward Augie's apartment. As I pass by the old woman, she says, "Thank you." Her voice is thick with phlegm. I stop. "Too late to do me any good," she says, and I see something heavy in her eyes. "But I appreciate the kindness. Keep it up." I think of several things to say, none of them in the slightest way profound. All of them ruining this moment, so I just nod and head off. This apartment development is old school and utilitarian, so there are no fancy names for the buildings. Buildings A, B, and C line the road from left to right. Buildings D, E, and F are in the row behind them. Buildings G, H, I, you get the drift. Each building houses 4 apartments, 2 on the first floor, apartments 1 and 2, 2 on the second floor, apartments 3 and 4. Augie is in building G, apartment 2. I sprint up the path and turn left. I almost run right into him. Andy Reeves is leaving Augie's apartment, his back to me, closing the door behind him. I move back down the path, out of sight. Then I realize that chances are he'll take this path and see me. I move off the pavement and duck behind a bush. When I glance at the window behind me, building E, apartment 1, I see a black woman with big hair staring out at me. Great. I try to smile at her reassuringly. She doesn't look reassured. I hop away and move down toward building D. I'm not overly concerned about someone dialing 911 on me. By the time anyone responds, this will have been played out. I'm also a cop, and Augie is our captain. Andy Reeves does indeed saunter down the path where I had recently been standing. If he looks to his right, there's a slight chance he'll see me, but I'm mostly blocked by a non-functioning lamppost. I pick up my phone and hit Augie's number again. It goes right into voicemail. I don't like that. Suppose Andy Reeves has done something to Augie. Am I just going to let him go? My mind whirs. 2 choices here. Check on Augie or stop Andy Reeves. Decision made. I spin around building D and head for Augie's apartment. Here's the way I look at it. If I rush in now and find Augie... whatever, either there will still be time to run back and catch the sauntering Andy Reeves before he gets to his car, or if not, if I get there a little late, the guy's making his escape in a neon yellow Ford Mustang. Need I say more? The windows at Augie's apartment are dark, meaning the lights are out. I don't like that either. I rush to the door and pound on it hard. "Wow, relax, it's open." Relief courses through me. The voice belongs to Augie. I turn the knob and push the door open. No lights are on. Augie sits in the dark, with his back to me. Without turning around, he says, "What were you thinking?" "About?" "Did you really assault Reeves?"
I might have squeezed his balls. Jesus, are you out of your mind?
He threatened me. He threatened you too, actually.
What did he say?
That he'd kill me and everyone I loved. Augie sighs. He still hasn't turned around.
Sit down, Nap.
Can we turn a light on? This is kind of spooky. Augie reaches his hand out and flicks on a table lamp. It's not a lot of illumination, but it's enough. I move to my familiar seat and take it. Augie stays in his. How did you know about the ball grab, I ask.
Reeves was just here. He's really upset.
I bet he is. I notice now that there is a glass in Augie's hand. Augie notices me noticing.
Pour yourself one, he says.
I'm good.
That tape you sent me, he says. The ones the kids took of the copter.
What about it?
You can't show it to anybody.
No need to ask why, so I take another approach.
You watched it? Yes.
I'd love to hear your thoughts. Augie gives a heavy sigh.
A bunch of teenagers defied government no trespassing warnings and filmed the helicopter landing at a government site.
That's it?
Did I miss something?
Could you make out who was talking on the tape? I asked. He considered that.
The only voice I recognized for sure was your brother's.
How about Diana?
Augie shakes his head. Diana wasn't on the tape.
You seem pretty certain. Augie raises the glass to his lips, stops, thinks better of it, places it back down. He stares off now, beyond me and into the past.
The weekend before she died, Diana was in Philadelphia doing college tours. All three of us, Diana, Audrey, and me, were there. We visited Villanova, Swarthmore, and Haverford. We liked them all, though Diana thought Haverford might be too small and Villanova might be too big. When we got home on Sunday, she was deciding between two colleges for early decisions, Swarthmore and Amherst, which we'd visited over the summer.
He still looks off, his voice devoid of any emotion.
If Diana made that decision, she never got the chance to tell me. Both applications were on her desk on the night she died.
Now he takes a deep pull from his drink. I give it a moment. Augie, they were covering something up at the base. I expect a denial, but he nods.
Seems so.
You're not surprised?
That a remote government agency protected by barbed wire fencing was a cover? No, Knapp. I'm not surprised.
I assume Andy Reeves asked you about the tape, I say.
Yes.
And?
He said I should make sure you don't release it. He said that it would be tantamount to treason, that it was a matter of national security.
It has to be connected to Leo and Diana. He closes his eyes and shakes his head. Come on, Augie. They discover this secret, and a week later they end up dead.
No, Augie says. It's not connected. At least not like you say.
Are you for real? You think this is all a giant coincidence? Augie looks down into his drink as though there really is an answer at the bottom of it.
You're a great investigator, Knapp. I don't say that just because I trained you. Your mind, you're brilliant in many ways. You see things others can't. But sometimes you need to go back to the basics, to what you definitely know. Stop taking leaps. Look at the facts. Look at what we know for certain.
I wait.
Number 1.
Leo and Diana were found dead by railroad tracks miles away from the military base. I can explain that. He raises a hand to stop me.
I'm sure you can. I'm sure you'll tell me that they could have been moved or whatever. But right now, let me just state the facts, no maybes.
He raises a finger.
Fact 1. Their bodies were found miles from the military base. Fact 2.
A second finger.
The medical examiner concluded that blunt trauma from a moving train caused their deaths, nothing else. Before I continue, are we clear on all this?
I nod, not because I completely agree. A train strike is devastating and might disguise earlier trauma, but because I want to hear what else he has to say.
Now let's examine this tape you found. Assuming it is authentic, and I see no reason to think it's not. 1 week before these deaths, one of the deceased, Leo, saw a helicopter over the base. Your theory, I assume, is that this led to his death. Keep in mind that Diana wasn't with them when they made this video.
Leo would have told her, I counter.
No, he said.
No?
Again, stick with the evidence, Knapp. If you stick with the evidence, you'll conclude as I have, that Diana never knew.
I'm not following, I say.
It's simple.
He meets my eyes.
Did Leo tell you about the helicopter?
I open my mouth and stop. I see where he is going with this. I slowly shake my head.
How about your girlfriend, Maura? She was on the tape, am I correct?
Yes.
Did Maura tell you?
No, I say. Augie lets that sink in before continuing.
And then we have the toxicology report.
I know what the report said. Hallucinogenics, alcohol, and pot in their systems. What about it, I ask. Augie is trying to sound analytical, trying to be just the facts man, but his voice is coarse from the pain.
You knew my daughter for a long time.
Yes.
You could even say you were friends.
Yes.
In fact,
now he sounds a bit like an attorney during a cross-examination.
You set Diana and Leo up.
That's not exactly accurate. I brought them together. I didn't actively set them up, but this hardly seems the time to argue semantics. What's your point, Augie?
All fathers are naive when it comes to their little girls. I was no different, I guess. I thought the sun rose and set on that girl. Diana played soccer in the fall. She was a cheerleader in the winter. She was an active leader in a dozen extracurricular activities.
He leans forward into the light.
I'm a cop, not a fool. I know none of that means your kid won't do drugs or get into any trouble. But would you say Diana was a big partier?
I don't really have to think about the answer.
No, he repeats. And ask Ellie. Ask her how often Diana did drugs or drank before...
He stops himself. His eyes close.
And yet that night, when Leo comes to pick her up, I'm there. I answer the door for him. I shake his hand. And I can see it.
See what?
He's stoned. Not for the first time. I want to say something. I want to stop her from going out the door. But Diana just gives me this pleading look. You know the one, like, don't make a scene, Dad. So I don't. I let her go.
He's there as he says this, shaking hands with you, looking at his daughter, seeing the expression on her face, that what if, that regret, never leaves him.
So now that we got the facts out, Knapp, you tell me. What's more likely? A big conspiracy involving CIA agents that, I don't know, kidnapped two kids because one of them had filmed the helicopter the week before? If the CIA knew about that, why did they wait a week before they killed him? Drag them both across town to railroad tracks and, I guess, push them in front of a speeding train? Or is the more likely scenario that a girl went out with a boy who liked to get high and stoned? They partied too hard, they remembered the legend of Jimmy Riccio, and together, flying high, tried to jump the track, and just fell a little short.
He looks at me and waits. You're leaving a whole lot of stuff out, I say.
No, Knapp. You're putting a whole lot of stuff in.
We have Rex.
We have Hank 15 years later.
And you know Maura hid that night. Ellie told you about it. Why didn't you tell me?
When should I have told you? You were an 18-year-old kid. Should I have told you when you were 19? When you graduated from the academy? When you got promoted to county? When should I have told you something as irrelevant as your old girlfriend didn't want to go home so she stayed with Ellie?
Is he for real? Maura was scared and hiding, I say, trying not to shout, from something that happened on the night Leo and Diana were killed. He shakes his head.
You need to leave this alone. For everyone's sake.
Yeah, I keep hearing that. I love you, Knapp. I mean that. I love you. No, I won't say like a son.
That would be too presumptuous. It would also be an insult to what you had with your dad, a wonderful guy I miss very much. And it would be an insult to my little girl. But I do love you. I tried hard to be a good mentor to you, a good friend.
You have been that and more. Augie leans back. His drink is empty. He puts it on the side table.
Neither of us has many people left we care about. I couldn't stand it if something happened. You're young, Knapp. You're smart, You're kind and you're generous and shit. Starting to sound like one of those online dating profiles.
He smiles now. I smile back.
You need to move on. Whatever the answer, you're messing with some very dangerous people. They'll hurt you. They'll hurt me. You heard Reeves. He'll hurt anybody you care about. Let's say you're right and I'm wrong. Let's say they saw something and, I don't know, they killed Diana and Leo. Why? To silence them, I guess. And now let's say they waited 15 years. Why did they wait? Again, I don't know. But then they hired a hitman to put 2 bullets in the back of Rex's head. And they slaughter Hank and conveniently pin it on a viral video. Does all that really sound more logical than my theory about them getting high? I don't know. Maybe. But let's say that Reeves and his henchmen are all that horrible and dangerous and they've killed that many people. Let's say your theory is true, okay?
I nod.
Forget you and me, Nap. You don't think they'll go after Ellie to stop us? Or her 2 girls?
I picture Leah and Kelsey. I see their smiling faces, hear them, feel their arms wrap around me. That slows me down. I was heading down this hill at a carefree breakneck pace, but Augie's words forced me to pull back on the reins a little. I try to remember what I told myself earlier. Don't act in haste. Think and consider.
It's late, Augie says. Nothing more is going to happen tonight. Go to sleep. Let's talk in the morning.
Chapter 24. I head home, but there is no way I'm going to sleep. I think about what Augie said about the possibility of danger to Ellie and the girls, and I'm not sure what to do about that. It is easy to say that I can't be intimidated, but one has to be pragmatic, too. What are the odds I'll actually solve the case? Long shot. What are the odds not only that I'll learn the truth about Leo and Diana, but that I'll also find enough evidence to bring someone up on charges, never mind get a conviction? Longer shot. And to the contrary, what are the odds that I or someone close to me suffers terrible consequences because of my blind determination to complete this mission? The question is practically rhetorical. Is it worth poking the bear? I don't know for sure. The wise thing may indeed be to let it go. You're dead, Leo. Whatever I do now, no matter what horror I unearth, that will not change. You will still be dead and gone. Intellectually, I know this. And yet... I open the internet browser on my laptop. I put in Andy Reeves' name, the state of New Jersey, and then I add the word piano. I get a hit. Welcome to the fan page for Piano Man Andy. Fan page. I click on the link. Yes, Andy Reeves, like almost every performer, has his own website. The homepage features a portrait of him in soft focus, wearing what looks like a sequined blazer. World-renowned pianist Andy Reeves is a gifted vocalist, a comedian, and the all-around entertainer nicknamed by those who love him, the Other Piano Man. Oh boy. I skim down. Andy occasionally does high-end private parties such as weddings, corporate events, birthdays, and bar bat mitzvahs. A burst in the middle of the page reads, "Want to join the Other Piano Man fan club? Stay in touch via our newsletter." Below that, there's a place to type in my email. I demur. Down the left side of the page, the buttons read Home, Bio, Photos, Song Lists, Schedule. I click Schedule. I scan down until I find today. His gig at the Rusty Nail is listed until 6 p.m. Beneath that, it shows he'll be playing at a club called Hunka Hunka from 10 p.m. until midnight. My phone buzzes. It's a text from Ellie. You awake? My thumbs start going. It's only 10. Yes. Want to go for a quick walk? Sure. Want me to swing by? The little dots are moving. Then Ellie's message appears. I'm already walking. Meet me at the BF lot. I pull into the empty middle school lot 5 minutes later. Ellie and Bob don't live far from here. Like most school lots, this one is lit up pretty well, but I don't see her. I park and get out of the car. Over here. There's a classic school playground out on the left. Swings, slides, climbing walls, nets, ladders, monkey bars, all floored by soft mulch. Ellie sits on a swing. She's pushing herself with her feet, but only a little, so the effect is more like a comforting rocking than anything in the swing family. The cedar smell from the mulch gets stronger as I walk toward her. You okay? I ask. Ellie nods. I just didn't want to go home yet. I'm not sure what to say to this, so I settle for a nod. I loved playgrounds when I was a kid, Ellie says. You remember the game Foursquare? No, I say. Never mind, I'm being silly. I come here a lot, though. To this playground? She nods. At night. I'm not sure why. I take the swing next to her. I didn't know. Yeah, we are learning a lot about each other, Ellie says. I think about that. Not really. What do you mean? You know everything about me, Ellie. Just because I never told you about beating Trey, well, you knew it was me. She nods. I did. And the other times, with Roscoe and Brandon, and I forget Alicia's boyfriend's name. Colin, right. So, you know everything about me. Everything. The implication being that you don't know everything about me? I don't reply. Fair enough, Ellie says. I don't tell you everything. You don't trust me? You know better. So I'm allowed my secrets. I shouldn't have told you about Bob because now you'll hate him and think about hurting him. A little, I confess. She smiles. Don't. You don't get it. He's the same man you admired this morning. I don't agree, but I don't see any point in voicing that. Ellie stares up at the night sky. There are a handful of stars out, but feels like there should be more. I heard from Maura's mom. The guy in the picture you sent? It's the same man who interrogated her. The pale guy with the whispery voice. I'm not surprised. I saw him earlier today. Who is he? His name is Andy Reeves. I gesture with my chin toward the path. He ran the military base when Leo and Diana were killed. You talked to him? I nod. Did he say anything? He threatened to kill everyone I love. I just look at her. Another person who suggests you let it go, Ellie says. Suggests? She shrugs. But, yes, joining you and Augie. Augie? There's someone else you love. I nod. Are you considering it? What, dropping the case? Yes, I am. Ellie looks back toward the path. Her eyes narrow. What? I ask. I may reconsider. Meaning? I don't think you can drop this now. I can if it puts you or the girls at risk. No. It's just the opposite. I'm not following, I say. I know I was the one who said you should let it go. But that was before this creepy guy threatened my kids. Now I don't want to let it go. If we do, he'll always be out there. I'll always be looking over my shoulder. If I let it go, he won't bother you. Right, Ellie says with a scoff. Tell that to Rex and Hank. I could argue that Rex and Hank posed a more direct threat, that they were actual eyewitnesses to that helicopter hovering over the base 15 years ago, but I don't think it would matter. I get what she's saying. Ellie doesn't want to live in fear. She wants me to take care of it, and she doesn't want to know how. Ellie pushes with her legs harder now. The swing goes back, and, using the momentum, she gracefully jumps off as it comes forward, even triumphantly raising her hands like a gymnast sticking the landing. I care so much about her, and yet for the first time I'm realizing I still don't know her, and that's making me care all the more. I won't let anything happen to you, I say. I know. I remember the schedule I'd seen a little earlier on the Andy the Other Piano Man website. He'll be at the Hunka Hunka Club, whatever that is. I'll go there and confront him tonight. One more thing, Ellie says. What? I may have a lead on Beth Lashley's whereabouts. When we were in high school, her parents bought a small organic farm in Far Hills. My cousin Merle has a place down there. I asked her to drive by and just knock on the door. She said she tried, but the gate by the fence was locked. Could be nothing. Could be. I'll take a little drive tomorrow and let you know. Thank you. Sure. Ellie lets loose a deep breath and looks over at the school. Does it seem that long ago when we went to this school? I look with her. A lifetime ago, I say. Ellie gives that one a small chuckle. I better head back. You want me to drive you? No, she says. I'd rather walk. Chapter 25. Hunka Hunka advertises itself as an upscale review of male erotic dancers for ladies with class, because no one says strip joint anymore. Tonight's featured performer is Dick Shaftwood, which I suspect may be a pseudonym. I find the yellow Ford Mustang tucked in a back corner of the club parking lot. There is no point in going inside, so I park in a spot where I can clearly see the exits and the Mustang. I notice 2 buses and several large vans in the lot, like maybe tour groups come here. What I learned from watching the crowd enter and exit is somewhat obvious. Women don't come here alone. I don't see one woman walk in or out by herself, like guys do at their strip clubs. The female clientele here come in groups, usually large ones, all cheering and already at least partially lubed up. Most, if not all, seem to be with bachelorette parties, which explains the buses and large vans. They are being responsible, good, clean, dirty fun, with a professional designated driver. It's getting late. The women departing now are annoyingly hammered, loud, staggering, sloppy, falling over one another, holding one another up, but staying close together in a pack, waiting for any straggler to rejoin the herd before proceeding onward. A few of the male strippers start heading home. Even fully clothed, they are not hard to pick out. They all scowl. They all have that stick-up-the-ass, yo-brah strut. Most are wearing loose-fitting flannel shirts barely buttoned, their waxed cleavage glistening in the streetlight. I can't imagine why Hunka Hunka would need a piano player, but a quick check of the website on my phone, Hunka Hunka has its own app, by the way, shows that they offer themed events, including some kind of classy experience involving dancers and tales moving to old classics on a Steinway grand piano. I'm not in the judging business, Leo. It's just past midnight when Andy Reeves, decked out in a tux, makes his exit. There's no reason to play it coy or cute here. I get out of my car and start toward his. When Reeves sees me, he looks less than pleased. What are you doing here, Dumas? Call me by my nom de plume, I say. Dick Shaftwood. He doesn't find that funny. How did you find me? Your newsletter. I'm a card-carrying member of the Other Piano Man fan club. Reeves doesn't find this funny either. He picks up his pace. I got nothing to say to you. Then, thinking of it, unless you brought me the tape. I didn't, I say. But I've kind of had enough, Andy. Meaning? Meaning, you either talk to me, or I email out that tape right now. I hold out my phone, as though my thumb is poised over a send button. It's a bluff. I start with a friend of mine at the Washington Post and move on from there. Reeves shoots daggers at me with his eyes. I sigh. Fine then. I pretend to get ready to push the send button. Wait. My thumb stays poised and ready. If I tell you the truth about the bass, do I have your word you'll let this go? Yes, I say. He takes a step toward me. I need you to swear on the memory of your brother. It is a mistake for him to bring you into this, but I do indeed swear. I could voice caveats. I could tell him that if he or his cohorts had something to do with your death, not only would I sing like an oversharing canary, but I would personally be certain to take each and every one of them down. I don't worry about the swearing. If what he tells me now needs to be revealed, I'll do so with joy and enthusiasm. Okay, Andy Reeves says. Let's go somewhere and talk. I'm good right here. He glances around the lot in full suspicion mode. There are a few stragglers, but this is hardly a hotbed of potential eavesdroppers. Still, he probably spent most of his life working in some kind of clandestine governmental department, CIA or something, so I get the paranoia. Let's at least get in my car, Reeves suggests. I snatch the car key from his hand and slide into the passenger seat. Then he gets into the driver's. We both face forward now. Our view is of an old stockade fence that has seen better days. Several wooden pickets are either missing or cracked, like a vagrant's teeth after too many fistfights. I'm waiting, I say. We weren't part of the Department of Agriculture, he says. When he doesn't go on, I say, yeah, I kind of figured that. Then the rest of this is simple. What happened in that facility is highly classified. You know that now. I'm confirming it. That should be enough. And yet it's not, I say. We had nothing to do with your brother or Diana Stiles. I give him my best get-to-the-point expression. Andy Reeves makes a big deal of considering his next move. He makes me promise yet again to never speak a word of this to anyone, not ever. That he will deny it, that nothing he says leaves this car. You get the drift. I agree with all of it, so we can move on. You know the time period we are talking about, Andy Reeves begins. 15 years ago, post 9/11, Iraq War, Al-Qaeda, all of that. You need to put this in that context. Okay. Do you remember a man named Terry Fremond? I search the memory banks. I do. Rich white kid from a Chicago suburb who got turned into a terrorist. Uncle Sam Al-Qaeda, they called him, something like that. He was on the FBI top 10 list. He still is, Andy Reeves explains. 15 years ago, Fremond set up a terrorist cell when he came back home. They were close to pulling off what may have been the worst event on U.S. soil, perhaps in history. Another 9/11. Andy Reeves turns and meets my eye. Do you recall the official story of what happened to him? He got wind the feds were onto him, escaped through Canada, and made his way back to Syria or Iraq. Yes, Andy Reeves says slowly and with great care. That is the official story. Reeves just keeps staring at me. I think about the orange blur that I assumed was a jumpsuit. I think about the secure location. I think about the need for secrecy. I think about the helicopter coming in at night under the cover of darkness and silence. You guys captured him. You brought him to the base. We had all heard the rumors back then, hadn't we? I remember something else now, Leo. Something you told me, but I don't remember when. We had to be in high school. You were fascinated by what the media had then labeled the War on Terror. You told me about them, harsh, dark places overseas, where they took enemy combatants to make them talk. Not to regular POW camps, but to the base, I say out loud. It was a black site. Andy Reeves looks back out the front windshield again. We had black sites in countries like Afghanistan, Lithuania, Thailand. Places with code names like the Salt Pit and Bright Light and the Quartz. His voice fades out. There's one CIA prison on an island in the Indian Ocean. One used to be a horse riding school. One was even a storefront, hiding in plain sight. They were crucial in our fight on terrorism. It was where our military would hold high-value foreign detainees for the purposes of enhanced interrogation. Enhanced interrogation. It made sense keeping them in these foreign countries, Reeves continues. Most of our enemy combatants were foreigners, so I bring them here. The legal technicalities are complicated, but if you interrogate an enemy combatant off American soil, the laws can be, shall we say, finessed. And you can be for or against enhanced interrogation, that's fine. I don't care. But don't comfort yourself in the lie that it didn't get us good intel or save lives. It did. That's the moral out people give themselves, isn't it? I'm against torture, they say. Oh, yeah? Suppose beating up a monster who slaughtered thousands would save your child's life. Would you do it? And they can't answer. They can't say, sure, I'll sacrifice my own child for my moral stand, so they come up with a smug rationalization like, it doesn't work anyway. Andy Reeves turns, and his look is as heavy as the ages. Torture works. That's the horror of it. I feel the chill, sitting in this dark car alone with this man, even as he is warming up to the tale. I've seen this before. It is so terrible a secret, so horrible a confession, and yet once you feel free to unburden yourself, once you let go and start talking, the sense of relief makes your mouth go into free fall. The problem was an obvious one. Forget overseas. There were, still are, terror cells right here in the United States, more than you can imagine. Most are American citizens, pathetic nihilists, who get off on violence and mass destruction. But if we arrest them here in the United States, they have rights and due process and attorneys and all that. They wouldn't talk. And maybe, just maybe, A big attack is imminent. So you'd grab a suspect, I say. You'd stick them on a stealth helicopter, you'd take them to that base, you'd interrogate them. Can you imagine a better place for a site like that? I say nothing. The detainees, they never stayed with us long. We used to call the base Purgatory. From there we could decide to let you go to heaven, or send you overseas to hell. And how would you determine that? Reeves turns and looks right through me. That's all the answer he is going to give, and that's all the answer I need. Now get to the part about my brother, I say. There is no part with your brother. That's the end of the story. No, my friend, it's not. I now know that he and his friends made a tape of an American citizen being illegally held. His face darkens. We saved lives. Not my brother's, I say. Not Diana's. We had nothing to do with that. I didn't even know about a tape until you showed it to me. I tried to read his face for the lie, but Andy Reeves is no amateur. Still, I don't see deception there. Did Reeves not know about the tape? How could that be? I have one last card to play, and I play it. If you didn't know about the tape, I say, why were you looking for Maura? Who? This time the lie is easy to spot. I make a face. You questioned her mother, I say. More than that. I think you, what? Took her to your little black site, did something so she'd forget whatever you did to her there? I don't know what you're talking about. I showed her your picture, Andy. She confirmed that it was you who interrogated her. He stares back at the front windshield and slowly shakes his head. You don't understand a thing. Our deal was you come clean, I say. If you're just going to jerk me around, open the glove compartment, he says. What? Andy Reeves sighs. Just open the glove compartment, okay? I reach toward the glove compartment, turning my head for just a second to find a button to open it. But that is enough. His fist, I assume it's his fist because I never see it, lands square in the spot between my left temple and cheekbone. The impact knocks my head to the right and rattles my teeth. Numbness runs down my cheek and into my neck. He digs his hand into the glove compartment. My head is still swimming, but one thought makes its way to the surface. Gun. He's going for a gun. His hand is grasping something metallic, can't make it out, but do I really need to? I get enough of my bearings to grab his wrist with both of my hands. This leaves both of my hands occupied, while one of his remains free. He uses that hand now to pummel me with short punches to my ribs. I don't let go. He starts turning and twisting his wrist, trying to break free, or maybe, yes, he's trying to angle the muzzle toward me. I slide one of my hands down far enough to cover his fingers. None are on a trigger. I press down hard now. He can angle the gun, but without a finger on a trigger. He can't hurt. That's what I'm thinking right now. I have his fingers, so he can't shoot me. I'm safe. And that thinking ends up being tragically wrong. He twists one more time. For a second, I feel the cold metal hit the top of my hand, but only for a second. I see now that it's not a gun, it's too long. It's in the shape of a baton. I hear the crackle of electricity and feel the pain at the same time. The kind of pain that closes down everything else, that makes you recoil to avoid any more of it. The volt runs up my arm, rendering it useless. Andy Reeves easily pulls his wrist free of my now non-existent grip. Then, with a gleeful smile, he pushes the device, a stun baton, electric cattle prod, I don't know, against my torso. I start to convulse. He does it again. My muscles won't work anymore. He reaches into the back seat and pulls out something else. I can't see what it is. A tire iron, maybe. A baseball bat, I don't know. I'll never know. He hits me in the head with it once, then again. And then there's nothing. Chapter 26. I swim my way to consciousness in the strangest way. Do you know the dreams where you can't do the smallest of physical tasks? You try to run from danger, but it's like every step is a trudge through wet snow at hip height. I was feeling something like that now. I wanted to move, to run, to escape. But I was frozen in place like my whole body was encased in heavy lead. When I blink my eyes open, I'm lying on my back. I see pipes and exposed beams, a ceiling, an old basement. I try to stay cool, calm, not make any sudden moves. I try to turn my head to take in my surroundings. But I can't. I Can't move my head at all. Not half an inch. It feels like there is a vice locking my skull in place. I struggle and try harder. No go. No give at all. I try to sit up, but I'm strapped to some kind of table. My arms are belted against my sides. My legs are wrapped up tight. I can't move at all. I'm completely helpless. Reeves' whispery voice says,
"You need to tell me where the tape is, Nap."
Conversation won't work here. I know that right away. So without saying a word, I scream for help. I scream as loud as I can. I keep screaming until he jams a gag in my mouth.
"Pointless," he says.
Reeves is performing some kind of task. He's humming as he does it, but I can't move my head to see. I hear the sound of a faucet being turned on, of someone filling a bucket or something. Then the faucet goes off.
"Do you know why Navy SEALs stopped using waterboarding as part of their training?"
Reeves asks. When I don't answer, can't answer with the gag in my mouth, he says,
"Because the trainee would crack so fast it was bad for morale. CIA recruits lasted an average of 14 seconds before they begged their instructor to stop."
Andy Reeves stands over me. I look up at his smiling face, and I can see he's enjoying this.
"We would play an entire psychology game with the detainee, too. A blindfold, having him escorted in by armed guards. Sometimes we would offer him hope and crush it. Sometimes we would let him know that there was no escape. You play it different ways depending on the subject. But I don't have time for those theatrics tonight, Nap. I feel bad about Diana, I really do, but that wasn't my fault. So we move on. You're already strapped to the table. You already know this is going to be very bad."
He moves toward my feet. My eyes try to follow, but he's out of sight now. I try not to panic. I hear something cranking, and now I realize that the table I'm on is starting to tilt. I hope maybe I'll slip right off the table, even onto my head, but I'm strapped so tightly gravity doesn't shift me even a little.
"Inclining your head and raising your feet," he explains, "keeps the throat open and makes filling the nostrils with water easier. You are imagining this is going to be awful. It is going to be much worse."
He moves back into view and pulls the gag from my mouth.
"Are you going to tell me where the tape is?"
"I'll show you," I say.
"No, that won't do."
"You can't get to it on your own."
"That's a lie. I've heard all this before, Detective Dumas. You'll make up a story now. You'll probably make up new stories the first time or two I take you through this process. That's why critics call torture unreliable. You're desperate. You'll say anything for a reprieve. But that won't work with me. I know all the tricks. Eventually, you will crack. Eventually, you will tell me the truth."
Maybe. But I know one thing for certain. Once he has the tape, he'll kill me. The same as he killed the others. So no matter what, I can't give in. As if he can read my mind, he says,
"You'll tell me, even if it means your death."
A soldier who interrogated prisoners in the Philippine-American War once described what you're about to experience this way.
His suffering must be that of a man who is drowning, but cannot drown.
Andy Reeves shows me the towel.
"Ready?"
Then he places it against my entire face, blinding me. The towel is just lying on my face, not even being held down tightly, but I already feel as though I'm suffocating a little. I try to move my head again, but it still won't budge. My chest starts to hitch. Calm down, I tell myself. I try to do that. I try to slow my breathing and prepare. I know that I'll need to hold my breath at some point. Seconds pass. Nothing happens. My breathing doesn't become more regular. It stays jangled and uneven. I strain to hear something, anything, but Andy Reeves isn't speaking or moving or doing anything. More time passes. How long? 30 seconds? 40 seconds? Maybe this is all a bluff, I start to think. Maybe this is just a psychological game, a way to stress. That's when I hear the splash. A second later, no more, water starts to seep through the towel. When I feel the wet hit my mouth, I lock my lips and close my eyes and hold my breath. More water comes in. First a trickle, then heavier. I feel it start going up my nostrils. I tighten up, keeping my mouth closed. More water cascades in. I try to move my head, try to tilt my head up or find some way of escaping the onslaught, but I can't move. The water completely fills my nose. I'm starting to panic. I can't hold my breath much longer, and I need to get the water out of my nose and away from my mouth. Only one way. Blow it out. But the towel is there. Still, I try to exhale now, to push the water out, and for a second, maybe two, that works. I try to keep exhaling, try to empty my lungs so as to keep the water at bay. But there's too much water flowing down, and now the big problem. A man can exhale for only so long. And when you're spent, when the exhale is over, and this is the awful part, you eventually have to inhale. That is where I'm at now. When my exhale comes to an end, water starts pouring back in, filling up my nostrils and mouth. I can't help myself. I'm running out of air, and that agony overcomes all else. Holding my exhale is killing me, and yet I know what awaits. I have to inhale, I have to breathe in, but there is no air, only water. Lots of water. The inhale opens the floodgate. The water flows freely down my nose into my mouth. No way to stop it. My inhalation drags water through my mouth and down my windpipe. No air. My body goes into spasm. I start to buck, try to kick out, try to flail my head, but I'm strapped down. There is no escape from the water. There's no relief or let-up at all. It just keeps getting worse. You don't just want it to stop. You don't just need it to stop. It has to stop. It's like I'm being held underwater, but it's worse. I can't move. I'm locked in concrete. I'm drowning, Leo. Drowning and suffocating. All rational thought is gone. I can feel a little part of my sanity start to give way. A permanent rip in my psyche, something from which I know I'll never recover. Every cell in my body is begging for oxygen, for just one breath, but there is none. I'm gasping and taking in more water. I want to stop, but my gag reflex is unconsciously forcing me to exhale and inhale. The water floods my throat and trachea. Please, God, let me breathe. I'm dying. I know that now. A primitive part of me has given up, surrendered, wishing death would speed along and get it over with. But it won't. I flail, I convulse, I suffer. I hallucinate. I hallucinate a voice yelling to stop, to get away from him. If every part of me wasn't starving for air, if every fiber of my being was concentrating on my need to escape this, I might say the voice was female. I could actually feel my eyes start to roll back in my head as I hear the blast from somewhere deep inside my brain. And then I see a light. I'm dying, Leo. Dying and hallucinating. And the last thing I see is the most beautiful face imaginable. Morris. Chapter 27. I'm unstrapped and rolled to my side. I suck in air, paralyzed to do anything more than that for a while. I gasp and try not to swallow. Water pours out of my mouth and nostrils, pooling on the floor and diluting the crimson blood oozing out of Andy Reeves' head. I don't care about any of that. I just care about air. It doesn't take all that long for my strength to start returning. I look up to see who saved me, but maybe I am dead. My brain was starved of oxygen too long. Maybe I'm still being waterboarded and this is some weird state I've reached because of the hallucination. No, mirage. It's still there. It's Mora. We have to get out of here, she says. I still can't believe what I'm seeing. Mora? Not now, Nap. Something about her using my name. I'm trying to put it together, figure the next move, but all that stay where you are logic has flown out the window. Can you walk? I nod. By the time we hit the second step, I'm back in the moment. One thing at a time, I tell myself. Get out of here. We reach the ground floor and I realize we are in a dilapidated warehouse of some kind. I'm surprised by the silence, but it's probably... What time is it? I met up with Reeves at midnight, so it has to be deep into the night or early morning.
This way, Maura says. We head outside into the night sky. I notice that my breathing is a little funny, faster than normal, as though I'm still fearful the ability to do so might be taken away from me again. I spot his yellow Mustang in the corner, but Maura, I still can't believe it's Maura, is leading me toward another car. She hits the remote in her left hand. In her right, I see the gun. I get in the passenger side, she the driver's. She starts up and tears in reverse. 2 minutes later, we are heading north on the Garden State Parkway. I stare at her profile, and I don't think I've ever seen anything that beautiful. Maura, it can wait, Nap. Who killed my brother? I see a tear run down that beautiful cheek. I think, Maura says, maybe I did. Chapter 28. We are back in Westbridge. Maura parks the car at the Benjamin Franklin Middle School lot. I need you to give me your phone, she says to me. I'm surprised to find it still in my pocket. I use my fingerprint to unlock it and hand it to her. Her thumbs dance across the screen. What are you doing? You're a cop, she says. You know that these phones can be traced, right? Yes. I'm loading on a sort of VPN anti-tracker so it looks like you're in another state. I didn't know that kind of technology existed, but I'm not surprised. Her thumbs finish the dance. Then she hands me back the phone, opens the car door, gets out. I do the same. What are we doing here, Maura? I want to see it again. See what? But she starts toward the path and I follow. I try not to stare as she moves, her walk still panther-like, but I can't help it. As we head up into the darkness, she turns around and says, God, how I've missed you. And then turns back around and keeps walking. Just like that. I don't react. I can't react. But every part of me feels ripped open. I hurry to catch up to her. The full moon tonight gives off enough light. The shadows cut across our faces as we start up the familiar route. We stay silent, both because the darkness calls for that and because, well, these woods used to be our place. You would think tonight of all nights that would haunt me. You would think that tonight of all nights, walking with Maura, the ghosts would be surrounding me, tapping me on the shoulder, mocking me from behind the rocks and trees. But they are not. Tonight I'm not falling back. I don't hear the whispers. The ghosts, oddly enough, stay hidden. You know about the videotape, Maura says, part question, mostly statement. How long have you been following me, I ask. 2 days. I know about the tape, I say. Did you know? I was on it, Nap. No, I mean, did you know Hank had it, or that he gave it to David Rainiff for safekeeping? She shakes her head. Up ahead, the old fence comes into view. Maura veers off the path to the right. She bounces a few steps down the hill and stops herself by a tree. I make my way there. We are getting closer to the old base. She stops and stares at the old fence. I stop and stare at her face. I waited here that night, behind this tree. She looks down at the ground. I sat right here and watched the fence. I had a joint from your brother, and I had my flask from you. She meets my eyes, and maybe it's not the ghosts, but something smacks me hard in the heart. You remember that flask? I'd gotten it at a garage sale at the old Siegel house. It was old and dented. The color was gunmetal. The faded engraving read, "À ma vie de cœur entier," which was a 15th century French saying, "You have my whole heart for my whole life." I remember asking Mr. Siegel where he'd gotten it, but he couldn't remember. He called over Mrs. Siegel and asked her, but neither of them could even remember owning it. It felt somehow magical and stupid, like a genie's lamp I was supposed to find, and so I bought it for $3, and I gave it to Maura, who giddily said, "A gift that involves romance and alcohol? Am I not the perfect boyfriend? You are," she'd said. And then she threw her arms around me and kissed me hard. I remember, I say now. Then, so you sat by this tree with a joint and a flask. Who else was with you? I was alone. What about the conspiracy club? You knew about that? I gave a half shrug. Maura looks back toward the base. We weren't supposed to meet that night.
I think seeing that copter making that tape, it freaked some of them out. It was all a game before then. That night made it real. Anyway, I wasn't really part of the, finger quotes, club. My only real friend was Leo. He had plans with Diana that night, so I came here and sat against this tree. I had my joint and my jack in the flask. Maura slides now to the ground and sits just as, I assume, she sat that night. A small smile is on her face. I was thinking about you. I wished I was at your game. I hated the whole jock thing before you, but I loved to watch you skate. I don't know what to say to that, so I stay still. Anyway, I could only get to the home games, and you guys were playing away that night. Summit, I think. Parsippany Hills. She chuckles. Figures you'd remember. Anyway, it didn't matter. We'd be together in a few hours. I was just getting a little ahead of you here in the woods. The kids call it pre-gaming now, so I kept drinking, and I remember feeling a little sad. Why sad? She shakes her head. It doesn't matter. I want to know. It'd be over soon. What? From her spot on the ground, she looks up. You and me. Wait. You knew all that when you were just sitting here? Maura shakes her head. You can still be so obtuse, Nap. I had no idea what was about to happen. Then? What I mean is, I knew you and I would never make it, not for the long haul. We'd finish senior year maybe the summer. I loved you. I just blurted out like that. It startles her for a second, but not much longer than that. And I loved you, Nap. But you were off to a fancy college and a big life, and there wouldn't be room for me, and God, what a cliché, right? Maura stops, closes her eyes, shakes it off. There's no reason to revisit this right now. She's right. I help her ease back on topic. So, you were sitting here drinking and smoking. Right. And I'm getting a little wasted, not terribly, just tipsy. And I'm staring at this bass. It's always so quiet there, but suddenly I hear a noise. What kind of noise? I don't know. Men shouting and engines starting up. So I stand up. Maura does that now, sliding her back up the tree. And I figure, what the hell, let's get to the bottom of this once and for all. Be a hero to the whole conspiracy club cause. So I start marching toward the fence. Maura marches toward the base. I stay right with her. What did you see? I ask. There were a bunch more of those warning signs, like a ton circling the base. They were all bright red, remember? Yes. Like, this is your last chance, go back or die. We were always afraid to go past them because they were too close to the fence line, but that night, I didn't even slow down. I actually started sprinting. We were both back there now, on that night, and I almost hesitated at the spot where those red signs used to be. We crossed the invisible barrier, heading straight toward the rusted fence. She points to the top of the corner pole. There was a camera up there. I remember thinking that they might see me, but I was flying high, not a care in the world. I just kept running, and then she slows, stops. Her hand comes up to her throat. Maura, I was right about here when the lights came on. Lights? Spotlights. Huge ones with big beams. They were so bright I had to put my hand up to shade my eyes. She does that now, shading her eyes from an imaginary light. I couldn't make out a thing. I was sort of frozen there, in the beam, not sure what to do. And then I heard the gunfire. Maura lowers her hand. They were shooting at you? Yeah, I guess. What do you mean you guess? I mean, that's what started it, right? Maura's voice goes up an octave now. I can hear the fear, the regret. Me. I ran toward the fence like a stupid kid. I ignored the warning signs. I tripped a wire or they spotted me or something, so they did what they promised on the signs. They started shooting. So, yeah, I guess they were shooting at me. What did you do? I turned and ran. I remember hearing a bullet hit a tree right by my head, but see, eventually, I made it out alive. The bullets, they never hit me. She raises her head and looks me straight in the eyes. Leo, I say. I kept running, and they kept shooting, and then
Then what?
I heard a woman scream. I'm sprinting as fast as I can, dodging trees, trying to keep low so I make a smaller target. But I turn when I hear the scream. A woman's scream. I see someone, maybe a man, in silhouette through those bright lights. More gunfire blasts. Then I hear the woman scream again, except this time I think I recognize the voice. She screams, "Leo!" She screams, "Leo, help!" Except the help is cut off by another shot being fired. I realize I'm holding my breath. And now I hear a man yell for everyone to hold their fire. Silence. Dead silence. And then maybe, I don't know anymore, but maybe someone yells, "What have you done?" And then someone else yells, "There was another girl, we have to find her." But I don't hear that for sure. I don't know if it's in my head or for real because I'm running. I'm running and I'm not stopping. She looks at me like she needs my help, and like I better not offer any. I don't move. I don't think I can. They just shot them? Moira doesn't reply. Then I say something dumb. "And you just ran away?" "What? I mean, I get why you ran then, to get away from the danger, but when you were safe, why didn't you call the police?" "And say what?" "How about, 'Hello, I saw 2 people shot'?" Her eyes flick away from me. "Maybe I should have," she says. That's not really a good enough answer. I was stoned and scared, and I freaked out, okay? It's not like I knew they'd been shot dead or something. I didn't see or hear Leo, just Diana. I panicked. You get that, right? So I hid for a while. Where? You remember that stone hut behind the town pool? I nod. I just sat there in the dark. I don't know how long. You can see Hobart Avenue from there. I saw big black cars driving by slowly. Maybe I was just paranoid, but I thought they were looking for me. At some point, I decided to go to your house. This is news to me, but then again, what about tonight isn't? You went to my house? That was my destination, yeah. But when I reached your street, I saw another big black car parked on the corner. It's past midnight. 2 men are sitting in suits watching your house, so I knew. They were covering their bases. She came closer to me. Pretend now that I call this into the police. I call and I say, I think the guys at the base maybe shot someone. I don't really have any details or anything, but I have to give my name. They'd ask what I was doing near the base. I could lie, or I could say I was up there smoking a joint and drinking some Jack. By the time they'd listen to me, those guys at the base, they'd clean it up. Do you really not see this? So you just ran again, I say. Yes. To Ellie's. She nods. At one point I said to myself, let's give it a day or two, see what happens. Maybe they'll forget about me, but of course, they don't. I'm watching from behind a rock when they interrogate my mother. And then when I see on the news that they found Leo's and Diana's bodies, I mean, I knew. The news didn't say anything about them being shot. They said they were hit by a train on the other side of town. So now what? What could I do? The evidence was gone. Who would ever believe me? I would have, I say. Why didn't you come to me? Oh, Nap, are you serious? You could have told me, Moira. And what would you have done? You, a hot-headed 18-year-old boy. She glares at me for a moment. If I'd told you, you'd be dead too. We stand there and let that truth hang in the air. Come on, Moira says with a shiver. Let's get out of here. Chapter 29. When we get back to the car, I say, I left my car at that club. I called it in, Moira says. What does that mean? I called the club and gave them the make and license plate and said that I was too drunk to drive. I told them I'd pick it up tomorrow. She had thought of everything. You can't go home, Nap. I hadn't planned on that anyway. She starts up the car. So where are we going? I ask. I have a safe place, she says. So since that night, I don't even know how to put it. You've been on the run? Yes. So why now, Moira? Why after 15 years is someone killing the rest of the conspiracy club? I don't know. But you were with Rex when he was shot? She nods. I started relaxing the last 3-4 years. I figured, why go after me anymore? There was zero evidence. The base was long closed. No one would believe a word I said. I was low on funds and trying to find a safe way to see what was happening. Anyway, I took a risk, but it was like Rex wanted to keep the past closed as much as I did. He needed help in his side business, setting up men for drunk driving. He had nicer labels for it, but yes. We turn off Eisenhower Parkway, right near Jim Johnston's steakhouse. I saw some CCTV footage from the night Rex was murdered, I say. The guy was a stone-cold pro, and yet, I say, you escaped. Maybe. Meaning? When I saw Rex go down, I figured, they found us. I'm dead. You know. I was there that night. I was the real target, I thought. But maybe they knew about the whole conspiracy club. It made sense. So as soon as Rex was shot, I moved fast. But the guy was already turning the gun on me. I jumped into the driver's seat, started the car, drove like a bat out of hell. But like I said, he was a pro. Laura shrugs. So how come he didn't kill me, too? You think he let you go? She doesn't know. We park in the back of a dumpy no-tell in East Orange. She isn't staying there. It's an old trick, she explains. She parks at the no-tell, so if the police or whoever spot the car or start a search based on the car, she's not there. She's renting a room about a quarter mile down the road. The car is stolen, she explains. If she senses any danger, she'll just abandon it and steal another. Right now, I'm changing locations every 2 days. We get to her rented room and sit on the bed. I want to tell you the rest, Maura says. As she does, I stare at her. There's no sense of déjà vu. I'm not the teenager who made love with her in the woods. I try not to get lost in her eyes, but in her eyes, it's all there. The history, the what-ifs, the sliding doors. In her eyes, I see you, Leo. I see the life I once knew and have always missed. Maura tells me about where she's been since the night you died. It is hard to hear what her life has been like, but I listen without interrupting. I don't know what I'm feeling anymore. It's like I'm one exposed nerve ending. It's 3 a.m. when she finishes. We need some rest, she says. I nod. She heads into the bathroom and takes a shower. She comes out in a terrycloth robe with her hair wrapped in a towel. The moonlight hits her in just the right way, and I don't think I've ever seen a more magnificent sight. I head into the bathroom, strip down, shower. When I come out, I have a towel wrapped around my waist. The lights are out, except for a low-wattage lamp on the night table. Maura stands there. The towel is gone from her wet hair. She still wears the bathrobe. She looks at me. No pretense anymore. I cross the room fast. We both know it. Neither says it. I take her in my arms and kiss her hard. She kisses me back, her tongue snaking into my mouth. She pulls the towel off me. I yank open her robe. This is like nothing I have ever experienced before. It is a hunger, a tearing, a ripping, a healing. It is rough and loving, it is gentle, it is harsh, it is a dance, it is an attack. It is ravenous and intense, and ferocious, and almost unbearably tender. When it's over, we collapse on the bed, staggered, shattered, like we'll never be exactly the same, and maybe we won't. Eventually she moves, so as to lay her head on my chest, her hand on my stomach. We don't speak. We stare at the ceiling until our eyes close. My last thought before I pass out is a primitive one. Don't leave me. Don't leave me ever again. Chapter 30. We make love again at dawn. Maura rolls on top of me. Our eyes meet and stay locked. It's slower this time, more soulful, comfortable, vulnerable. Later, when we are lying back and staring up into the silence, my mobile dings a text. It's from Muse, and it's short. Don't forget, 9 a.m. sharp. I show it to Maura. My boss. Could be a setup. I shake my head. Muse told me about it before I met up with Reeves. I'm still on my back. Maura flips around so that her chin is on my chest. Do you think they found Andy Reeves yet? It is something I've been wondering too. I know how that will play out. Someone notices the yellow car first. Maybe they call the cops right then and there. Maybe they search the premises. Whatever. They find the body. Did Reeves have ID on him? Probably. If not, they'll figure out his name from the car's license plate. They'll get his schedule. They'll see he worked that night at the Hunka Hunka. A club like that will have CCTV cameras in the lot. I'll be on them. So will my car. The CCTV will show me getting into Reeves' yellow Ford Mustang with the victim. I'll be the last person to see him alive. We can drive by the scene on the way, I say, see if the cops are there yet. Maura rolls off me and stands. I'm about to do the same, but I can't help pausing in something approaching sheer awe to admire her first. So why did your boss call this meeting? I'd rather not speculate, I say, but I don't think it's good. Then don't go, she says. What do you suggest I do? Run away with me instead. That could be the greatest suggestion ever made by anyone ever, but I'm not running. Not now, anyway. I shake my head. We need to see this through. Her reply is to get dressed. I do the same. We head outside. Maura leads the way back to the parking lot of the no-tell motel. We scout the area, see no nearby surveillance, and decide to risk it. We get in the same car we used last night and start toward Route 280. You remember how to get there? I ask. Maura nods. The warehouse was in Irvington, not far from that graveyard off the parkway. She takes 280 to the Garden State Parkway and veers off at the next exit for South Orange Avenue. We pass by an aging strip mall and turn into an industrial area that, like many such areas in New Jersey, has seen better days. Industry leaves, manufacturing plants close. That's just the way it is. Most times, progress comes in and builds something new, but sometimes, like here, the warehouses and factories are simply left to decay and disintegrate into bitter ruins that hint at past glory. There are no people around, no cars, no activity at all. It looks like the set from some dystopian movie after the bombs hit. We cruise past the yellow Mustang without so much as slowing down. No one has been here yet. We are safe. For now. Maura swings the car back onto the parkway. Where's your meeting? Newark, I tell her. But I better shower and change first. She gives me a crooked smile. I think you look great. I look satiated, I say. There's a difference. Fair enough. The meeting will be serious. I point at my face, so I need to figure a way to wipe this grin from my face. Go ahead and try. We both smile like two love-struck dopes. She puts her hand on mine and keeps it there. So where to, she asks. The Hunka Hunka, I say. I'll grab my car and take it home. Okay. We enjoy the quiet for a few moments. Then in a soft voice, Maura says, I can't tell you how many times I picked up the phone to call you. So why didn't you? Where would it have led, Nap? 1 year later, 5 years later, 10 years later, if I'd called you and told you the truth, where would you be right now? I don't know. Me neither. So I'd sit there with the phone in my hand and I'd play it all out again. If I told you, what would you do? Where would you be? I wanted to keep you safe. And if I came home and told the truth, who'd believe me? No one. If someone did, if the police took me seriously, then those guys at the base would have to silence me, right? And then I started thinking about it this way. I was alone in the woods that night. I ran away and hid for years. So maybe the guys at the base would pin Leo and Diana on me. How hard would that be to do? I study her profile. And I say, what aren't you telling me? She puts on the turn signal with a little too much care, puts her hand back on the wheel, keeps her eyes too focused on the road. It's a little hard to explain. Try. I was on the road for a long time, moving, hiding, being on edge, pretty much my entire adult life. That's the only life I knew. That constant rush, I was so used to it, to running and hiding. I didn't get being relaxed. It wasn't my baseline. In my own way, I'd been okay like that, under threat, trying to survive, but then, when I slowed down, and I could see clearly. What? She shrugs. It was empty. I had nothing. No one. It felt like maybe that was my fate, you know? I was okay if I kept moving. It hurt more when I thought about what could have been. Her grip on the wheel tightens. How about you, Nap? How about me what? How's your life been? I want to say it would have been better if you stayed, but I don't. Instead, I tell her to drop me off 2 blocks away so I can walk to the club without anyone seeing her on CCTV. Sure, there's a chance we'll be picked up by another camera in the area, but by then, this will all be played out, whatever way it ends up going. Before I get out of the car, Maura again shows me the new app I should use to contact her. It's supposedly untraceable, and the messages are permanently deleted 5 minutes after they arrive. When she's done, she hands me the phone. I reach for the door handle. I'm about to ask her to make me a promise that she won't run, that no matter what happens, she won't just disappear on me again. That's not me. I kiss her instead. It's a gentle kiss that lingers. There are so many things I'm feeling, she says. Me too. And I want to feel them all. I don't want to be guarded with you. We both get this connection and openness, don't we? Neither one of us is a kid anymore, and I understand how this potent cocktail of lust and want and danger and nostalgia can warp your perspective. But that's not what is happening to us. I know it. She knows. I'm glad you're back, I say, which may rank as the biggest understatement of my life. Maura kisses me again, harder this time so that I feel it everywhere. Then she pushes me away, like that old song about the honesty being too much. I'll wait for you by that office in Newark, she says. I get out of the car. Maura drives off. My car is where I left it. Hunka Hunka is, of course, closed. There are 2 other cars in the lot, and I wonder whether they too were claimed to be the result of too much drinking. I need to fill in Augie about Maura's return and Reeves' demise. As I drive home, I call him on my mobile. When Augie answers, I say, Muse wants to meet me at 9 a.m. What about? Augie asks. She wouldn't say, but there are some things I need to tell you first. I'm listening. Can you meet me at Mike's at 8:45? Mike's is a coffee shop not far from the county prosecutor's office. I'll be there. Augie hangs up as I pull into my driveway and park. I manage to stumble out of my car when I hear a laugh. I turn and see my neighbor, Tammy Walsh. Look what the cat dragged in, she says. I wave to her. Hey, Tammy. Long night? Just some work. But Tammy smiles as if it's written all over my face. Yeah, okay, Nap. I can't help but smile, too. Not buying that? Not in the least, she says. But good for you. Thanks. Some 24 hours, am I right? I shower and try to get my head back in the game. I pretty much have the truth now, don't I? But I'm still missing something, Leo. What? Or am I overthinking it? The base was hiding a terrible secret that it was a black site for high-value potential terrorists. Would the government kill to keep that a secret? The answer is so obvious, the question is by definition rhetorical. Of course they would. So that night, something set them off. Maybe it was Maura running toward the fence. Maybe they spotted you and Diana first. Either way, they panicked. Shots were fired. You and Diana were killed. So what could Reeves and his cohorts do? They couldn't just call the cops and admit what happened. No way. That would expose the entire illegal operation. They also couldn't just make you both disappear. That would lead to too many questions. The cops, and especially Augie, wouldn't rest, no. They needed a good old-fashioned cover-up. Everyone knew the legend of those train tracks. I obviously don't know all the details, but my guess is they pulled the bullets from your bodies and then transported you to the tracks. The impact of the train would leave the corpses in a state where no medical examiner would find any clues. That makes total sense. I have all my answers now, don't I? Except 15 years later, Rex and Hank are murdered. How does that fit in? Only 2 members of the conspiracy club are left alive now. Beth, who is hiding, and Maura. So what does that mean? Don't know, but maybe Augie will have a thought. Mike's coffee shop and pizzeria somehow manages to look like neither a coffee shop nor a pizzeria. It's in the heart of Newark, on the corner of Broad and William, with a big red awning. Augie sits by the window. He's staring at a guy who is eating pizza before 9 in the morning. The slice is so obscenely enormous it makes his full-size paper plate look like a cocktail napkin. Augie is about to crack wise about that when he sees my face and stops.
What happened?
There's no reason to sugarcoat any of this. Leo and Diana weren't killed by a train, I say. They were shot. To his credit, Augie doesn't start with the
What? How can you say that? There were no bullets found.
standard issue denials. He knows I wouldn't just say something like that.
Tell me.
I do just that. I tell him about Andy Reeves first. I can see he wants to stop me, wants to argue that none of this means Reeves or his men killed Diana and Leo, that he was waterboarding me because he still wanted to protect the secrecy around that black site. But he doesn't interrupt. Again, he knows me well enough. Then I get to Mora rescuing me. I skip how Reeves dies for now. I trust Augie with my life, but there's no reason to put him in a spot where he may have to testify to what I'm saying here. Simply put, if I don't say Mora shot Reeves, then Augie can't testify to that if he's under oath. I keep going. I can see my words are landing on my old mentor like body blows. I want to pause, give him time to breathe and recover, but I know that it will only make it worse, and that it would not be what he wants. So I just keep the onslaught going. I tell Augie about the scream Mora heard. I tell Augie about the gunfire and then the silence. Augie sits back when I'm done. He looks out the window and blinks twice.
So now we know,
he says. I don't say anything. We both sit there. Now that we know the truth, we are waiting for something to feel different. But that guy is still eating his enormous slice of pizza. Cars are still cruising down Broad Street. People are still going to work. Nothing has changed. You and Diana are both still dead.
Is it over?
Augie asks. Is what over? He spreads his arm wide as if to indicate everything. It doesn't feel over, I say.
Meaning?
There has to be justice for Leo and Diana.
I thought you said he was dead.
He. Augie doesn't use Andy Reeves' name, just in case. There were other people at that base that night.
And you want to catch them all.
Don't you? Augie turns away. Someone pulled the trigger, I say. Probably not Reeves. Someone picked them up and put them in, I don't know, a car or a truck. Someone pulled the bullets out of their bodies. Someone tossed your daughter's body onto a railroad track and... Augie is wincing, his eyes closed. You were indeed a great mentor, Augie, which is why I can't move on. You were the one who railed against injustice. You, more than anyone I ever knew, insisted on making sure the bad guys paid a price for what they did. You taught me that if we don't get justice, if no one is punished, we never have balance.
You punished Andy Reeves, he says.
That's not enough. I lean forward now. I had seen Augie knock heads too many times to count. He was the one who helped me take care of my first Trey, a subhuman slither of scrotum, whom I had arrested for sexually assaulting a 6-year-old girl, his girlfriend's daughter. It got kicked on a technicality, and he was heading back home, back to that little girl. So, Augie and we stopped him. What aren't you telling me, Augie? He drops his head into both hands. Augie! He rubs his face. When he faces me again, his eyes are red.
You said Mora blames herself for running toward that fence.
In part, yes.
She even said maybe it was her fault.
But it's not.
But she feels that way, right? Because maybe if she didn't get stoned and run like that. That's what she said, right?
What's your point, I ask.
Do you want to punish Mora?
I meet his eyes. What the hell is going on, Augie?
Do you?
Of course not.
Even though she might in part be responsible?
She isn't. He leans back.
Mora told you about the big, bright lights, all that noise. Made you wonder why no one called it in, right?
Right.
I mean, you know that area. The Myers live close by that base, on that cul-de-sac. So did the Carlinos, and the Brenhams.
Wait, I see it now. You guys got a call? He looks off.
Dodie Meyer. She said there was something going on at the base. She told us about the lights. She thought maybe some kids broke in and turned on the floodlights and set off firecrackers.
I feel a small stone form in my chest. So what did you do, Augie?
I was in my office. The dispatcher asked me if I wanted to take the call. It was late. The other patrol car was handling a domestic disturbance, so I said yes.
What happened?
The lights were out by the time I got there. I noticed a pickup truck by the gate. It was ready to pull out. There was a tarp over the back. I rang the bell at the fence. Andy Reeves came out. It was late at night, but I didn't question why so many people were still at a Department of Agriculture compound. What you said about a black site, that doesn't surprise me. I didn't know exactly what was going on, but I still foolishly trusted my government back then to be doing the right thing. So Andy Reeves comes to the gate. I tell him about us getting a disturbance call.
What does he say?
That a deer jumped into the fence. That's what set off the alarms and lights. He said one of his guards panicked and started shooting. That was the gunfire. He said the guard killed the deer. He pointed to that tarp in the back of the pickup.
Did you buy that?
I don't know. Not really. But the place was classified government stuff, so I let it go.
What did you do next? His voice is coming from a million miles away now.
I went home. My shift was over, I got into bed, and a few hours later...
He shrugs away the rest of the thought, but I'm not ready to let it go. You got the call about Diana and Leo. Augie nods. His eyes are wet now. And you didn't see a connection? He thinks about that.
Maybe I didn't want to see one. That way, like I asked you with Maura, it wasn't my fault. Maybe I was just trying to justify my own mistake, but I never saw much of a link.
My phone goes off. I see the time is 9:10 a.m. even before I read Muse's text. Where the F are you? I text back, there in a minute. I rise. His eyes are on the floor.
You're late for your meeting,
he says without looking up.
Go.
I hesitate. In a way, all this explains so much. Augie's reticence over the years, his insistence that it was just two stoned kids doing something stupid, his disconnect. His mind wouldn't let him link the murder of his own daughter to his visit that night, to the base, because then he'd have to live with the additional guilt of maybe not doing anything about it. As I turn and head for the exit, I wonder about that now. I wonder about dropping this all on him, shattering him anew, whether every night from now on, as he closes his eyes, he's going to see that tarp over the back of a pickup truck and wonder what was underneath it. Or has he already been doing that in some subconscious way? Is the reason he so easily accepted the more obvious explanation for his daughter's death because he couldn't face his own small role in what happened? My phone rings. It's Muse. I'm almost there, I tell her.
What the hell have you done?
Why? What's up?
Just hurry up.
Chapter 31. The Essex County Prosecutor's Office is located on Market Street, in the simply dubbed Veterans Courthouse. I work here, so I know the building well. The place is always humming. More than a third of the entire state's criminal cases are tried here. As I head inside, I hear an unfamiliar ding coming from my phone, and I realize it's that new app Maura installed. I read the message from her. Drove by again. Cops found yellow Mustang. This isn't good, of course, but it would still be a while before the course of events I laid out earlier would lead them to me. I have time. Probably. I type back, okay, heading into meeting now. Lauren Muse is waiting for me at the door, staring daggers. She is a short woman, and she is flanked on both sides by tall men in suits. The younger of the two is thin and wiry, with hard eyes. The older guy sports a halo of too long hair circling his bald dome. His protruding gut is giving his shirt buttons a hell of a battle. When we step into the outer office, the older guy says, I'm Special Agent Rockdale. This is Special Agent Kruger. FBI. We shake hands. Kruger, of course, tries to give me the dominant squeeze. I frown at him. With that done, Rockdale turns to Muse and says, Thank you for your cooperation, ma'am. We'd be grateful if you could leave us now. Muse doesn't like that. Leave? Yes, ma'am. This is my office. and the Bureau appreciates your cooperation in this matter, but we really need to speak to Detective Dumas alone." "No," I say. They turn to me. "Pardon?" "I would like Prosecutor Muse to attend any questioning." "You're not suspected of any crime," he says. "I still want her here." Rockdale turns back to Muse. Muse says, "You heard the man." "Ma'am, stop calling me ma'am." "Prosecutor Muse, my apologies. You received a call from your superior, did you not?" Through gritted teeth, Muse replies, "I did, yes." Her superior, I know, is the governor of the state of New Jersey. And he did ask that you cooperate and give us jurisdiction on this matter of great national security, did he not? My phone vibrates. I sneak a quick peek, and I'm surprised to see it's from Tammy. "Van of guys searching your house, wearing FBI windbreakers." I'm not surprised. They're looking for the original tape. They won't find it in my house. I buried it, where else? In the woods, near the old base. "The governor did contact me," Muse continues, "but Detective Dumas has now requested counsel." "Irrelevant." "Sorry?" "This is a matter of national security. What we were about to discuss is highly classified." Muse looks at me. "Nap?" I think about it. I think about the issues Augie had raised, about what we should keep secret, about who is to blame for what happened to Leo, and how I can get to the bottom of it and end this once and for all. We are standing in the doorway. Muse's support staff of 4 are all pretending not to be listening. I look at the 2 agents. Rockdale is giving me flat eyes. Kruger is clenching and unclenching his fists, glaring at me like I just dropped out of a dog's behind. I've had it. So I turn to Muse and say loud enough so that her support staff can hear, 15 years ago, the old Nike control base in Westbridge was an illegal black site incarcerating and interrogating American citizens suspected of colluding with terrorist entities. A bunch of high school kids, including my dead twin brother, taped a Black Hawk helicopter landing there at night. They want the tape from me. I gesture toward the 2 agents. Their colleagues are, in fact, searching my house right now. It's not there, by the way. Kruger's eyes go wide in shock and anger. He jumps toward me, his hand darting out to throttle me. "You need to understand, Leo, I'm good with my fists. I've trained hard and I'm athletic enough. But I imagine under normal circumstances this guy's more than up to the task of taking me down." So, how to explain what comes next? How to explain that I move fast enough to parry his attack with a forearm? Simple. He is going for the throat. The part of me that lets me breathe. And after last night, after being strapped to the table, something primitive in me will not let that happen. Something both instinctive and maybe supernatural will protect that part of my anatomy no matter what. The problem is, blocking a blow never ends it. You have to deliver one of your own. I use the heel of my palm to strike his solar plexus. It lands flush. Kruger drops to one knee, the wind knocked out of him. I jump back now, fists raised, in case the other guy wants to join in. He doesn't. He stares at his fallen comrade in shock. "You just struck a federal officer," Rockdale says to me. "In self-defense," Muse shouts. "What the hell is wrong with you guys?" He gets in her face. "Your man just spouted out classified information, which is illegal, especially when it's a lie." "How can it be classified?" Muse shouts back, "if it's a lie?" My phone buzzes again, and when I see the message from Ellie, I know I have to get out of here pronto. Found Beth. "Look," I say, "I'm sorry, okay? Let's just all go inside and straighten this out." I go to help Kruger up. He doesn't like it, pushes my hand away, but there's no more fight in him for now. I keep acting all Mr. Peaceful as we head into Muse's office. I have a plan, a ridiculously simple plan, but sometimes those are the best. Once we settle down, once everyone is seated, I stand and say, I need 2 minutes. Muse says, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." I try to look a little embarrassed. "I need the bathroom. I'll be right back." I don't really wait for permission. I'm an adult, right? I head out of Muse's office and down the corridor. No one was following me. Up ahead is the men's room door. I walk past it and hit the staircase. I run down the steps to the ground floor where I slow into a sort of walk-run. Less than 60 seconds after leaving Muse's office, I am outside and putting distance between myself and those federal agents. I call Ellie. "Where's Beth?" I ask. "On her parents' farm in Far Hills. At least I think it's her. Where are you?" "Newark." "I'll text you the address. The ride should take less than an hour." I hang up. I'm moving fast down Market Street. I turn onto University Avenue and use that new app to call Mora. I worry now that she won't answer, that she's vanished back into the ether, but she picks up right away. "What's up?" Mora asks. "Where are you?" "Double parked in front of the prosecutor's office on Market Street." "Head east and make a right on University Avenue. We need to visit an old friend." Chapter 32. Once Mora picks me up, I text Muse, "Sorry. I'll explain later." "So where are we going?" Mora asks. "To visit Beth." "You found her?" "Ellie did." I put the address Ellie texted me into my navigation app. It tells us the ride will take 38 minutes. We start making our way out of the city and onto Route 78 heading west. "Do you have a theory on how Beth Lashley fits into all this?" Mora asks. "They were also there that night," I say. "By the base. Rex, Hank, Beth." Mora nods. "Makes sense. So we all had a reason to run away. Except the others didn't. At least not at first. They finished high school. They went to college. Two of them, Rex and Beth, didn't come back. They weren't exactly hiding, but I think it's clear they wanted no part of Westbridge. Hank, well, he was different. He would walk every day from the old base all the way across town to the railroad tracks, like he was checking the route, like he was trying to figure out how Leo and Diana ended up there. I think I get that now. He last saw them get shot by the base, like you. I didn't exactly see them get shot, I know, but let's say the conspiracy club were all there except for you. Leo, Diana, Hank, Beth, Rex. Let's say they saw those spotlights and heard that gunfire and all ran. Maybe Hank and the others saw Leo and Diana get shot. Like you, they're scared out of their minds. The next day they find out the bodies were found all the way across town on the railroad tracks. That must have confused the hell out of them." Mora nods. "They probably would have guessed that the guys from the base moved them." "Right. But they stayed in town." Mora veers the car onto the highway. "So we have to assume that Reeves and the guys at the base didn't know about Hank, Rex, and Beth. Maybe only Leo and Diana got close enough to the fence." "That makes sense. And my guess is, judging by Reeves' reaction, he didn't know about the tape either." "So they thought I was the only living witness," she says. "Until recently." "Right. So what gave them away now? It's been 15 years. I think hard about this, and a possible answer comes to me. Looking out of the corners of her eyes, Mora sees it. "What?" "The viral video." "What viral video?" "Hank supposedly exposing himself." I explained to her about the video of Hank, about how it had gone viral, how most people thought his murder was some kind of act of vigilantism. When I finish, Mora says, "So you think, what, someone from the base saw the video and maybe recognized Hank from that night?" I shake my head. That doesn't make much sense, does it? If they'd seen Hank that night, they would have identified him earlier. We're still missing something, but I can't help think it has something to do with that viral video. For 15 years, the three of them are safe. Then, that video of Hank on school grounds goes viral. It's related. A brown sign featuring a red-clad equestrian reads, "Welcome to Far Hills." This isn't farm country, not really. This part of Somerset County is for the wealthy rural set, those who want a huge home on a large plot with nary a neighbor in sight. I know a philanthropist out here who has a 3-hole golf course on his land. I know other guys who own horses or grow apples for cider, or do some other form of what one might label gentleman's farming. I look at Mora's face again, and I feel that sense of being overwhelmed. I reach out and take her hand. Mora smiles at me, a smile that hits bone, that makes my blood hum, that jangles my nerves in the best way. She takes my hand, brings it to her lips, kisses the back of it. "Mora, yes? If you need to run again, I'll go too." She puts my hand on her cheek. "I'm not leaving you, Nap. Just so you know. Stay, go, live, die. I'm not leaving you again." We don't say anything more. We get it. We aren't hormonal teenagers or star-crossed lovers. We are battle-scarred and wary warriors, and so we know what this means. No pretense. No holding back. No games. Ellie is parked around the corner from Beth's address. We pull up behind her car and step out. Ellie and Mora embrace. They haven't seen each other in person in 15 years. since Ellie hid Maura in her bedroom after that night in the woods. When they released the hug, we all moved toward Ellie's car. Ellie gets in the driver's seat. I take shotgun. Maura goes into the back. We pull up to the closed gate, blocking the driveway. Ellie hits the buzzer by the intercom. No reply. She hits it again. Still nothing. In the distance, I see the white farmhouse. Like every other white farmhouse I've ever seen, it's stunning and nostalgic, and you can instantly imagine a simpler, happier life under that roof. I get out of the car and pull on the gate. No go. There is no way I'm leaving now. I head to the picket fence off the driveway, hoist myself up, and drop down into the yard. I signal to Ellie and Maura to stay put. The farmhouse is probably 200 yards down the flat driveway. There are no trees or anything like that to hide behind, so I don't bother. I walk down the driveway in plain sight. When I get closer to the house, I can see a Volvo station wagon parked in the garage. I check the license plate. The car's from Michigan. Beth lives in Ann Arbor. You don't have to be much of a detective to figure out the car is likely hers. I don't ring the doorbell quite yet. If Beth is inside, she knows already that we are here. I start to circle the house, peering in the windows. I start in the back. When I look through the kitchen window, I see Beth. There is a near-empty bottle of Jameson on the table in front of her. The glass in front of her is half full. There's a rifle on her lap. I watch her reach out, lift the glass with a shaking hand, drain it. I study her movements. They are slow and deliberate. Like I said, the bottle is near empty, and now so too is the glass. I debate how to play it, but again, I'm not in the mood to stall. I creep over to the back door, raise my foot, and kick it in right above the knob. The wood of the door gives way like a brittle toothpick. I don't hesitate. Using the momentum from the kick, I cover the few feet between the back door and the kitchen table in no more than a second or two. Beth is slow to react. She's just starting to lift the rifle to aim when I snatch it away from her in classic taking candy from a baby style. She stares up at me for a moment. "Hello, Nap." "Hello, Beth." "So get it over with already," she says. "Shoot me." Chapter 33. I unload the ammo and toss it in one corner, the rifle in the other. I use Maura's app to tell them that everything is fine, to stay where they are. Beth stares at me with defiance. I pull out the chair across from her and join her at the kitchen table. "Why would I want to shoot you?" I ask. Beth's looks haven't changed much since high school. I've noticed that the women from my class who are now in their mid-30s have grown more attractive with age. I'm not sure why, if it's something about maturity or confidence, or something more tangible like a toning of the muscles or a tightening of the skin around the cheekbones. I know only that as I look at Beth now, I have no trouble seeing the girl who played lead violin in the school orchestra, or won the biology scholarship at senior award night. "Revenge," she says. I hear the slur in her voice. "Revenge for what?" "To silence us, maybe. Protect the truth. Which is dumb, Nap. For 15 years we never breathed a word. I would never say anything. Swear to God." I don't know how to play this. Do I tell her to relax, that I'm not here to hurt her? Will that make her open up? Or do I keep her on edge, make her think that the only way to survive this is to talk? "You have a family," I say. 2 boys. They're 8 and 6. She looks at me now with naked fear in her eyes, like she's sobering up by the second. I don't want that. I just want the truth. "Tell me what happened that night." "You really don't know?" "I really don't know." "What did Leo tell you?" "What do you mean?" "You had a hockey game, right?" "Right." "So before you left, what did Leo tell you?" The question surprises me. I try to go back there now, to earlier that night. I'm in my house, my hockey bag is packed. The amount of equipment you need is ridiculous. Skates, stick, elbow pads, shin guards, shoulder pads, gloves, chest protector, neck guard, helmet. Dad finally made a checklist for us to go through because otherwise I'd arrive at the rink and invariably call and say something like, "I forgot my mouth guard." Where were you, Leo? What I remember, now that I think about it, is that you weren't in the front foyer with us. When Dad and I would go through his checklist, you were usually there, Then you'd drive me to the school and drop me off at the bus. That was more or less the routine. Dad and I would go through the checklist. You would drive me to the bus. But you didn't that night. I can't remember why anymore. But after we finished going through the checklist, Dad asked where you were. I shrugged. Maybe, I don't know. Then I walked to our room to see if you were there. The light was out, but you were lying on the top bunk. You gonna drive me? I asked you. Can Dad do it? I just want to lie here for a minute. So Dad drove me, that's it. Those are the last words we shared. I didn't think twice about it at the time. When people suggested a double suicide, I did wonder about it for a moment. Maybe not so much your words, but your solemn mood, lying in that bunk in the dark. But I never put much stock in it. Or if I did, maybe, like Augie with his police visit to the base that night, I pushed it aside. I didn't want your death to be suicide, so I made myself forget about it, I guess. That's how we all are. We pay attention to what works with our narrative. We tend to dismiss that which does not. Leo didn't tell me anything, I say now to Beth. Nothing about Diana? Nothing about his plans that night? Nothing. Beth pours some more whiskey into her glass. Here I thought you two were close. What happened, Beth? Why is it so important all of a sudden? Not all of a sudden, I say. It's always been important. She lifts the glass and studies her drink. What happened, Beth? The truth won't help you, Nap. It will only make it worse. I don't care, I say. Tell me. And she did. I'm the only one left now, aren't I? The rest are dead. I think we all tried to make amends. Rex became a cop. I'm a cardiologist, but I work for the most part for the underserved. I started a clinic to help indigent people with heart problems, preventative care, treatment, medication, surgery when required. People think I'm so caring and selfless, but the truth is, I think I do good because I'm trying to counter what I did that night. Beth stares at the table for a long moment. We are all to blame, but we had a leader. It was his idea. He set the plan in motion. The rest of us, we were too weak to do anything other than go along. That makes us worse in some ways. When we were kids, I always hated the bully, but you know who I hated more? I shake my head. The kids who stood behind the bully and got off on watching. That was us. Who's the leader? I ask. She makes a face. You know. And I do. You, Leo. You were the leader. Leo got wind of the fact that Diana was going to break up with him. Diana was just waiting for that stupid dance to be over, which was a really sucky thing to do, using Leo like that. God, I sound like a teenager, don't I? Anyway, first Leo was sad, and then he grew livid. You know, your brother was getting high a lot, right? I gave a half nod. We all were, I guess. He was the leader in that way, too. Personally, I think that was what had driven the wedge between Leo and Diana. Leo liked to party. Diana was the cop's daughter who didn't. Whatever. Leo started getting really jacked up. He was pacing back and forth, shouting about how Diana was a bitch, about how we needed to make her pay and all that. You know about the conspiracy club, right? Right. Me, Leo, Rex, Hank, and Maura. He said the conspiracy club would get revenge on Diana. I don't think any of us took it seriously. We were all supposed to meet up at Rex's house, but Maura didn't even show up, which was weird, because she's the one who disappeared that night. I always wondered about that. Why Maura ran when she wasn't even part of the plan? Beth lowers her head. What was the plan? I ask. We all had a job. Hank got the LSD. That surprised me. You guys were taking LSD? No, never before that night. That was part of the plan. Hank knew someone in chemistry class who made him a liquid version. Then Rex's job, well, he provided the house. We would all meet in his basement. I would be the one who got Diana to take the stuff. The LSD? Beth nods. Diana would obviously never do it on her own, but she was a big Diet Coke drinker, so my job was to spike her soda. Like I said, we all had our jobs. We were all waiting and ready when Leo went to pick up Diana. I remember Augie talking about this, about how he thought Leo was high, how he wished like hell he could go back in time and stop Diana from walking out that door. So what happened next, I asked. Diana was a little wary when Leo brought her down to Rex's basement. See, that's why I was there too, another female face, to help her relax. We all promised that there would be no drinking. We started playing ping pong. We watched a movie, and of course we all drank sodas. Ours was mixed with vodka. Diana's was spiked with whatever LSD concoction Hank had brought. We were all giggling and having such a good time, I almost forgot why we were really there. At one point, I remember I looked at Diana and she was nearly passed out. I wondered if I overspiked the drink. I mean, she was really out of it. Anyway, I figured, okay, mission accomplished. It was over. She stops and looks lost. I try to knock her back on track, but it wasn't over. No, Beth says. It wasn't. She looks past me now, over my shoulder, like I'm no longer here, and maybe right now neither is she. I don't know whose idea it was. I think it was Rex's. He worked as a counselor at a sleepaway camp. He used to tell us how the kids would sleep really soundly, so sometimes at night, for a funny prank, they would carry the kid's whole bunk out into the woods and just leave him there. They would hide and start laughing and wait for the kid to wake up, and then they'd watch him freak out. Rex would tell us stories about it, and they were always so funny. One time, Rex hid under the kid's bed and kept pushing from below until the kid woke up screaming. Another time, he put a kid's hand in warm water. That was supposed to make him urinate his bed or something, but instead, the kid got up like he was going to the bathroom and walked right into a bush. So Leo said, yeah, it was definitely Leo. He said, let's take Diana out to the woods by the base. Oh, no. Anyway, that's what we did. It's really dark out. We're all dragging Diana up that path. I kept waiting for someone to call it off, but no one did. There's a clearing behind that old rock formation, you know the one. Leo wanted to leave her there because that was their old make-out spot. He kept saying it like that, in a mocking voice, make-out spot. Because Diana never let him go further, that's what he said. So we dumped Diana there. Just like that, dumped her, like she was so much garbage. I remember Leo looking down at her like I don't know, like I thought he was going to rape her or something. But he didn't. He said that we should all go hide and watch what happens, which we did. Rex was giggling, so was Hank. I think they were just nervous, though, waiting to see how she reacted to the acid. Leo, he just glared at her. I just wanted it to stop. I wanted to go home. I said, maybe she's had enough. I remember that I turned to Leo. I said, are you sure you want to do this? And Leo, he just had the saddest look on his face. It's like he suddenly realized what the hell he was doing. I saw a tear run down his cheek. I said, it's okay, Leo. Let's take Diana home now. Leo nodded. He told Hank and Rex to cut it out with the laughing. He stood up. He started walking toward Diana. And then... Tears are running down her face now. And then what, I ask. All hell broke loose, Beth says. It started with these giant lights. When they hit us, Diana popped up like someone had thrown a bucket of ice water on her. She started screaming and sprinting toward them. Leo ran after her. Rex, Hank, and I just stayed where we were, like we were frozen. I could see Diana's silhouette in the lights. She's still screaming. Louder now. She starts ripping off her clothes, all of them, and then I hear gunfire. I see Diana go down. Leo turns back toward us. Get out of here, he shouts, and I mean, he didn't have to tell us twice. We ran. We ran like hell all the way back to Rex's basement. We waited all night in the dark for Leo, or I don't know. We all made a pact. We would never, ever say anything about tonight, not ever. We just stayed there, in that basement, as the hours passed, hoping for the best. We didn't know what happened. Not that night, not even the next morning. Maybe Diana was at the hospital, maybe it would be okay. And then when we heard about Leo and Diana and the train tracks, we realized right away what happened. The bastard shot them and covered it up. Hank wanted to say something, go to the police, but Rex and I stopped him. What could we say? That we got the police captain's daughter high on LSD, brought her out to the woods, and these guys ended up shooting her. So we kept our vow. We never spoke of it again. We finished up our senior years, and we left town. Beth continues. She talks about living in fear and hating herself, her bouts of depression, her eating disorders, the guilt and horror of the night, the nightmares, seeing Diana naked, dreaming about it, trying to warn Diana in those dreams, running toward her, trying to grab her before she sprints toward the light. Beth goes on and starts to cry and begs for forgiveness, and says she deserves all the horrible things that happened to her. But I'm only half listening now, because my mind is spinning and taking me down a path I never wanted to follow. Remember how I said before that we embrace what fits our narrative and ignore what doesn't? I'm trying not to do that now. I'm trying to focus, even though I don't want to. I want to ignore. Beth had warned me. She said I wouldn't want to know the truth. She was right in ways she can't even imagine. Part of me wishes I could go back in time, back to when Reynolds and Bates first knocked on my door, and I would just tell them right away that I didn't know and just let it be. But it's too late now. I can't look away. So, one way or the other, no matter what the cost, there will be justice. Because I know now. I know the truth. Chapter 34. Do you have a laptop? I ask Beth. My words startle her. She's been going on with her soliloquy uninterrupted for the past 5 minutes. She rises now and brings a laptop to the table. She turns it on and twirls it around so the screen is facing me. I bring up her web browser and type in the address for the website. I put the email address into the field for user ID, and then I guess at the password. I get it right the third go-through. I sift through the private communications, find the one with the matching name. I write down the full name and phone number. There are dozens of missed calls on my phone. Muse, Augie, Ellie, maybe the FBI. There are plenty of messages, too. I get it. The FBI is probably looking for me because of the tape. The cops may have seen the CCTV footage of me in the yellow Mustang at the Hunka Hunka. I ignore it all. I start making calls of my own. I call the Westbridge police station and get lucky. I call down south. I call the name and number I got off the website and identify myself as a police officer. I call Lieutenant Stacy Reynolds out in Pennsylvania. I need a favor, I tell her. Reynolds listens, and when I'm done, she simply says, "Okay, I'll email the video in 10 minutes. Thank you." Before Reynolds hangs up, she says, "Do you know now who ordered the hit on Rex?" I do, but I don't tell her yet. I still might be wrong. I call Augie. When he answers, he says, "The feds could be monitoring my phone." "Doesn't matter," I say. "I'm heading back up in a few minutes. I'll talk to them when I get there."
What's going on?
I'm not sure what to tell this long-grieving father, but I settle for the truth. There have been too many lies, too many secrets. I found Beth Lashley, I say.
Where?
She's hiding at her parents' farm in Far Hills.
What did she say?
Diana. There's a tear in my eye. My God, Leo, what did you do? When I last saw you on that bunk bed, were you stewing over Diana? Were you planning your revenge? Why couldn't you open up to me? You used to tell me everything, Leo. Why did you pull away from me like that? Or was it me? Was I so caught up in my own stuff, hockey, school, Mora, that I couldn't see your pain or tell you were on a path of self-destruction? There are so many people to blame. Am I one of them?
Diana, what? Augie says.
I'm leaving here in a few minutes, I say. I think it's better if I tell you in person.
It's that bad.
Augie isn't asking. He's stating. I don't reply. I don't trust my voice. Then Augie says,
I'll be at my place. Get here when you can.
When I see Augie, my heart drops. I've been waiting here for the past hour. I'm not inexperienced enough to sit by a window like Beth. I found a spot in the living room corner. From here I can see all entryways. No one can sneak up on me. I know the truth, but I still hope I'm wrong. I hope that I'll just waste my time, that I'll sit in this corner of the farmhouse the rest of the day and through the night, and in the morning I'll realize that I made a mistake, that I messed up someplace, that I was hopelessly, albeit wonderfully wrong. But I'm not wrong. I'm a good detective. I was schooled by the best. Augie doesn't see me yet. I aim my gun and flick on the light. Augie turns toward me fast. I try to tell him to freeze, but I can't say it. So I sit there, my gun pointed at him, and hope that he doesn't reach for his. He sees my face. I know. He knows. I got onto your dating site, I say.
How?
Your email was the user ID. He nods, still the mentor.
And the password?
11-14-84, I say. Diana's birthday.
Careless of me.
I went through your communications. There was only one woman named Yvonne Schifrin. Her phone number was there.
You called her?
I did. You only went on one date, for lunch. You were sweet, Yvonne Schifrin said, but there was too much sadness in your eyes.
Yvonne seemed like a good woman, he says.
Still, I called the Sea Pine Resort in Hilton Head, just to make sure. You never booked a room there.
I could have gotten the hotel wrong.
You really want to go this way, Augie? He shook his head.
Beth told you what they did to Diana.
Yes.
So you understand.
Did you kill my brother, Augie?
I got justice for my daughter.
Did you kill Leo? But Augie isn't going to make it that easy.
That night I picked up chicken parm from Nellie's. Audrey had a PTA meeting, so it was just Diana and me. I could see something was bothering her. Diana was just picking at her food, and she usually scarfed down Nellie's chicken parm.
He tilts his head, remembering.
So I asked her if something was wrong. She said that she wanted to break up with Leo just like that. We had that kind of relationship, Nat.
He looks at me. I say nothing.
I asked Diana when she was going to do it. She said she wasn't sure, but she'd probably wait until after the dance.
He closed his eyes.
I told her it was up to her, but I didn't think that was fair to Leo. If she didn't like him anymore, she shouldn't string him along. So you see, Nap, maybe if I had kept my mouth shut, maybe if I had minded my own business. I saw your brother when he arrived, all stoned, and me, like an idiot. Oh, God, why did I let her go? Every night I lie in my bed and I ask myself that. Every single night of my miserable, horrible, empty life. I lie there and I replay it, and I make all kinds of deals with God about what I'd give, what I'd do, what torments I would suffer. If only we could go back to that night, and I could do it over again. God is so cruel sometimes. He blessed me with the most wonderful daughter in the world. I knew that. I knew how fragile it all was. I tried so hard to balance being a strict father with giving my child enough freedom, walking that goddamn tightrope.
He stands there shaking. I keep the gun on him. So what did you do, Augie?
It was like I told you before. I went to the base on a disturbance call. Andy Reeves brought me inside. I could tell something big had gone down. Everyone was pale. So first Reeves shows me the body in the back of a truck. It's some guy they were holding there, a high-profile American, he explains. The guy had gotten past the fences. They couldn't risk him escaping. He wasn't supposed to be there, so they were going to get rid of his body, say he ran back to Iraq or something. Reeves told me all this in confidence, but I got it. State secrets. He wanted to make sure he could trust me. I said he could. And then he said he had something horrible to show me.
Augie's face starts to collapse a little at a time.
So Reeves walks me out into the woods. 2 of his men follow us. 2 of his men are already there, up ahead. He hits the flashlight, and there, on the ground, naked.
He looks up, and I can see the rage in his eyes.
And there, next to my daughter's body, sobbing hysterically and holding her hand, is Leo. I'm staring down, completely numb, while Reeves starts explaining it to me. The prisoner in the truck escaped. They turned on the lights. The guys working the guard towers started shooting into the woods. No one is supposed to be out here. It's night. Those warning signs are all over the place. The guards kill the escapee, but accidentally in the heat of battle. I mean, Diana was screaming like crazy and running right at them, stark naked, so one of the guards, a new guy, he panicked and pulled the trigger. It wasn't his fault, I guess. So there we are, standing there. You'd think I'd drop to my knees, wouldn't you? My little girl is dead on the ground, and I want to just fall onto the ground and hold her and sob for hours. But I don't.
Augie looks at me. I don't know what to say, so I don't say anything.
Leo is still blubbering away. I ask him, calm as I can, what happened? Reeves, he signals for his men to start back to camp. Leo wipes his face with his sleeve. He tells me he and Diana were out in the woods, making out. Starting to go further, that kind of thing. Starting to undress. He says when the lights went on, Diana jumped up and panicked. Reeves is standing there listening. I look at him. He shakes his head. He knows what I can see on your brother's face. Leo is lying. We got video, Reeves whispers to me. I help your brother stand. We go inside the base to look at the surveillance tape. First, Reeves shows me a video of your girlfriend. They got her on tape, too. Reeves asks me if I know her. I'm too stunned not to answer. I say, that's Maura Wells. Then he nods and shows me another tape. I see Diana. She's running and screaming. Her eyes are wide like she's terrified, and she's ripping her clothes off like she's on fire. That's how my little girl spent her last moments alive, Nap. Screaming and terrified. I actually see the bullet hit her chest. She crumples to the ground. And then coming up behind her is Leo. Reeves stops the tape. I turn to Leo. He's cringing now. I say, how come your clothes are still on? He's crying. He starts making up some story about how much they both loved each other, but see, I know. Diana was going to break up with him. I get really quiet now. Like I understand him now. I'm a cop. He's a perp. I'm working him. My heart is falling apart. It's disintegrating in my chest, and I'm just like, it's okay, Leo. Just tell me the truth. They're gonna do an autopsy. What drugs are in her system? I keep peppering him. He's a kid. It doesn't take long for Leo to crack.
What did he tell you?
It was just a joke, he kept saying. He didn't mean to hurt her. Just a stupid prank. To get back at her.
What did you do?
I looked back at Reeves. He nodded like we both understood each other. Because I did. This was a black site. No way the government was going to let that get out, even if it meant a few civilian deaths. He left the room. Leo was still crying. I told him not to worry, it was going to be okay. I told him what he did was wrong, but really, what would he get via the legal system? Not much. In the end, all he did was slip a girl LSD, no big deal. Unlikely worst-case scenario. They might charge him with manslaughter, go on probation. I told him all this because it was true, and as I did, I took out my gun and pressed it against his forehead and pulled the trigger. I cringe as though I'm there, Leo. As though I am standing right next to Augie as he kills you in cold blood. Reeves comes back in the room. He tells me to go home, that he'll take care of it. But I don't leave, I stay with them. I find my daughter's clothes. I put them on her. I don't want her found naked. We put their bodies in the back of the pickup truck. We drive across town to the train tracks. We get ready. I'm the one who heaves Diana onto those tracks. I watch that big engine steamroll over my beautiful daughter, and I don't blink, I don't flinch. I need it to be horrible. The more horrible, the better. Then I go home. I wait for the call to come in. And that's it. I want to call him names. I want to hurt him. But it all feels so pointless, so utterly wasteful. You're a good interrogator, I say. But Leo didn't tell you the whole truth, did he? No, Augie says. He protected his friends. I nod. I also called Westridge Police Station. Your rookie cop, Jill Stevens, answered. It always bothered me that she left Hank's file on your desk and that you didn't follow up. But you did follow up, didn't you? I found Hank by the basketball courts. He was pretty shook up about the whole viral video thing. I always had a soft spot for him, so I told him he could come stay at my house for the night. We watched the Knicks game on TV. And when it was over, I made up a bed for him in the spare bedroom. He goes into the room, and when he sees the photograph of Diana on the bureau, he completely loses it. He starts sobbing and crying and begging me for forgiveness. He keeps saying it was his fault, and at first I didn't know what to make of it. If he's just having some kind of manic episode, but then he says, I should have never gotten that LSD. So then you knew. He kind of caught himself, like he realized he'd said too much. So I had to work him hard. But eventually he told me about that night, about what him and Rex and Beth did. You're not a father, so I don't expect you to get it. But they all killed Diana. They all murdered my little girl, my daughter, my life. The three of them got to live another 15 years. They got to breathe and laugh and grow into adults while my baby, my world, rotted in the ground. Do you really not get why I did it? I don't want to go there. You killed Hank first. Yes. I hid the body where no one would find it. But then we visited his father. I thought Tom deserved to know what happened to his son. So that's when I strung Hank up. Cut him up so it looked like it was connected to that viral video. And before that, you went to Pennsylvania, I say. Augie was good, thorough. He would have gotten the lay of the land, looked into Rex's life, learned about his scam, used it. I remember Hal the bartender's description of the killer, raggedy beard, long hair, big nose. Maura, who'd only met Augie briefly at Diana's last birthday party, described the killer the same way. You wore a disguise, even changed the way you walked. But when the tapes from the rental car place were analyzed, you matched the height and weight. Also your voice. What about my voice? The door from the kitchen opens. Maura and Ellie walk through it. I didn't want them to stay, but they insisted. Ellie noted that if the two of them were men, I wouldn't insist they leave. She was right about that. So, here they are now. Maura nods at me. Same voice. Maura says the guy who hit Rex was a pro, I say, because I want this to end. Yet this pro let her escape. That was my first clue. You knew Maura had nothing to do with what happened to Diana, so you didn't kill her. That was it. There was really nothing more to say. I could tell him about the other clues that had pointed me toward him. How Augie had known Rex was shot twice in the back of the head, even though I never told him. Or how Andy Reeves, when he had strapped me down, regretted killing Diana, but not a word about Leo. But all of that wasn't important. So now what, Nap?
Augie asks. You're armed, I presume.
You gave me this address, he says with a nod. You know why I came here.
To kill Beth, the last person who had harmed his daughter.
What I felt for you, Nap, what I feel for you, that's real. We did bond in grief, you, me, your dad. I know that makes no sense, that it almost sounds sick.
No, I get it.
I love you.
My heart is breaking all over again. And I love you. Augie's hand starts to go into his pocket.
Don't, I say. I would never shoot you,
Augie says.
I know that, I say, but don't. Let me end this, Nap.
I shake my head. No, Augie. I cross the room now, reach into his pocket, take out his gun, and toss it to the side. Part of me doesn't want to stop him. Let it end with a nice suicide. Nice, neat, complete. Rest in peace. Some would say that I get it now, that Augie wrongly taught me to be a vigilante, that just because the legal system doesn't always deliver justice doesn't mean I should take matters into my own hands, that I was wrong to do what I did to Trey, the same way Augie was wrong to do what he did to Leo and Hank and Rex. Some would think that I'm stopping him because I want to let the legal system work, that I finally understand that I need to let our laws decide these things, not the passions of certain men. Or maybe, as I cuff him, I realize that suicide would be the easy way out, that if he killed himself, it was over for him, that forcing an old cop to rot in a prison cell with all those ghosts is a far worse fate than a quick bullet. Does it matter which is right? I'm heartbroken, devastated. For a moment I think about the gun in my possession, and I think about how easy it would be to join you, Leo. But I only think about it for a moment. Ellie has already called the police. As they take Augie away, he looks back at me. Maybe he wants to say something, but I don't want to hear it. Can't bear to hear it. I've lost Augie. No words will change that. I turn away and walk out the back door. Maura is standing there, looking off into the fields. I come up behind her. There's one more thing I need to tell you, she says. It's not important, I say. I met up with Diana and Ellie at the school library earlier that day. I know, of course. Ellie had already told me. Diana said she was going to break up with Leo after the dance. I shouldn't have said anything. What was the big deal? I should have kept it to myself. I had already figured this part out. You told Leo. That was how you knew Leo, wasn't it? He got so angry he talked about getting her back, but I wanted no part of it. Which is why you ended up in the woods all alone, I say. If I hadn't said anything to him, none of this would have happened. It's my fault. No, I say, it's not. And I mean it. I pull her close and kiss her. We could go on and on with this blame game, Leo, couldn't we? It's her fault because she told you Diana wanted to break up with you. It's my fault because I wasn't there for you. It's Augie's, it's Hank's, it's Rex's, it's Beth's, hell. It's the President of the United States' fault for approving that black site. But you know what, Leo? I don't care anymore. I'm not really talking to you. You're dead. I love you, and I will always miss you. But you've been dead for 15 years. That's a long enough time to mourn, don't you think? So I'm going to let you go now. And grab onto something more substantial. I know the truth now. And maybe as I gaze upon this strong, beautiful woman in my arms, the truth has finally set me free. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Don't Let Go by Harlan Coben, performed by Stephen Weber. Performance copyright 2017 by Brilliance Publishing, Inc. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.